Welcome to another vixavon romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, vixavon offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixavon Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Eric. I sit at the booth, keeping time with my foot, eyes focused on the mixing board levels. We're recording with Root Cellar, one of the world's most popular bands and idolized by young girls who buy too many copies of Teen Vogue all over the world. The drummer, Jet Black, wears a look of cool removal as he powers through a solo, hammering out the drum beat of a broken heart on the latest love ballad. We're positioning it as this album's first single. Boom, tap, tap, hiss, boom, da-dum. The vocals and guitar gallop in. Maybe in a future life, we'll end the fairy tale just right, walking on the edge of a roller coaster, jumping to safety when the cars get closer. The parachute's ready in my hand, for the happily ever after waiting when we land. I close my eyes. Yes. Pop music hooks, brooding lead singer, driving guitars. Catnip for every female demographic from ages 8 to 48. An idea flashes that I think could catapult this song from a moderate hit to an inescapable pop culture phenomenon. I hear a version of the song inflected with new wave synthesizers and drum machine loops. It would mix a moody, intellectual edge with the 80s retro sound that's currently in vogue. It might be the perfect way to seal their evolution from teen heartthrobs to serious artists. The music video could also tap into the zeitgeist. When Root Cellar moved on from the producer who had overseen their albums since the record company assembled them as 14-year-olds, I was the one they rang. They're counting on me to advance them to the next level, and I plan to deliver. I share my new wave synth idea with my colleague, Sydney Collins. Apart from being my right-hand man, a virtuoso on practically every instrument, and one of the best sound engineers in the business, he's a musical genius. I think this could be the next great pop hit in the making, Sydney. Yeah, I agree. It's got that special something. But I think it needs to have the right kind of arrangement, I continue. Specifically, synthesizers and drum machines could make it big. What do you think? I think, as usual, your instincts are spot on, Eric. Hits the right dramatic notes. I can see the gears working in Sydney's head. I think it's worth having at least an alternate version, I say. If it's not a winner, we release it on EP. And if it sounds great, it could make pop history. Sydney chimes in. Exactly. It might take a while to persuade the guys, but I think it's worth it. We just have to convince them it's their idea. Yeah, I know how they can be, he says. 20 going on 12. I'll go to the practice room and tinker with some things. I don't think it'll take long. Then I can jam it out with the band and they can think they wrote it. You'll get a writing credit, of course, though. Thanks, Sid. I can always count on you. You too, man. We're a dying breed. Don't I know it? The band finishes the take, and I join them in the recording room. That was great, guys. Really phenomenal, I say. Thanks, Eric. That means a lot, says the lead singer, Blake Rodney. He's a baby-faced 20-year-old with ripped jeans, dyed black hair, and huge brown eyes. The type of boy every woman thinks they can fix. I was talking with Sydney. We think it could be a huge hit, I say, priming the pump to suggest embellishments delicately. Yeah, it's one of our favorites, Jameson Nichols, the keyboard player, chimes in. All four of them, Blake, Jet, Jameson, and the keyboardist Upton McCandless, look at me expectantly. They've been together as a band since they were 14 years old, and they have been through nearly as many managers and agents. Their difficult reputation precedes them and follows them everywhere. I tread carefully. There's an angst and longing in this song. I think you can bring it out with some synths and drum machine effects. I spoke with Sydney, and he'd be eager to collaborate on it if it's something you'd want to pursue. Maybe. It's something to think about, Blake says indifferently, as if it's no more consequential than whether he wants a burger or a chicken sandwich for lunch. I don't know, says Jameson. We have a sound that works. Why mess with it? I bite my tongue to keep from telling him that they came to me so I could help them evolve their sound. If they want to stay in musical kindergarten, there's no reason to come all this way for my help. It won't necessarily be the final version. We just think it's something very much worth trying. At worst, it can score cool points on the EP by tapping into the 80s nostalgia zeitgeist. But there's a chance it could strike gold. Either way, a sound from an older era that's trendy right now could make you assume the youthful maturity you want. And it's a sound with an intellectual undercurrent. Are you saying we don't sound intellectual now? Upton asks. Is he trying to pick a fight? It's not a competition, it's a collaboration. Just be open to it. I wish I could tell him that, but I know even a gentler version would get me fired. No, of course you're intellectuals. It's a brilliant song. Jed is the only one I haven't heard from. It could be cool to jam toe-to-toe with a drum machine, he says. Phew, at least one of them is on my side. I'm the keyboardist, so drum machines are more my turf, Jet, not yours, Upton barks. Jet rolls his eyes. I miss working with groups that draw inspiration from each successive idea, rather than try to tear each new idea down. Bands where every brainstorm is addition, not subtraction. No ego. Only creativity in the quest for the perfect pop song. In other words, I miss working with groups like Daughters of Fortune. We all have the one that got away, and that's mine. They burned far too bright just to flame out too quickly. And then there's Desirae Scott, the heart of the band and one of the biggest reasons I loved working with them so much. She's still one of my best friends, thank God. She's such a kind person and so easy to work with. You'd never think she was one of the biggest stars in the world. That is, until you saw her face and heard her voice. Then you'd ask yourself how she could not be. What do you think of using autotune? Upton asks, interrupting my respite. Of course, that's his suggestion. There are no bad ideas in brainstorming. Except in music, there's always one bad idea, and its name is autotune. Or sampling amusement park sounds, Jameson says. Better. Could possibly work. Anything but auto-tune. It's something we could consider. A roller coaster track, like the sound of chains pulling maybe, could mesh with the synthesizers, I say, steering it back. Yeah, I like that direction, Blake says. When working with people whose egos make the gaming floor at Caesars look small, it's not difficult to convince them that a good idea is theirs. It requires a careful dance of coaxing and praise, but it looks like I'm getting there with Blake. Once Blake is on board, the rest of the band will fall like dominoes. When I envisioned a career in the music industry, I pictured great songs and artistic inspiration. I didn't picture days in the studio spent as a glorified babysitter, holding the hands of agomaniacs with the goal of warding off a temper tantrum. The money is great, though. No complaints there. I make a better income than I ever could have imagined making as a kid coming from a family that was barely on the right side of the middle class. But I wonder if it wouldn't be worth it to get off the fast track. I could stop producing superstars and dedicate myself to the principles that made me pursue this career in the first place. I could return to the pure love of music. Everyone who gets into this industry does it for love, at least initially. It's so easy for that fire to go out, though, regardless of whether you succeed or fail. If your career topples, this business will incinerate your dreams. But if you find success, it can be even more terrifying, because you won't notice you've sold your soul until it's already too late. That's one of the reasons Desiree's friendship has always meant so much. She reminds me of who I am. If she can maintain her passion and see through all the nonsense, even when she's a once-in-a-generation talent making a fortune in her solo career, then I can certainly stay true to my roots. Sydney bounds into the recording room with a huge smile. He's holding composition paper triumphantly. I give him a tempered smile, indicating they still need a little persuading, We've worked together so closely for so long he can read me like team members signing plays in a World Series game. He nods. Hey guys, Future Life sounds amazing, Sydney tells the band. Eric told me about some of your ideas. Maybe we can riff a little to see what we can make happen. I give the great job hand signal. We look like good cop, bad cop, or maybe industry shill, virtuous musician, but we're on the same side. We'd love to, Blake says. I'm glad you liked our ideas. Phew. Another day, another crisis averted. I joke sometimes that I'm writing a book called Working with Musicians. The punchline is that I have to keep revising since authors of books like Advice for New Parents and How to Train Your Chihuahua keep accusing me of plagiarism. It's basically all the same thing.
Chapter 2. Desirae. I used to wonder what pop stars did right after they sauntered off stage in between their last song and the encore that they knew was expected. I thought it was just a ploy to up the drama. Maybe they're playing hard to get, indulging in kabuki theater to make the audience feel they got their money's worth. Sitting backstage after a 3-hour performance that would make a marathoner tired, I know the reality is not a glamorous answer. We down bottles of water, we pound it, like frat boys playing flip cup. The lights are so hot and blinding, I wouldn't be surprised if the beam of a UFO were less heavy. When I run back out, even though I'm in 4-inch heels with 1-inch metal studs, I feel like I'm floating on air. I love my fans. They're what keeps me going. Hello again, beautiful city of angels, my favorite city, and the single greatest audience in the world. You know I'm not blowing smoke up, because I'm part of the audience here too. This is my home. I have a few special songs I want to put on just for you. I swear you can follow me on tour. This is just for my home squad. I do a 3-song mini set. The first is the second single from my latest solo album, the second is the big hit from my first solo album, and the third is a classic B-side from Daughters of Fortune that's become one of our most popular songs in the years since we broke up. We were the biggest band in the world for 3 years before it all fell apart. I wouldn't trade my time with those 2 girls, my bandmates, and the team that worked to make it happen, who were practically members of the band, for anything. We love you, Desirae. You make women proud. I hear people shouting from the crowd. I blow kisses and try to stay as long as possible before I go backstage. I know how much they love me, and I hate to disappoint them. I love you too, LA. I'd do anything for you. I sashay off stage dramatically while I'm still visible to the audience as the lights go down. The minute I'm in the wings, I slump down and peel off my high heels like someone on the brink of death waiting for Jesus to wash her feet. I know my fans genuinely love me, in their way, but they only see a sliver of who I actually am. Being a performer is a core part of my identity, but who I become during a performance is not the same as the person I am. Only a handful of people on earth have a person who knows every side of them. I'm lucky that tonight, one of them is waiting in the wings of the stage, arms outstretched in a hug, smiling brighter than the stage lights. I'm so happy you're here, I whisper and kiss him on the cheek. Carry me, Eric. I'm too tired to stand. I would, but I'd be terrified of the tabloids. Remember what they said about Ariana? God, that poor girl. I sent her flowers when that happened. I wrote a note. Even giants need a break with so many people standing on your shoulders. Sweetest girl in showbiz. I'm glad you think so, Eric. Thank you. Us Weekly doesn't seem to agree. Did you see the latest? Diva Desirae disses other daughters. Eric shakes his head. I wish they knew you like I do. You're the kindest person I've ever known, he says, and you're the best liar. I laugh as loud as I can muster, given my tired voice and weary body. No, just smart enough to believe my eyes over an industry that makes billions being dishonest. Your performance was just amazing, you know. I really don't know how you do it, especially night after night. Honestly, I don't know how I do it either. And not in an egotistical way, but in a save me before I turn into Michael Jackson way. I laugh it off, but I can see the alarm in his eyes. That sounds serious, Des. He keeps looking at me intently. If it were anyone else, I'd be unsettled. But he knows the strains of this business better than anyone, and he knows me even better than that. It's just grueling. I keep waiting for it to get better. Oh, this week is just intense, but next week will be lighter. Except I say that to myself every single week. And in my schedule, it never lets up. 3 out of the next 4 weeks, I don't have any days off. God, really? Yeah. Everyone wants a piece. I had a few dates on this tour with 2 shows back to back, one in the afternoon, one in the evening. Just how? Are they trying to kill their golden goose? My voice is going to die from that. I fought it, thank God, but there's only so much I can do. Wow. I'm getting exhausted just hearing about it. I can't imagine living it. I try to pretend it's not me. I would try to see a therapist, but I literally don't have time for it. I can feel my eyes welling up. I've never been a huge crier, but powerlessness in the face of stress has always been my Achilles heel. Oh, Desirae. It's amazing the love you have for your fans, too, that you can put on a show like that when you're under all this strain. I'm sorry, Eric. I don't mean to be so depressing. You came to congratulate me and I'm just whining. No, I came to support my brilliant friend. And it sounds like you could use someone in your corner. You know I'm here for you. Of course I do. I just feel bad since you're such a good friend. I'm a good friend, which is exactly why you shouldn't feel bad. I love hearing about you. About the real you, Desirae. Eric, you don't know how much that means to me. I have all these fans here who love me, but I'm afraid of letting them down with the real me. So many people count on me. I have videos to shoot, late night shows, partnerships, label heads. I'm the face of Pat McGrath. It's this incredible Black woman-owned cosmetics brand. It's so important. But everything added up. It's a lot. Yes, I say, ready to break down and collapse right there into the arms of my friend. I've been thinking about the old days. I've been thinking about them a lot. Remember that time the 3 of us just hung out at your house for 3 days because we wanted to get telethon just right? I'll never be your charity case. I start to sing. So don't call me to ease your conscience, he chimes in with what used to be Kelly's part. You'd best make sure my number's erased, I continue. 'Cause every word out of your mouth is nonsense. We sing in unison, soaring to a loud crescendo. We both collapse into laughter. I miss those days so much, Eric. So much. I daydream about getting back to a life with more meaning, a life where I have some privacy and control. I'd love to be able to devote any of myself to writing, to music, to my craft, not just trying to avoid getting crushed by the treadmill. I sigh. You may or may not be surprised to know that I've had the exact same thoughts lately, Des. Eric says. You have? You? Yeah, I have. I had the guys from Root Cellar this week. Oh, they're so cute. I listen to them at the gym, I say. Yeah, they're going for a more adult, grown-up sound. Oh, big step. No wonder they came to you. Thank you, Des. You're sweet. But you'd never guess that by the way they treat my suggestions. Like I'm the dorm RA here to spoil the fun. I suggested adding synths to their big heartbreak ballad. You know, a little like what Abel's doing. And you know what the keyboardist suggested instead? Please don't tell me. Yep, auto-tune. Unbelievable. And one of the other members, he's like, why not stick with what's worked before? They're paying you so they can keep sounding like they're a teenage boy band. Yeah, it took everything in me not to tell him that. I convinced them that it was all their idea, and Sydney, of course, is a genius. so he got them on board. But what happened to collaboration, improvisation, working together, mining for creative gold? Like we used to do, I say. You and me and the Daughters of Fortune. Yeah, that was so fulfilling. Best times of my life. And so much of it was because I got to work with you. Before I even noticed him coming, Dan sidles up next to us. Dan Sayers, my manager, the taskmaster, as I've dubbed him. Hey, Desirae, great show. It sounds forced when Dan says it, probably because it's the part of the job he cares about least, quality. Hey, Eric, long time. Good seeing you. Hope everything's good. I'm doing well. Anyway, Desirae, I hate to break up the party, but there are a few outstanding obligations. There's the meet and greet with VIP fans here at the Bellagio, and then we signed that agreement for you to spend a few hours at the nightclub to promote the tour. I grit my teeth. Don't say anything you'll regret, Desirae. I tell myself. I'm glad Eric is here. Otherwise, Dan might get a black eye. Although, who knows? There's still time.
Chapter 3. Eric. I know that look on her face well. It's just like the way a combatant regards a grenade after she's just pulled the pin. Save yourself! The voice inside me shouts. But my job isn't to run. It's to jump on the explosive, since the fallout would land square on the person who's about to combust. I place a calming hand on Desiree's shoulder to remind her to come back down to earth, and to give her a millisecond's time to prepare her for what I'm about to do. Desirae, how about I go with you? It's been so long since I've been part of the fan side. Dan, what do you think? Make sure our number one girl makes it in one piece. I don't know how she's even standing. Can you imagine you or me out there, Dan? I couldn't even handle the costume changes. I don't know how you get into some of those things. I'm relieved to see her posture has relaxed in the last few seconds, and her breathing is less clipped. I think even acknowledgement that what she's asked to do is superhuman helps her handle it all. And that's not a bad idea, Eric. Desirae, you okay with that? Dan says. Yeah, I love that idea. I could use the extra support, she says, with a look that seems to say thank you. Not only for volunteering, but for the gift of imagining 6'4", beanpole-thin Dan Sayers spraining an ankle, squeezing himself into a metallic bra and skirt with matching wig during the 30-second break between songs. Great. I'd hate for you to get burned out. Hopefully having an old pal will help, Dan says. Desirae and I exchange a telepathic look that says one thing. Dan, that ship has sailed. She seems to revive, knowing she won't have to shoulder the obligations alone. Desirae, we'll talk in the morning, Dan adds. Yep, I'll be all ready for our 8:30. Great, Eric says. Have fun, you two. Right. Because when you've been worked beyond your physical limits, what says Barrel of Laughs better than tacking on a little more work? It's not that stars are overly sensitive. It's that everyone else is insensitive to how much they're expected to sacrifice. Desirae takes my hand and walks with me to her dressing room. All of this, and she still hasn't gotten a chance to change, or drink some water, or eat some food, or be human. Is he always like that? I ask her. Who, Dan? Yeah, I feel like he's not even living on the same planet. Yeah, that's just how he is. Delusional? Nah, just tough. He's the best there is. I'll never want for work. He works so hard to book me the best gigs and to make sure I never fall off the public's radar. It's a lot on you, though, I say. Yeah, just a fact of life, she laments. It doesn't have to be, though. Maybe. I have a contract, though, with him and with everyone else, and it would be so much more stressful to break it. And you know what that sort of thing can do to your reputation. No quicker way to be branded as difficult. I'm in a good place. I'd rather be struggling to keep up rather than struggling to be relevant, you know? Yeah, I think about that a lot myself. Lately, though, I've been coming to the conclusion that maybe there's a middle ground. The trouble is knowing when you've found it, I guess, she says. She's in the process of trading her theatrical costume for understated chic. The transition from a high-octane, high-wire arena show performer to an effortlessly glamorous girl next door is breathtaking. Her straightened dark hair is even more dazzling than the elaborate wig covering it up just moments before. The understated makeup on the blank canvas of her face reveals a natural beauty even more potent than the glitzy veneer that took a team of cosmetic artists 2 hours to apply. "Ready to go?" she asks, with a smile that could almost convince me that she's never been happier. I know her too well for that, though. I almost gasp. I don't know if I'm ready to go if it means I'll be seen on the arm of someone so beautiful. It might make it hard to go back to being anywhere else. "Wow, I suddenly feel sorely underdressed," I say, looking down. "But you're in a bespoke suit," she muses. "I know, you have that effect on a guy, I guess." "Oh, come on, Mr. Rolling Stone's 40 Hottest Music Insiders Under 40. "Oh, in a battle of the lists, let's not even start, Miss Divas of the Century Countdown. Number 9, not that high. On a list with, let's see. Whitney Houston, Tina Turner, Aretha Franklin, and someone called Beyonce Knowles." She lets a little smile betray her attempt at humility. Good. She should take a little credit every once in a while. We walk over to the VIP lounge where the meet and greet takes place, and I gain an even greater appreciation for what she contends with. On the relatively short walk through the building, she stopped 5 times for her autograph. All 5 times she's so gracious, you would think the fans were the ones doing her the favor. Once they're gone, Desirae turns to me. "You know what I'd kill for right now? Anonymity? No. I'd kill for a basic, bargain basement hotel room, some greasy takeout, and nothing but time to work out song ideas all night. No expectations, nowhere to be in the morning, no pressure to make money for someone else. The songs could be total crap, but just getting to work on something creative, with no pressure. It sounds like a dream. When's the last time you got a chance to do anything like that?" "In my old age, I can't remember back that far," she says with a wink. "I'm serious, Desirae. When was the last time you did anything just out of love for the music, not on someone else's terms?" "I really don't know. Maybe since Daughters of Fortune was still together. As tense as things got, I really did love working with those girls." "Me too. Such a special time in your life. In my life, too." "And how about you, Eric? When was the last time you did something out of love for music? Are you still composing? Still working on any personal projects? Hearing unknown performers at some hole-in-the-wall club? Probably been at least as long as you. Maybe longer. There's never the time. And you always know that there's someone hungrier than you, willing to claw their way up harder, willing to fight dirtier. Yeah. It's amazing that even in your 20s, this business starts telling you how old you are. As if it's about this outer shell and not how a song reaches inside you and makes you feel something. I daydream about being insulated from it all and just writing songs that resonate with people. Yeah, exactly. Enough of the nonsense. Only the things that actually matter, I say. And you know what's really depressing about it all? What? This is from the viewpoint of 2 of the most successful people in the music business. If we feel powerless, God, good luck to anyone else. I feel like it would be some kind of sin for this conversation to end here tonight, she says. I don't know. It feels good just to vent, to talk with someone who understands what it's like. Oh, absolutely, Eric. Thank you, by the way. For what? For whining your ear off? No, silly. For always being here. For reminding me I'm not alone. Even though I know how lucky I am, you've never once dismissed me or downplayed the hard parts. You know how people ran for the hills when Daughters of Fortune imploded. That's one reason I've stayed loyal to Dan, too. Maybe more than I should. He got me somewhere after that mess and never turned his back on me, either. How could I turn my back on you? You're such an amazing friend. Such an amazing person. Some of the people I work with, they don't have the talent of your little finger, but they think they're the second coming of Christ. No. They think they're the first coming. We both laugh. Like those guys from yesterday. They acted like they did me a huge favor by letting me give my professional opinion on a direction for their song, and by letting themselves take credit for it. If everyone were like Desirae, the music industry would be unrecognizable. First, the talent level would skyrocket, but it would be a place focused on a shared love of music, not a competition over whose massive ego gets the most strokes. She's extraordinary. She could probably stand to have a bigger ego, that she might not have to fight so hard for the treatment that she deserves. But if she had a bigger ego, she wouldn't be the person I admire so deeply. We arrive at the VIP lounge, and I hold open the door. The woman from earlier who came so close to blowing her top is nowhere in sight. She actually looks hopeful for the first time in a long time, rather than just overwhelmed. I feel oddly hopeful, too. Talking with Desirae, it feels possible to pursue something more meaningful in music. Not just business transactions, but real partnerships. Not a career, but a calling. Not just a living, but a life.
Chapter 4. Desirae. I drag my feet to the consultation with my manager. I really don't want to have this meeting, or any more meetings for that matter. Being solo and doing the same things over and over again, just to keep me up to date with the fans' and upcomers' eyes is too much anymore. I'm exhausted. Emotionally, physically, you name it. It feels like this all the time. I remember when I used to be filled with vigor and excitement to be on stage, to tour. Then again, that was with my girls, and we were brand new stars. If only I would have known how things would play out. Now, it's like my passion has become a drag. It feels more and more like work for others than for myself. And that's exactly what it is. This isn't my passion anymore. Not in this kind of sense. Dan is already sitting there. I forget that we're on his time, not mine. God forbid the entertainer has a moment of peace between shows, tours, meet and greets, and whatnot. I drop myself into a chair and wait for his outline. That was a fantastic show yesterday. Now, let's make an ideal itinerary for the upcoming tour we plan on doing. I know it's not announced or set in stone, but we can pretty much just assume it is. Yeah, because I get no say. No break. No joy. Dan clearly can't read the dissatisfaction on my face, or doesn't care. Why should he? He makes his money off of me. If I don't perform, then he doesn't get paid. And neither do I. Maybe we should do more shows on the East Coast this time. You've always sold well with audiences there. If we stick to mid-size venues, then we can control the crazy fans as well as jack up ticket prices, because seating will be limited. I drop my head to my hand and stare at the wall. The same story every time. Smaller and smaller places. Higher and higher prices. Also, it helps us save on security. He doesn't even notice that I'm tuning him out. Just keeps going on, blah, blah, blah. I love how Dan calls these suggestions, but he gets the final say. I know I'm supposed to. But then it turns into a dance of why his ideas are better. And frankly, I don't give a damn anymore. I don't want to even think about touring. What do you think, Desirae? Well, I think it all sounds ambitious. Do we really have to drive up the prices of tickets if we are saving money with security? That way, people who really want to see me perform don't have to give up their life savings. Dan rubs his chin in contemplation. Here it comes. That all sounds reasonable. I can run numbers but can't make any promises. Which is code for fat chance. This goes on for a while. I get my input here and there. Dan entertains it. But in the end, it's what's best for marketing. Hours later, we are finally done brainstorming where the tour will do great and what will make it better than great. I'm glad to leave, but I feel overwhelmed and somehow more exhausted than I was before the meeting began. I force a smile and wave as I slide into my car. Dan and the team look excited, like they could happily talk about this all day. I wish I could share their enthusiasm. I sit in my car and enjoy the moment of peace. With a heavy sigh, I grab my folder of notes Dan left for me to look over. He wants me to make adjustments and jot my thoughts on things, allowing me time to think it all over. How generous. I realize I'm rereading the same line over and over again. I'm running on fumes. How am I supposed to focus on this book of a plan? Ugh. I toss the folder into the passenger seat. I can't focus right now. I just listened to this pitch for a tour that I don't even want to do. I know it sounds like I'm a big barrel of fun, but I just did this. I don't want to do it again. I didn't want to do it the last so many times either. I'm constantly on tour, or preparing for the next one. At what point do you go insane from too much self-neglect? I just need a break. I grab my phone and call Eric. Hello? Hey, how's it going? Oh, the same as earlier. Debating on my life choices. I laugh. Same here. I'd say you'd never believe what I just sat through. But then again, I know you know exactly what I just did. Well, I know you had a meeting with the manager. Let me guess. You have to do another tour soon, and it has to be bigger and better than all the other ones. You just summed up my 3-hour meeting. He chuckles. It brings a smile to my own face. And even though the outline is made, you need to make all the final decisions because, technically, it's your tour. I let out a groan. Yes? I don't want to do this anymore, Eric. I just feel so burnt out about all of this. Remember when I used to love this? And now, I want to throw up just thinking about having to tour. It's lost all of its appeal, especially when there's no new material that you created yourself. This is why I call him. He gets it. Exactly. I don't know how much more of this I can take. I feel my brain going numb and my IQ dropping every time I have to do the same thing over and over again. Oh, believe you me, I get it. But I'm not bound by the type of contract you are, so I can't really compare. That stupid contract will be the death of me. Sure, I make money and do what most people would love, but it's not my passion anymore. I want to create new things and show the world what I have before I don't have it anymore. I know I have more to offer to people who really love music and the joy it brings, who know the difference between soul and hype. I know, I get it. I wish there was a way for me to help you out of the endless cycle. I just need a loophole, a way out of it. If I can break this contract, maybe I'll find meaning in what I'm doing again. Why don't you come over? You can relieve stress over a bottle of wine in the best company. You know, I'm going to take you up on that. I'll be over soon. I'm going to take my car home and grab an Uber if we're drinking first. I end the call, feeling a tad better but not much. It doesn't make me happy to realize my only source of relief these days is to yell about my life. My Uber drops me off at Eric's, and I let myself in. It's nice to not have to put on a face or be overly polite to someone. I'm here. I'd hope so, because I'm not at all prepared for a visitor that isn't you. I laugh as I walk into the kitchen and see Eric pulling out his wine opener. You weren't kidding. You look exhausted. Gee, thanks, I grumble. I take a stool at the counter, patiently waiting for my finely aged medicine. What's your manager's no-fail plan this time? I roll my eyes and give him the short version of my earlier meeting. Eric stops pulling the cork and stares at me. Does he realize that if he works his star to death, he won't have a main act anymore? I slump forward and put my head on the cool counter. I think he'll worry about that when it happens. All I want is a break, even a short one. Is that asking too much? From the industry, especially Dan, yes. Eric replies. He yanks the cork and pours us each a glass. I just need a pick-me-up so I can get my energy back and put more focus on my personal life before I'm 80. Eric raises an eyebrow and pushes the wine glass towards me. That's not the pick-me-up I was talking about, but it'll do. I take a bigger swig than I intend. It goes down way too smoothly. I can't imagine what it's like being an abused entertainer who gets no real say once a contract is signed. If I could do something, I would. You know that. I'm always here for you. He holds his glass out to toast mine. I know, thank you. I clink mine against his and we sip. Thankfully, Eric tops our glasses off once they are set down. There's always a loophole if you look in the right places. What exactly does your contract say? I push myself back into my chair and squeeze my eyes shut. Oh, the usual? If I'm severely ill or injured with documentation, then I can have X number of weeks to recover. But it has to be like life or death. I've looked deep into that one. I could throw myself in front of a bus. All they would do is cast me up and tell me I'm good to go. Well, if you knew more kids, you could always hug one with chicken pox and see what happens. We laugh at the thought, but I counter it. Yeah, but they'd make calamine lotion the same skin tone as mine and tell me I could possibly be spared the meet and greet if I felt contagious enough. I suddenly sit straight up. Hang on. There is a marriage clause in the contract. If I get married, there's something that says that the contract pauses the clock on my obligations. I'm slightly excited now. I wouldn't be required to tour or fulfill most terms of the contract for 2 years. I look up at Eric with my new discovery. He's gone silent. Maybe I should have kept that one to myself. It sounds more than desperate, but 2 years off. If only I had a man in my life.
Chapter 5. Eric. I tap my fingers against my glass for a second. Marriage will get her out of her contract. For 2 years, nonetheless. They must have really thought she would never get married. Like she has said, though, they keep her too busy to pursue her own life. I sip for a moment. So you're saying that the tour would be called off if you got married? You wouldn't have to do anything for 2 years. Well, at least compared to what they are having you do now? Desirae lets out a sarcastic laugh. Sure, but that's never going to happen. What makes you say that? She gives me a skeptical look. I don't have time for that. You know that better than anybody. She takes a long sip this time. Hell, that's probably why that clause was even allowed to be put into my contract in the first place. They know I'll never be able to maintain or even start a real relationship, let alone one that leads to marriage. Are you kidding? They keep me working so much with such quick turnarounds it would never happen. I snort into my glass. You may not have time for love, but that doesn't have to stop you from getting married. Hell, lots of people get married who aren't in love. I laugh at my own joke. Isn't that what Vegas is based on? Desirae doesn't find it as humorous as I do. She sips her wine, her face becoming serious. I decide to change the subject briefly. How about I make you dinner? That way you don't have to cook or order in. We can even pretend you don't have a tour bearing down on you in the near future. She smiles and nods. A real meal doesn't sound half bad, even if you are the one cooking it. That's more like it. Oh, I'm a professional. Nothing but the best for the best. I throw a wink at her as I pull out some food. I look in the fridge to see what we can make up. Steak, veggies, and noodles. Stir, fry it is. I grab my wok and start chopping as Desirae fills me in on the rest of her manager's plans. She winds up stopping in her story to question me. Can I help? What can I do? Nothing. Just relax and enjoy the show. I've got it covered. It wouldn't behoove me to ask you over, then make you cook. Now continue with your story. She rolls her eyes and continues. Once I get everything frying, it's time to open a new bottle of wine. I refill our empty glasses, thinking about everything she's told me. It sounds absolutely terrible. There's no way she has to do all of that for one tour. Even the Kardashians have more time to themselves than she does. Do you have that folder with you about your tour? Yeah, it's in my bag. Can you grab it for me? I want to look at it. Just to see all your obligations in writing, of course. Yeah, sure. She grabs it out of her bag. I'm impressed by the size of it. Damn, you have to go through all of that. Yup. Impressive, huh? Her sarcasm has a bite of disgust to it. I don't understand why Dan seems to punish the only thing making him money, I mumble. Because to him it brings joy and lots of dough. But for you too, of course. I guess. I look at her hesitantly. She obviously doesn't care about the money. So, like she said, the only thing holding her to doing this is that damn contract. I lean over the counter and start reading. I can't believe the stuff that they have in here. It's a war and peace size list of demands that makes my head spin. I know Desirae doesn't have a light agenda, but part of me thought she was just so burnt out that she had been exaggerating a tad. Nope. Not the case at all. I feel so badly for her. I mean, she makes it sound like a walk in the park compared to what they actually require her to do daily. And the hours? She's right. She has no time for herself, for life. Hell, I don't know how she has the time to see me right now. No wonder she doesn't want to be back on tour. This is grueling. Wow, they're really going to milk you for all you're worth. Yeah, while I'm still worth something. I slide the paperwork back to her. Her face is crestfallen. Seeing her this way hurts me. She has such life, but all I ever see is a fire that's striving to not be put out completely. Without room to breathe, fire can only burn for so long. Dinner's ready. I'll dish. You go ahead and have a seat. Thank God. Desirae grabs our glasses along with the freshly opened bottle of wine. I chuckle to myself. I definitely don't blame her for needing some liquid therapy. I'd be a drunk if I was her. I dish us up generous amounts of stir-fry and head to the table. Chopsticks or fork? I offer. I'm starving. Let's go with a fork. I take too long trying to eat with chopsticks. I laugh, handing her a fork. If you want to deprive me of watching you eat with chopsticks, then so be it. I was ready for a good laugh. Oh, ha-ha, she says dryly. We dig in. How is it? I ask. Don't act like you don't know you're a damn good cook, she teases. It's perfect. Either that or I'm just really hungry. I'm going to go with both. She smiles as she puts another forkful in her mouth. Her mood lifts slightly while we eat. We discuss anything and everything besides our jobs. Mainly music, though. It's what brings us the greatest joy. Ironic that, as of now, it also brings us the greatest despair. Greed of others can overflow endlessly into our own businesses. I watch her laugh and her eyes glimmer when we talk about music that moves us. I love this side of her. It also makes me incredibly sad. Desirae really doesn't deserve to be treated like this. She is talented, beautiful, and has her own voice that she's dying to share with the world. Her ideas in music are something the world needs to hear. I don't say that lightly. I know music and talent, and Desirae has it all. 2 years of peace could do her a world of good for her. Mentally more than anything, but spiritually as well. Who knows what she would be able to accomplish? She is my oldest, best friend. Anyone would be lucky to marry her. In fact, I am sure the only reason she hasn't been swept off of her feet yet is because she never has the time. Plain and simple. I did tell her that I would do anything for her. This seems to be her only way out of that life-threatening contract. I mean, how much more can this poor soul take until she just gives up? No one wants that. I couldn't stand to see that happen. I refused to see that happen. What would you do with 2 years off? She looks surprised. She takes a moment to think. Slurping up her noodle, she answers, Well, I would have time to put some music together that I have come up with. Maybe even have time to record it. I can go somewhere I actually want to go and not on a schedule. That would help a lot with my music flow. She pokes the food around her plate, looking contemplative. I know creating my own, fresh music would help me heal in ways I haven't really allowed myself to. I still feel so much guilt from living off of my fame from my daughter days when they aren't. It would be different if I really made something significant with my own music. Something that I have actually accomplished and put together myself. She twirls her noodles, thinking, simply put, it would be exhilarating and refreshing freedom. I'd come back more than revitalized. She smiles, looking down at her plate. The simple prospect seems to give her a new burst of energy. It's the first time I have seen her even look a little bit like her old self. And that was just thanks to having the thought of 2 years off. I know she can do amazing things if she can get her zest for life back. I smile. It's settled. Let's make it happen then. Okay, I'll get right on that. I'm serious. I told you the only way I can think of, Eric, is to get married. I know. She looks at me curiously. I would be happy to marry you, Desirae.
Chapter 6. Desirae. I flash a look at Eric like he has 3 heads. Are you completely nuts? Marriage? Me? Us? Did you spike your own wine glass 'cause you're acting like you're dead drunk? Eric laughs. Nah, nothing that extreme. Listen, you're not seeing the big picture here. It would be a marriage of convenience only. It gets you out of another tour, and it's no big deal to me. No big deal? Eric? You do realize in the end we'd have to get divorced. You want to be divorced from someone when you haven't even fallen in love yet? I flash him a side-eye glance. Talk about not thinking of the big picture here. Hey, I'll bet people in Vegas do this all the time for contractual purposes and whatnot. You can't tell me the lineup outside the Little White Chapel is all due to love. Eric slides more stir-fry onto my plate, and I happily oblige. I'm starving. Maybe out of nervousness, maybe out of a need for a real home-cooked meal. Who cares? I gobble up the noodle goodness while considering Eric's reasoning. The former is easy, the latter not so much. I get what you're saying, but these are our lives, right? I'm not some divorcee trying to squeeze in another marital round on her domestic resume. Eric chuckles and takes another sip of his wine. Desirae, think about this. All we would have to do is have a quickie ceremony, grab the marriage certificate, and go out a few times so the paparazzi can publicly seal the deal. Bim, bam, boom, done. What's anyone going to say about it? Who can stop us? What? Will they interrogate us under bare bulbs until we squeal? Hardly. We do the deed. You get time off to rest and create, and no one's the wiser. I pick up my wine glass and twirl it in the candlelight, pondering over what Eric just said. It's hard not to agree with the goofball. He makes some seriously good points. And what a bestie. Willing to do this for me? Could I have a better, more loyal friend? My head agrees, but my gut screams no. The out isn't viable, or rather isn't settling well with my conscience. I sigh, lift the wine glass, and take a healthy swig. Eric, you're such a dear friend offering me a chance like this. But I can't allow you to get hurt because of my weird life. It's a step too far. I adore you for even offering. But I have to protect you from yourself and kindly say no. I pat Eric on the hand, and he nonchalantly shrugs and forks up another heaping of noodle and sliced prime rib like he had simply offered to lend me a pencil. No big deal. Although I could swear he blinked more when I turned him down. He's probably relieved. He just won't admit it, the silly guy. I stare at Eric. He's always been the practical one in this friendship. And there's no way I could ever be upset with his offer. People like Eric come along once in a lifetime, but it's still a marriage, even on paper. Neither of us could later deny it existed. Every time anyone would ask, we'd have to cough up the story for the rest of our lives. I doubt it's what Eric wants as an icebreaker on a date, and it's not exactly how I dreamt of my wedding as a little girl. I grab the wine bottle and fill up my glass, and, sounding as light and airy as I can, I fill the uncomfortable silence with assuring words. I've decided I'm going to do this tour. I'm being far too selfish in all of this. I know how fleeting fame can be. If I'm smart, I need to grab the brass ring before it rolls away. What? To the point of exhaustion, though? To the point of killing your creative juices? Eric, I made a mountain out of a molehill. It was just my tiredness talking. I have a small amount of time before the tour begins, what with all the details Dan still needs to flesh out. And don't forget the rehearsals. I'm lucky I have a singing career at all. If it hadn't been for Kelly and Honey, I'd probably be a server at Olive Garden or something. Hey now, you know that's not true. Your voice, your way with an audience. That's all natural. Real gifts. Maybe so, but the fleeting nature of this business is a fact. A year from now, there could be another It band or another It girl, and I'll be sidelined as yesterday's concert news. I better take the offers when they come, grab the coin, and run all the way to the bank. I start to believe the words as I speak them out loud. It is true that I'm lucky to have this career at all, and Dan might be right. Time out of the spotlight could be the death blow for my fame. I mean, how many entertainers have we seen go through your studio? 1 minute, they're the best thing since sliced bread. The next minute, people are asking who they are. No, I have to suck it up and be smart. Okay, Miss Smarty Pants, how about one more glass for the road? Okay, I'm Ubering it anyway. Fill me up. For the rest of the evening, Eric and I talk about his work at the studio and the experiences I had on the road. I see weariness in Eric's eyes, matching the fatigue I feel in my own. But young people like us aren't supposed to be tired. We're supposed to have more energy than sense. As I sip at my wine, I look at the bags under Eric's eyes and wonder about both our futures. For years, Eric and I have fought to get here. And now that we're exhausted. The adage about being careful what you wish for rings inside my head. I fantasize about hitting the creator of that adage with something hard and sharp. You and I will get through this time, you know? I assure Eric, giving him a hug. Yeah, I know. But what I wouldn't give to be having the Daughters of Fortune back in my studio. At least you guys acted normal. I laugh. Experiencing dementia already, huh? We weren't all that normal. I wink. Eric chuckles. Yeah, you guys had your late night 7-Eleven run for Slurpees while recording. Now that was awful stuff. Who pays out good money for stale pop and ice anyway? I laugh and jokingly punch Eric in the arm, and we both start laughing. Okay, Mr. Big Shot Producer, I'm away. This concludes our pity party for the evening. I hug Eric and get into the Uber. Both of us wave and flash big smiles, but deep in my gut, I know neither of us is happy. Life is just the way it is. We got it all, plus some resentment on top. I get into my house, close the door, and let my keys and purse drop where I stand. I'm beyond tired, emotionally and physically, but I refuse to let the tiredness win. I pad to the wet bar, pour myself a nightcap, and let my mouth unveil a pep talk. Looking outside at the LA skyline, I let it rip. Desirae, you're really being annoying. You're one of the luckiest people on earth right now. So, get some sleep and get on with your charmed life. Everything is going to be A-okay. And you know it. You can practically do these tours blindfolded now. You sing and dance. You schmooze with influencers in the green room. You shake a few hands. Your manager does a few deals. Rinse and repeat. I convince myself. Then plop down on my sectional and feel quite good about myself. At least until my cell phone explodes. Calls, emails, texts flood in. There are associates needing to get approval. Costume suggestions, concert start dates, city add-ons, promo photo shoots, publicity pressers, rehearsal times. I try to lay my phone on the coffee table between calls, and it practically vibrates itself onto the floor. I gaze at the dancing phone and exhale with a puff at the end. Geez. And the storm begins anew. The world is spinning. Please let me off. I pick up the phone one last time, only long enough to turn the thing off. The concert machine can wait until tomorrow before going on the attack. I sit back, sip my drink, and marvel at the bands, the singers who have come before me. How did they manage this never-ending cycle? Is this why superstars end up smoking and doing drugs? No surprise there. Maybe only certain people are cut out for the business end of the biz. I get back up and gaze down at the world outside. I see all those tiny black dots. Real people living real lives, normal lives. Not understanding what it's like to be up here, on top of the world, carrying the world's weight on your shoulders. Okay, God, this is not me whining, but I can't help but wonder what it would be like to be a nobody again. You go on vacation without a worry in your head. You laugh and drink with your friends. You walk down the street and take in the sights. You party at the pool. Me now. If I try to go out there and do those things, I'm mobbed. No normal nobody for me ever again. I sigh. The nightcap is doing me in. I'm beyond dog-tired. I lay the glass on the coffee table and pad to bed. No more thinking, no more worrying, and certainly no more whining. I am Desirae Scott, songstress extraordinaire. I slip into the Egyptian cotton sheets, so smooth, so cool, and I whisper a few last words to myself. Some people are mail carriers, others are bus drivers. I am a singer. That's just who I am. As my mind drifts off to sleep, my gut is still screaming the words. It's getting so out of control.
Chapter 7. Eric. I watch my fingers adjust the levers on the equalizer board as if they're on autopilot. I'm working on mixing another rock band album. Not my way, the band's way. Even though I know it's all wrong. Who the hell wants the reverb up this high? The words will fuzz right out. Maybe it's for the best. The lyrics suck anyway. Get my girl on the go-go. What the hell does that mean? I throw the notepad listing all the band's weird instructions to the floor. Sheer unadulterated junk. Why ask for an expert producer if all you're going to do is ignore the expert's advice? I might as well be talking to the wall. I swing my chair around and gaze out the window partition to the empty studio before me. If that parquet flooring could talk, what would it say? I swing my chair towards the hall and see all the gold record plaques from real, honest-to-goodness talented artists, and I wonder where those halcyon days went. I mumble to myself. Obviously a relic of yesteryear when people were knowledgeable and polite. I sigh, get up and fill my cup with more coffee. I need to find a way to stay awake through this mind-numbing session. I sit back down, twirl the chair back to the studio vista, and let my mind wander back to the other day. I rock the chair back and forth with an aggression matching my mood. Damn! This is nuts. Desirae is a talented singer. She wouldn't need all this high-treble reverb to cover up a lousy voice. Hell, she'd never even ask me to do such a thing. At least the Daughters of Fortune were honest with themselves and with me. I pick up the band's instruction pad, gaze at it, stick my tongue out at it, and shove it in the paper shredder. There, you literal piece of trash. I smirk, then I smile, then I explode into a belly laugh. I stare at the shredder like it's my enemy. Stop mocking me with your tight-lipped, steel-toothed expression. I'm gonna mix this damn album my way, the right way, and those ugly guitar-picking clowns can go suck rotten eggs. Money talks. They don't like my thing, they can go eat it instead. I leave the mixing room and stroll into the studio. As I sip my coffee, I ponder the past, both recent and not so much. How did we come here? Think back to the 60s when we were making such advancements. It might be before my time, but still. God, it was fresh then. People had new ideas. That's when the wall of sound was invented. I can't help but sigh with disappointment and bitterness. Now it's just a bunch of numbskulls spewing out digitized garbage. Dare them to think of something new and their little minds just shut down. I lay my cup on the piano and try a few chords. I end up playing Unchained Melody just because I can. As my fingers tickle the keys, my mind wanders back to the other night and Desirae's talent and her quandary. I mumble as I play. Yeah, I guess I was being silly offering to marry her the other night. Desirae is usually the impulsive one in this friendship. What happened to me? I'm the rational, reasonable one. I guess I should be glad somebody had the sense to call the whole thing off. Otherwise, I guess there'd be a dime store ring on my finger and a wedding certificate in my hand. I riff the keys with a high C staccato and laugh out loud. I pick up my coffee cup, taking a sip. God, it's cold. I wander back into the mixing room and pour another cup, wishing I had something better to occupy my mind. I know my gut is trying to tell me something, and I refuse to listen. I plunk down in the chair, reverse the tape, and level out the equalizer all over again. I put on the headphones and listen. Cripes. These guys are terrible. Why are pimple-nosed kids listening to this band? The birdie inside my head whispers, anything sounds good when you're high on ecstasy, I guess. I raise and lower my eyebrows, exhale, and start remixing. As the track replays, I gaze out at the studio again. Only this time I'm seeing ghostly images of the past. Kelly, Desirae, and Honey laughing, cracking jokes between sets. And when the red light goes on, signaling recording in session, those giggling girls go completely professional, and the sweet melodies come out. No mixing, no digitizing needed. I sigh and smile. My heart beats for those easy days. Then my frazzled mind segues to a ceremony at the little white chapel which didn't happen. Desirae and I run down the aisle as a wedded husband and wife. My eyes pop. I lean back in my chair as if repelling from my own visions. What would have I done if Desirae had said yes? She's right. I need my head examined. I'm a 4-star idiot for even offering. What do I need with marriage? Ever, on paper or real? How would we explain it to our folks, to our friends? Oh my God, to the world! I look down at my coffee. Caffeine won't clear this horror from my head, and I shove it aside, wishing the cup were full of bourbon instead. The one thing I know is throwing a fake marriage is probably the #1 way to ruin a perfectly good friendship. And then where would I be? Desirae is one of the few people I like having around. I pull a damn silly stunt like this, and for what? So, she has a few weeks downtime. You've pulled some in your time, but this tops them all. Way to go. I lean back and chuckle. Hey, Mr. Porter, is it okay if my cleaning team comes in now and mops the studio? Sure, Harry, knock yourself out. I'm only mixing today. I smile at the cleaning staff filing in, and they wave back. I watch them for a while. I'm not originally from the West, so I wasn't originally exposed to the entertainment business. These workers walk around the studio like it's just another room to clean, oblivious to the history of the place. I never see them stop and gaze at the gold record plaques on the walls. I never hear them talk about the big acts who have made their names inside this building. It's like it's nothing to them, yet it's everything to me. I catch my reflection in the side mirror. That's the thing, Porter. What you're doing these days, who you're handling, it's all a load of nothing. Oh my God. You're not having one of those useless thoughts in your head again. Be productive. I mutter back, defending myself from myself for some reason. Hey, pondering the meaning of life is not useless. It'll probably come in handy if there's a quiz to enter heaven. Sorry, sir, what did you say? I see Harry turning around and facing me. I look down on the mixer deck and see the mic is live. I gulp awkwardly. Oh, nothing, Harry. Ignore me, man. I flick the switch and curse at myself. Good one, Eric. One step closer to the loony bin. Thankfully, my phone rings, taking me away from myself. The caller ID says Desirae. Hey, Des, what's up? Eric, oh my God! All I hear is pitiful sobbing on the other end of the line. Hey, what's going on? She won't stop crying. She tries to talk, but it's imperceptible words. I know this is no use. Desirae, listen, I'm coming over. We can't do this on the phone. Hang on, I'll be right over. I hear a muffled sound like an uh-huh, and the line goes dead. I flick the studio mic. Harry, you and your group, are you guys okay to let yourselves out? Lock up on your own? I have to take off. Emergency. Oh, sure, Mr. Porter, we're fine and dandy. I have the master key. You go on right ahead. Harry smiles. I flick off the mic, wave goodbye to the cleaning staff, grab my sweatshirt and tear outside. The midday desert heat assaults me as soon as I fling open the door. I jog to my car for quick relief. As I press the start button and throw the beast into gear, my mind races about Desirae. I've never heard her sound like this before. I veer in and out of lanes, screaming through yellow light intersections and racing through greens. In no time, I'm in front of her door. I furiously knock. She answers and falls into my arms, sobbing still. Hey, Desirae. You need to calm down so you can tell me what's going on. The entire time she trembles in my arms. I'm looking left and right, seeing if there's an intruder, looking down to see if she's hurt. Nothing. Everything seems fine, but I know it's anything but... Eric! Yes, tell me. Come on, Desirae. Whatever it is. Get me out of here, now! I nod my head and guide her to the car. I wheel it back to the studio in no time. The entire way, Desirae stays buried in my chest, her entire body convulsing from her uncontrollable cries. My mind races. I know by now the cleaning staff will be gone, and it's the most private place to talk. My studio has always been Desirae's second home anyhow. She'll feel easier to talk there. Being there will help. God, I hope so, because I can tell this is bad, really bad.
Chapter 8. Desirae. Eric helps me out of his car and takes me to his private office in the studio. The ride over calms me enough now to talk, but emotionally I'm still on a razor's edge. Eric, I thought I could, handle it. Eric hands me a tissue, and I gratefully accept. I gave myself a pep talk last night before I went to bed, but I woke up more exhausted than when I fell asleep. This tour, I can't. I simply can't. I have got nothing left to give. I sit in Eric's office chair, barely able to wipe my nose thanks to my shaking hands. It's all I can do to keep it together enough to explain to my absolute best friend. I'm a physical and emotional wreck. I can't think straight. I'm dizzy. I'm seeing stars. I'm waffling between passing out and throwing up. I'm desperate, Eric. I don't know what to do. Oh, Desirae, my God, you're worse than I thought. I've never seen you like this before. Eric kneels beside me and puts an arm across my shoulders, trying to comfort me. It's all I can do to not fall into another crying jag. I look down at Eric with pleading eyes. Eric, I'm so sorry for having to say this to you. You don't deserve this. But I have no one else to turn to. Could you reconsider going through with your offer to marry me? Eric's eyes widen, and he gets up and pulls a chair close. I can tell by his actions alone I'm asking far too much of him, and my heart is breaking. But I can't help but ask. No, beginning. He stares at me for the longest time. I don't say another word. I know the ball is in his court now. After a long pause. Oh, Desirae, I could tell yesterday. This issue of constant touring would not end well. I've known you for years. Heck, we both came up in the industry together. And you have been recording here since the start. There's no doubt you and I have bonded over those many years. Right. I mean, it's true. We are such good friends, you and I. Exactly. So don't you think we risk ruining our friendship going ahead with this stunt? I don't know what I was thinking the other night. I guess my heart led my head. Even back in the day when you three sang here, I couldn't stand to see you upset or hurt. I saw you upset the other day and, well, I wanted to make things better. It doesn't mean my idea was any good, though. I look down at the floor. Quiet tears form and silently fall to the linoleum. I no longer sob or shake. I feel nothing but hopelessness and loss. Hey, now, stop your crying. You're soaking my shoes. How about you and I go over the pros and cons and what they all could mean, okay? I look up, and with only a hint of a smile, I whisper, okay. Right. So, the pros. Number 1, you get the rest you so desperately need. I counter. A con? We spend the rest of our lives having to admit we lied. Pro number 2, it gives you a chance to get your mental health back to normal, so you can create and produce more songs. Without songs, there is no career, right? That's a big one. Con number 2, we have to play this make-believe game until we get a divorce, going out, faking affection more than we feel, posing for shots, lying in interviews. Yeah, and con number 3. We would have to move in together, you know. No high-flying single-party life for us. And a big con number 4. If my manager or the music label or the concert corporation ever find out, I could be sued for all I'm worth. Worry lines slowly creep onto my forehead for the first time. Lawsuits, reputations. My studio rep could take a permanent nosedive. Eric sighs. Have we got any other pros? Eric looks up and laughs. Always the glass half full. That's the Desirae I know and love. Then he clears his throat, realizing his inopportune word choice. Then my cell phone rings. I look at the caller ID. Eric, it's my management team. Again. They've been calling me off the hook since last night. The cell keeps ringing. I'm afraid to take the call. What's their main beef this time? Eric asks. They keep pushing me for all the details. I turned my cell off. I can't avoid them forever. My look goes from hopeful to desperate again. My lips quiver. I gulp back the bubbling emotion. Eric's eyes glare at my cell. Then he looks across at me. Okay, listen, I can't see you like this. You're going to end up in the hospital if they keep pushing you. I'll agree to marry you, but only on one condition. My hope springs anew. Name it. The cell phone stops ringing. Thank God. 3 seconds later, it starts ringing again. My forehead throbs. I'm about to blow my top. I'll marry you if you allow me to produce your next album. Like, let me have full creative execution. A collaboration with our talents. We could create something truly special and rocket both our careers into the stratosphere. Really? You do that for me? For us? We marry, we create. It's a win-win, don't you think? Eric smiles for the first time. The cell keeps ringing. I swipe the hang-up icon. They can damn well wait. I happily grin. Eric takes my cell from my hands, hits the off button and slams the sucker on his desk. We need to talk this out. I agree. I'm thrilled Eric takes my phone. Already the collaboration is paying off. You know, back in the day, you were great when you mixed our songs during the Daughters era. Right? That was an exciting time, full of fun and exciting ideas. But it was always a battle of many minds. 3 singers and my expertise. This would be totally different. This would be just you and me, getting the sound completely right. No groupthink or endless debates or making nice to go along and get along. He nods his head, his enthusiasm starting to come through. You and me in here, creating sounds, weaving lyrics in a way never before heard. This moment could end up being like the Beach Boys' Pet Sounds album. Total creative freedom that goes through the roof commercially, too. Wow, I say in a hushed voice. The reality is that Eric almost certainly would have done my next album anyway, but I hear what he is saying now. This won't be just an album. It will be his experiment, his baby. Our baby. In an instant, I see it all. No managers, no partners, no concert control freaks. Just me and Eric, my voice, his expertise, and our mutual muse. You know what? Eric leans forward, his hands clasped in controlled excitement. What? This is diabolically genius. This could work. Not only do I get time off, but I spend that time energized by the art itself. No deadlines. Not having to look my photo best. Us both hunkered down. Me at the mic. You at the board. Holy cow, Eric. Do you have any idea how I've dreamt of this? This could be a fantasy come true. Right. You get to embrace the creative you for once. I always envied Kelly that way. I guess coming from a poorer background, the money was always front and center in my mind. Now, to let the art guide me instead of the almighty dollar? Eric rubs his hands together and chuckles. I laugh. I never heard him this excited, almost gleeful before. I walk over to Eric, get down on one knee, and take his hand in mine. Eric Porter, you are the best friend ever, and a mixing genius. Will you accept my proposal of a fake marriage so we can happily create a bouncing baby album together? Eric feigns like a love-struck girl and palms his cheeks in feigned ecstasy. Hey, I thought you'd never ask. Yes, I will. I get up, and we howl with laughter. Eric takes me by the waist, and we waltz around the room. In an instant, my mind and body are free. I feel the weight of 1,000 millstones fall from my back, neck, and shoulders. No more tears. No more shakes. I am simply happy to be for once. Oh, Eric, this is going to be heaven. Going to be? Heck, it already is. I stop dancing. My carefree mind settles back to reason. I grab Eric's arms to bring him down to earth, too. Hey, you're right. You're absolutely right. But when do we start the game? Make it official. You saw how my cell is ringing off the hook. Right? Eric says, puffing. Okay, well, as the old saying goes, the sooner the better, my fiance. You got something in mind? My soon-to-be hubby. I smirk. I do. And the game starts now. Follow me, dear bride. We are mere steps away from concert touring freedom and creative heaven. I wrap my arms through his and slap on the biggest smile since my last umpteenth curtain call. Lead the way, let the show begin. Eric leads us from our mutual doldrums and disillusion with the industry and out into the bright sunshine as a couple reborn into the world. I feel full of hope, revitalized by the promise of a dream waiting to be fulfilled. All we have to do is play a tiny game, and we get to pluck the pearl from this entertainment oyster. Eric opens the passenger car door for me before climbing into his own side. Then he wheels us out of the studio lot. The wind hits our faces and cools our minds. Hand in hand, we face the future, whatever it will be. And what it will be is, oh, so good.
Chapter 9. Eric. Where are we going? Desirae is all smiles and my heart sings. Our first public appearance as fiancé, Carl's coffee shop off Hunter Street. Oh gosh, you mean the joint we all used to go to after the studio recordings way back when? The very one. Carl's still at it, huh? Oh, yeah. I believe I'm funding his entire retirement plan in sold coffee beans. We laugh. Desirae suddenly shoots me a horrific look. Eric! We can't! Not yet! I need a fake engagement ring! Holy cow. Right, you are. Okay. Pit stop. I'll swing by Raleigh's pawn shop on 3rd. He sells me stuff on the down low. Raleigh is a vault. You okay with a second-hand fake ring with a genuine diamond? I wink. Desirae howls. That's hilarious and perfect. Hey, a ring out of a bubblegum machine would do as well, but... Yep, you and this Raleigh can be my ring guides. I'll act sufficiently surprised. She winks. Minutes later, in the pawn shop parking lot, I come out and present Desirae with some dead old woman's engagement ring. So, what do you think? Oh, it's lovely. Classical design. The diamond solitaire looks old too. I mean, in an antique sort of way. It is. Raleigh says it's from an estate auction sale, some old lady, flush with cash from her late husband. Gather he was an old gold miner. He bought her this. It has history, all right. They were married for 65 years. Good karma, right? I flash a prideful smile. The absolute best. Now, you promised me that coffee, and I have some ring flashing to do. Desirae smirks. I chuckle and throw the car into gear and head to Carl's. The game begins. Hey, man. Long time no see. Carl waves as we come in. Yeah, I know. No late night sessions lately. Let me introduce you to my special someone, Carl. This is... I know who this is. This is the Desirae Scott. Holy cow. In my coffee shop, of all places. Carl guides us to 2 stools at the far end of the counter, the ones I know he reserves for his special friends. Carl looks down at Desiree's finger, and his eyes pop. Miss, are you? I pull Carl aside and whisper in his ear. Hey, Carl, on the QT, okay? We're not officially announcing it for a couple of months yet, but yeah, we're getting hitched. Carl's eyes sparkle. Well, I'll be... Hey, nobody will hear it from me. But your coffees are on the house. That's a deal. I flash a toothy grin and slap the old man on the back. Desirae overhears our confab and winks at me. I wink back. I take the stool next to hers and we eagerly wait for the drinks. So the seed is planted? Desirae beams. Yep. Carl won't cough up the details, but us being an item, well, that'll make the rounds to be sure. As of this minute, we are officially a couple. How does it feel? Desirae chuckles. It kind of... well, it feels great. She throws her arms around my waist and we laugh together. I think for a second about how genuinely happy we are, and I wonder about our mental health. And then I laugh some more. Over the coffees, Desirae and I talk things out like we always do, naturally and with great ease. We often finish our own sentences just like a married couple, and when we do, it ignites more grins. In a hushed tone, I begin. I guess we better get a brief to file a prenup before the ceremony, right? Oh gosh, yes. I never thought of that. Not that you and I ever have issues when it comes to our careers, but yeah, better safe than sorry. That way, when we need to part, it's clean. And Des, you should probably move in with me, at least part-time, so we're seen together in the same house. I watch Desirae twirl her diamond ring like she really likes it. Yeah, totally. I can move some of my things into yours. I mean, how many times did Kelly, honey, and I flop at your place after an all-night recording session anyway? I'll bet I still have a toothbrush at your home. I laugh. Oh, that's not the half of it. You gals moved right in. I still have a cupboard in the bathroom filled with hairspray cans, makeup, and hot curler sets. And don't get me started on the clothes closets. Yeah, so girls need space. Even space that isn't theirs. She nudges me, and I happily nudge her back. We should also line up some dates. Attend concerts or films, or hit the industry cocktail circuit around town. That sort of thing. Eric, you and I have been doing that as friends. Don't think it will be much of a stretch to continue. I put a finger to my chin and think back. Huh? You're right. My +1 to social gigs around this town. When was the last time that wasn't you? This is going to be easier than I thought. I laugh, throw 2 more sugar cubes into my coffee, and happily swirl them around with my spoon. You're right. It's you and me being us. Wow. Super huge lifestyle shift. Desirae reaches for the cream. Why was I so nervous about this, then? I don't know. There's nothing to be nervous about. How about you set up a couple of shows we can attend? Something with a big crowd. Let's give the magazines some good pictures. Yeah, and I'll reserve a couple dinners for us, too. Someplace nice where they won't let the paps in, but eyes will still be watching. It's a date, or many. We clink our mugs and giggle like school kids. I realize how incredibly easy this will be. It's us, but with the added titles of husband and wife. Neither one of us has to reinvent the wheel. We've been palling together like this for years whenever Desirae is in town. Hey, you know what too? Our friends. They've seen us together forever. We won't even have to invent a tale. They'll assume it's the classic story of best friends falling in love. Completely. Geez, why did we wait this long to fake marry? 'Cause you needed a literal escape clause, remember? I smirk. Oh, yeah. You know what? Ever since we decoded this, you've already changed. I mean, sure, I can tell you're still physically exhausted, but your mindset, you seem so much lighter of spirit. Eric, I am. And that's no fake. You've literally saved me. I'm not sure how I'll ever be able to repay you. Well, let's make sure that prenup says you pay for all post-recording session coffees at Carl's, and you have yourself a deal. I wink. We both look up from our drinks and realize everyone in the shop is staring at us, and tongues are wagging too. We glance at one another and read each other's minds. There will be no need for an official statement once this appearance at Carl's gets out. Desirae, I'm not used to all this staring. It's not like music producers get stared at, you know. How does one steer through this level of fame? Desirae looks around and raises her eyebrows, trying to figure out what the big deal is. Rule number 1. If they're not coming at you like bipedal bulldozers, you're safe. Just smile and nod and sign autographs. Make up a weird signature you can do on the fly. This here tonight. This is nothing, hubby of mine. My grin goes crooked. I'm not sure I'm liking this. A part of me wishes everyone in the shop would disappear so I could enjoy my date with Desirae. It comes to me as a harsh reality. Fake or not, I'll have to learn to share my wife with the world. Already the marital bed that never will be is too crowded. This is it, huh? Your everyday life. I never realized how intense it all is. Yep, Eric, this is it. It's almost impossible to get any privacy while in public, even for an intimate dinner, even for a conversation between friends like this. I literally run from building to car to building, touring or not. Doesn't it get to be a bit too much sometimes? Always. But look, this is my dream come true, right? This is what I worked for all those years ago. And as far as you and I are concerned, drawing attention to our fake relationship, this is what we want. The good news. For you, this isn't an actual date. After our game is done, you can return to being the private you. I will not. I look over at Desirae. She's resigned to her fate, I can tell. For the first time, I see her as a sympathetic figure. A fish swimming in a small glass bowl. Does all the fame and fortune equal the loss of freedom? I wonder. I throw my arm around her and hold her tightly. She looks up at me. She can tell what I'm thinking, and I feel our thoughts meld as one. I don't like this. I mean, Desirae, I don't want this for you. My smile melts. Hey now, chin up. It's not a sad tale. It's a rags to riches happy ending, right? And you're my fake Prince Charming. What's not to love about the story?
Chapter 10. Desirae. Our first big appearance occurs at Il Migliore, a high-end Italian place on the outskirts of L.A. I wear a form-fitting black sheath, and Eric is in a metallic gray serge suit. Before he picks me up, I clean and polish the diamond engagement ring, and gosh, does it shine. I look at myself in the full-length mirror. Not only do I feel engaged, but I also look like it too. Il Migliore is an upscale but cozy affair, with an intricate Italian tiled floor and massive arched picture windows which look out onto a typical Italian terrace. Elegant, private, and utterly romantic. It holds enough guests to satisfy our need to be seen out in public, but not so many that an intimate conversation can't be held. Guests here will not lurk or loom. Eric and I will get to dine in peace. The maitre d' shows us to our table. After our drink orders, we are left alone. Eric leans over the table and whispers, "Well, what do you think of the place?" It's perfect. Or as Goldilocks would say, not too small and not too big. We smile. The server brings our drinks. We toast to our first engaged night out. Did you ever think you'd be doing this? Playing such a game? You and me, he inquires. Not even if Nostradamus himself had inked it on parchment. Not in a million years. And I have to confess, it's hilarious. It's like playing house as a kid. We get dressed up. We put on a show. What's not to like? So, I'm not ruining your reputation by becoming your groom-to-be? I laugh. Nope. You clean up good for a sound mixer. You're a keeper. Seriously, though, all your success. Overall, has it been good? I mean, I only see stars in private. I circle you guys like a planet's moon. I sit my glass down, look out to the terrace, and ponder all the years since the Daughters of Fortune's first big break. Overall, it has been a dream come true, Eric. I guess I never considered the pressure once you're on top. I mean, you spend what seems forever clawing your way up the hill. Once you're there, you have to fight to stay at the summit. The industry machine takes over your life, and bit by bit, you kind of lose yourself. It ends up being only about money. Somewhere along the line, the music is lost. I watch as Eric leans back in his chair and surveys me like it's his first time setting his eyes on me. He sports a mix of sympathy and pity. Nowhere do I see jealousy. His gaze unnerves me some, so I swing around the conversation. What about your career, Eric? You've gone from saving up for that studio, a literal mom and pop recording joint, to being the hottest thing in demand by all the great singing stars. That has to feel pretty good. Eric waves at the server and puts up 2 fingers, signaling 2 more cocktails. I'm not hungry yet, and neither is he. We're content to lap up the secluded atmosphere instead. Yes, well, I guess my story isn't so different from yours. The fighting to get to the top of your field. You get there. The money rolls in. Then there's a change. You can't put your finger on it. But gaining the big clientele puts your and your expertise in a second chair. After a while, all you end up being is a lever pusher, agreeing to the idiotic orders from musicians who don't know the first thing about recording. Gosh, that has to be cruel. It is. Few months ago, this stupid kid band shows up. Those guys can't sing their way out of a paper bag without me having to digitize the heck out of their voices. It ends up being songs with a simple downbeat with imperceptible words. The album is cut, and I find out yesterday the unknowing kids turned it into platinum sales. Monetized garbage. Sure, my cut is great, but what am I producing? Which brings us to you and me. Your plan for our collaboration. Eric, you and I will produce gold in these next few months. Yes, totally. I cleared the studio schedule, made sure to save us plenty of space when we're ready. Man, it feels incredible. We get to actually create musical art, not caring one bit about the commercial end. It feels like when the Daughters first formed. I'll be doing what Kelly always said was the most important thing about the group, the creation of one-of-a-kind takes. We both lean back, sipping at our second rounds, and breathe in the freedom we feel. A human being only gets a few moments in life where they can look out on the world and not feel constrained. For Eric and me, this is our moment, and it's sheer paradise. Eric orders 2 bowls of freshwater mussels for us. Over the starters, we discuss the plan. So, what's the schedule for tomorrow? I ask, forking another mussel and dipping it in melted golden butter. First, you move into my place, at least for a night here and there. Get the neighbors seeing us together. Man, this will be sweet. My place is barely a home. I hardly am in it for the touring, and your home will be wonderful compared to hoofing it from the cold and unfeeling hotels on the road. Out there, it gets so I forget what city I'm in, and I could write a book on hotel rooms. Let me tell you. Hey, mi casa su casa des. Make yourself completely at home. At least you already know the place. It won't take you long to feel settled, I'm sure. I laugh. I know. And I should apologize for my familiarity, but I enjoy spending time with you when I'm back. I spend so much time alone in those dreadful hotels. I want a home life, not an empty hole to return to, you know? Eric smiles and puts his hand over mine. My body shudders. I'm not expecting the touch. After the shock wears off, I smile and don't move. I like his touch. I like it a lot. It feels like home. Our main meals of lobster thermidor arrive. I watch Eric's eyes pop with glee and he digs in. I take a sip of my Chablis and watch him for a time. If I had the time to date, Eric would actually be my type. Friendly, easygoing, house-trained. I smile at myself. How come I never looked at Eric this way before, as date material? Maybe our friendship is so tight I never wanted to alter it. I sigh, pick up my seafood fork, and dig in too. Life is living in the moment. Somebody told me that once. I push my romantic musings aside. Eric and I have a mission, and it starts tonight. A mission for making music and having fun with not a care in the world. As we eat, I gaze around the room. Guests and staff are side-eyeing us, but not in a penetrating way. I can tell they recognize me. I flash the fake engagement ring more, and it seems to work. I see couples and staff quietly looking and talking to one another. The word will get out. I look over my plate at Eric. It's working. I wiggle my ring and pleasantly nod to the people around us. Eric flashes a smirk. I figured we didn't need to take a billboard out. By tomorrow, it'll be all around town. Just watch. What do we say when the paparazzi finally clue in and hound us? We tell them the fake truth. What else? Before the official announcement? Oh, right, okay. So we heavily hint. That'll make the picture hounds happy. We chuckle. After dinner, the server brings us our aperitifs of creme de menthe. The cool mint liqueur cleans our palates for the upcoming dessert and gives us time to relax between courses. Eric reaches over and holds my hand. I smile this time. No shock. Nobody shudders. It feels natural, and I like his touch. I can tell by the serenity on his face Eric likes it too. So, friend of mine, where have you been all my life? My eyes dance in the candlelight. Right here. I've been here the entire time. You have, haven't you? I mean, whenever anything happens in my world, I run and you're there. I never realized that before. What are friends for if not to be there? You've been a good listener to me when I have to vent. Yeah, but usually over a long-distance phone line from across the world. Not exactly a touchy-feely friendship, huh? Hey, it doesn't seem to matter, does it? I mean, we both reach out, and we're both there for one another. How many people have that level of closeness with their friends? Sure, people say they have friends. But our tie is unusually strong, don't you think? I know it is. There's not a person alive I want to run to more than to you, Eric. I'm covered wall to wall in handlers on those tours. I have more than my share of attention, but none of them are people I could run to when I need help, support, or even a patient ear. How come we never realized this level of friendship before? Eric, how could we? I've been away from home more than here. Nothing can be fully appreciated like that. It's another reason why going on another tour would make me come unglued. I feel like the richest homeless person on the face of the earth. Not anymore, Ms. Bride-to-be. Tomorrow you change your address to our home. Sounds pretty cool, huh? It will be when you stock my brand of tissue and toilet paper. Eric heartily laughs. Already prepped. I went to the bulk store and loaded up yesterday. I know you, remember? I feel my cheeks heat pleasantly. Yes, Mr. Bridegroom, I do. I honestly do.
Chapter 11. Eric, I will not lose our momentum. Our next outing is the following night at Music and Dance Extravaganza in a big hotel ballroom. It's a take on the major hits from the 60s, 70s, and 80s, featuring impersonators and retro sets. Are you ready yet? I gaze up at the stairs and down at my watch. Hey, don't rush 60s artistry, man, Desirae calls out. Des and I dress up in hippie costumes. I'm in bell-bottoms and a psychedelic shirt, and Des is in a fringed leather outfit with a headband. We sing and dance the night away with everyone else at the concert. The audience pays for their seats, but no one uses them. We go and do the dance called the shag, but we dance close when it's time for a Beach Boys ballad. Having Desirae in my arms, sparks ignite. I try to ignore the feeling, but I can't. I look down at her. By her warm expression and her big come-hither eyes, I think she's feeling it too. Worn out but thoroughly content. I drive us home. In the car, we're all smiles, but oddly silent. I soon feel her head leaning against my shoulder, and my doubts clear like momentary rain clouds. Sometimes when you are this happy, words merely spoil the fun. As I wheel through the late-night traffic, my mind wanders. I've always been fond of Desirae. If things were different, if we weren't playing make-believe, I'd be interested in dating her for real. Why am I only figuring this out now? Once home, we get out of our costumes, put on comfy sweats, and settle in on the couch, gazing out at the starry night. I offer Desirae a nightcap, and she happily accepts. Des? Yeah. Do you think you're losing interest in your singing career? Desirae jerks her head at me. Heavens, no! You mean this needed break? Eric, seriously, I just need to recharge my batteries. You have no idea how hard the concert management works me. If it's not a show, it's rehearsals. We're up at dawn for another flight to another city. After the shows, I'm so revved up I can't sleep. It's an insane schedule. Ask any of your clients. They'll tell you the same. I exhale. Cash cow. Sadly, pathetically, yes. These industry insiders don't care about the artists. We look all the same to them. It's tickets sold out, money flowing in. That's all they care about. And they'll work me like they do every other popular attraction until my brand is done. I know the score. I have to ride this wave fast and furiously before it's all gone. I look over at Desirae, and I see the determination in her eyes. Just what I thought. No use trying to start anything real with her. Desirae's career comes first. Long-distance relationships never work. Any attempt would crash and burst into flames. How about you? You mentioned your disillusionment with the recording stars these days. Are you getting jaded about your work? You're sweet for asking. I'm sure my life, being a record producer, sounds pretty boring to you. Desirae shifts closer to me. Hey, no, it's not anything like that. I'm thinking about the future. Once my stage brand dies, I need to look for creative alternatives. Record producing seems a natural fit for me. Every pop star has a beginning, middle, and end. The ones who are smart plan for the end. Do you think you have what it takes to produce other bands? I'll be the first to admit I have a lot to learn. I've never been academically trained. Everything for me has been learning as I go, you know? All I could offer is my experience as an entertainer. What works, what doesn't. I doubt there's an expert alive, though, who could teach a performer how to run across a stage in 5-inch heels without falling. It takes a show person to show you that. I laugh. Geez, you sound like Tina Turner. Desirae sits up, pride painting her face. Wow, nice compliment. But yeah, I guess you're right in a way. She learned by doing too. I mean, choreographers and music theorists can only get a performer so far. It has to come from inside. Your passion, your hunger to succeed. I have lived the life. I have a lot of practical advice to offer the up-and-coming stars. I lean back and take a sip or two. You know, in a way, I've come up the showbiz ladder, same as you. Nobody in my family has this career. I worked hard to enter the business. Did you ever want to be on stage? I jerk my head and belly laugh. Hell no. Sure, I'm musically trained and I can hold a note in rehearsals. But being out there, not on your life. Consider me a reclusive Neil Diamond or Chris Christopherson. All music sheets. No public peeking. We both laugh and look at each other as if, living on our own divides, the love of music our sole link over the career crevasse. "So, you and I are yin and yang?" Desirae asks. "I guess you could say that, yes. Doubtful one survives without the other if you think about it." "Right. What's a singer without a song? And what's a songwriter without a singer? All I know, Miss Singer, is that I can't wait to produce wonderful songs, not the easily forgettable commercial tripe people are forced to swallow today. If I could have a nickel for... Hey, you're preaching to the choir. Remember, all those idiots end up fronting for me in my shows. The only positive is that the crowd cheers more when I finally come on stage." We chuckle. I get up and refill our tumblers. "Hey, it's a perfect night out, Eric. Bring the drinks outside on your patio." "Our patio, dearest one." Desire laughs. "Right, ours. This sharing life thing is funny as hell." I walk out and we both stand and take in the hot evening air and the starry night view. Shooting stars streak across the sky, palm tree fronds sway, and cicadas do their wing dance to sing in the night. "Hey, you know what?" "What?" "I know we've been saying we'll make glorious music with this time off, but what happens if we're right? It ends up incredible." Desirae turns, her bright eyes dancing in the moonlight. "You mean you helping me maintain independent commercial success? You know, I haven't given it any thought." "Well, look at some of the revolutionary artists out there. They tried something new. Prince, Aretha Franklin, even Jay-Z. They looked inside and still came up with freaking stratospheric success. Sometimes when you shut out the world and actually create, what comes out is a perfect mix of art and music. Okay, now you're making me nervous, Eric. I'm not sure." "Well, I am. What's to say you and I don't have that same chemical mix? You and I, in our own ways, have been in the lines of fire, and not only did we survive, but we thrived in this biz. What more does it take but time away to focus and work hard on what counts? The music." Desirae walks over to the edge of the property and gazes out at the LA skyline some miles away. "You know, Louisiana is a kind of metaphor for us, for what we're about to do." I walk up to her to see what she's looking at. "How do you mean?" "Have you ever noticed that as soon as you leave the neon lights of the town, it's like everything around it makes it seem deserted? It goes from a vibrant glow to an abyssal black, just a sudden drop-off from a distance. It makes it look like a desert island." I look out and realize she's right. As soon as the lights stop, so does the rest of the world. The city is an island. You're right. But how does this symbolize us? What we're trying to do? Life only goes so far, Eric. It feeds only on itself. Without the constant energy and heart, our light dies and falls into the abyss too. Hey, maybe I'm being too artsy here, but Eric, we're the island and it's us. If I weren't here with you, feeding off your energy, I'd be out there in the black of night. And soon, my psyche, who I really am, would falter and simply disappear. I could say the same about you. Desire turns to me and looks up with a knowing smile. Hence, you and I, we are a desert island. Desirae's eyes capture me like a spider in a web. She possesses 1,000 years of knowledge in a 20-something beautiful body. It's the first time I truly see into her soul. Desirae is no longer just a pop star or even a talented musician. She is life itself. I feel like I'm an ocean diver opening my 100th clam. But finally, this time, I find the perfect pearl inside. I lean down to lightly kiss her on each cheek and then on the lips. Desirae doesn't jump or push away. She embraces my affection. Thoughts of 1,000 years before and 1,000 years after all fade away. And all we're left with is this moment, where art meets music, and music makes love, and love mends broken hearts. The game, our game, fades too. We both know it's there. We both still have the vision. But something has taken its place. On this night and all the other nights to come, Desirae and I will make beautiful music, and the passion in the notes will surely jump off the page.
Chapter 12. Desirae. I can't remember ever seeing so much live music in my life, at least not when I haven't been in the show. In the 2 months since Eric and I decided to get married, we have one rule when it comes to live music. The more low-key, the better. Grand Avenue tonight? More often than not, these are the first words I say to him when he walks through the front door in the month since I've moved in. Initially, the plan was for me to make a show of coming and going in and out of Eric's place, but even after a few days, it felt more strange to go back to my place at the end of the day to stay at his. A month ago, once we realized I was bringing more and more things with me each time and staying for longer stretches, I finally moved in officially. I didn't feel compelled to stay. I wanted to. It felt natural to us both. "Let's celebrate making it official," Eric said that day. "What's something you've always wanted in your home but never had?" "A KitchenAid," I blurted. We brought back a haul that included not only the prized stand mixer, but also an air fryer, bread machine, ice cream maker, slow cooker, and a wok. "Eric, I have something bad to tell you," I told him on the way home. "I'm too exhausted to actually cook tonight now." "Tomorrow we'll prepare a feast," Eric said. "But tonight, takeout," I answered. Fortunately, he's the one who does the cooking. He can make Chinese food, and I can boil the rice. Yin and yang. Before combining my life with Eric's, I never had a reason to step outside my comfort zone. I was trying so hard to keep my head above water. Simply not drowning was my version of success. When I'm with Eric, so many of our conversations are specifically about what an absurd thing the idea of success actually is. I realize when I talk to him, that's when I feel most successful, because I feel mutually inspired and mutually understood. Even the paparazzi seem to sense that. Before the tabloids caught sight of my ring that crazy day at Carl's coffee shop, the stories almost always painted me as the villain behind the breakup of the world's most beloved girl group. Otherwise, I was an egomaniac who couldn't be bothered to know the price of milk. The answer is around $4 a gallon, by the way. I'll always know that. But once the paparazzi knew Eric Porter would be the future Mr. Desirae Scott, their bottom feeder tendencies floated away like a helium balloon. Pop princess and producer strike platinum, with a diamond on top. Supergroup in the making, Desirae Scott and Eric Porter. Music royalty dream up fairy tale engagement. A week ago, the paparazzi somehow caught wind of our wedding plans, a small, quiet ceremony at the Waldorf Astoria in Beverly Hills. Maybe a member of the hotel staff leaked it, or maybe Dan planted it. Who knows? Either way, stories have been cropping up about what the dress might look like and who from the industry will show. The biggest question, will Lady Luck send a Daughters of Fortune reunion our way? To be clear, sources say no. The best parts of day-to-day life with Eric, though, are the parts that no one else sees but us, especially that first kiss. It's been just a few days since it happened on the balcony under the stars, but I'm still buzzing from that night. Every kiss since then, there have been about 6 of them by my count, has been magical. In a relationship that's been so specifically for show, our first kiss was only for us. No camera, no audience. Just a world with only 2 people in it. My stomach is in a permanent state of butterflies when I'm around him, anticipating the possibility that the next one could happen at any moment. That's the part of embarking on this life with Eric that makes me nervous. I don't know if those butterflies follow him too. It was a spur-of-the-moment thing that night, but it just felt right. Every time I've kissed him since, it's hard to know if it's because it's felt right for him too, or if it's to maintain the parts we're playing. The second time we kissed, it was on a night out. We have a friendly competition to see which of us can find Los Angeles' most amazing hidden gems. Sometimes they're not just hidden, but scratched and tarnished and cracked. I found a hole in the wall bar with live music with a 2-act lineup. The first was a lawyer by day, folk guitarist by night, who sang like Joan Baez. The second act of the evening was a ranchero band formed by men who had all grown up in the same small town in Mexico and by chance ran into each other as adults who'd moved to LA. We drank and danced and kissed all night. The second kiss was during a date Eric planned at Cirque du Soleil. He told them in advance that I'd be in the audience, and they invited the two of us up to do an acrobatic stunt, the kind they have in the can where the actual performers do the heavy lifting. It ended with the two of us kissing, held aloft by two other acrobats. The third kiss was when I took him ice skating, a pastime I had loved during childhood. I took him out on the middle of the ice, and I kissed him while he flailed around, holding on to me right. The paparazzi loved those photos. Ice Princess melts her skating suitor's heart, one headline said. The fourth kiss was at a promotional event for the cosmetics company I've partnered with. I kissed him on the cheek to give him that classic lipstick-stamped look to be cute, and then he grabbed my face to kiss me back, with passion. The fifth kiss was during a trip we took for the album release party of one of the bands he produces, Kid Gloves. They asked him to come on stage and bring his beautiful fiancée up too. He didn't want to disappoint, so he dipped me backward and kissed me long and hard. I saved the pictures from the band's Instagram. One of us up there holding hands like newlyweds, one of the decisive moment, and one of the two of us with goofy, contented smiles in the afterglow, beaming in the light of each other. And the sixth kiss was today. After so much stress, Eric persuaded me to take a day for us to treat ourselves, and he surprised me with a couples retreat at the very fancy Tranquil Serenity Spa. I spent more time than I'd like to admit, thinking about what it meant to be there at a couple's spa, getting treated, half naked, relaxed, and purely ourselves. I've caught myself overthinking a little too much lately. I wish knowing that it's pointless to obsess over the situation made it easier to stop. Is it such a bad thing that the best friend who you're lucky enough to fake marry to get out of a contract is also the person who makes you feel most yourself? In any sane universe, of course it's not a bad thing. So why am I letting doubts take up so much of my mental energy? I'm the same Desirae, and he's the same Eric, the same people as the ones who met 11 years ago when we proved our worth by a successful commercial release of our first album and graduated to a more polished producer for the second album. He's still the same person who, when the band broke up 3 years ago, was there for me through all the sleepless nights and tearful days. He believed in me then, and he believes in me now. It's only because of him that the next 2 years of my life can be something different from the never-ending treadmill that so many people are still trying to chain me to. He sees me as a person, not dollar signs. That's why he's the one I turned to when I needed help taking back control of my life. Because he's such a caring friend, that's why he agreed. When I first dreamed of being a star, I thought it would be glamorous playing to a new crowd every night. And there's a satisfaction in bringing your strongest performances to your fans. At the same time, I'm so relieved that instead of shuttling from a show in Kansas City to one right after in Omaha, I'll be able to focus on the most unglamorous, yet most important aspects of music that I've neglected for so many years. Singing from my heart, composing songs with meaning, and experimenting with new sounds. In short, I'll have an opportunity to fall in love with music again for what it does to the human heart instead of what it adds to people's bank accounts. And it's because of Eric that I have this chance, and I want to seize this moment without messing anything up. I want to dive into everything we have together, but without risking the most important friendship in my life. The first kiss was spontaneous, and it stirred something deep within me. Maybe it did for him too. But there's a reason that all the others were calculated, done with an audience in mind. It's a safety net that lets me give in to my feelings without risking losing him. It's part of the deal. I just hope he doesn't accidentally hear the way my heart races every time I hold his hand. But how long can I conceal my heart, beating like a timpani when he kisses me deeply on the lips? Hopefully long enough to keep it all from crashing down.
Chapter 13. Eric. Tonight is the night. Are you up for this? I look at Desirae through her vanity mirror as I adjust the bow tie on my Brioni tux. I think I am. No, scratch that. I definitely am. We've already been out and about as a couple plenty of times now, and every time it's gone off without a hitch. We never say or do the wrong thing or the unnatural thing. We really look and act like a bona fide couple. You know, come to think of it, you're right. We haven't had to work at this one bit. We go out, be ourselves, and it works. Man, someone should give us an Academy Award. Eric, seriously, you and I have this game down cold. We're not even having to act, we're so good. It's like we've been engaged for years. Heck, we even finish each other's sentences and order food for each other we actually like. How much more together could a couple be? Desirae looks back with an easygoing smile as she dons her earrings. You look fabulous, by the way. Like the real superstar you are. Why, thank you. I knew I wanted just the right look. So I combed through the closet and chose this retro Gucci gown. Psychedelic 60s chic. It's a celebration dress, and we're celebrating tonight. She lifts her hand and fist bumps me. I laugh and admire her presence. Desirae sure looks the part of a happy fiancé. Fuchsia pink patent leather high heels, ornate earrings, dramatic makeup, and a hairdo so high, curled, and hairsprayed in place it rivals any coif from those out-of-sight times. For an instant, I fantasize like we're Hollywood's it couple about to go on parade. The limo I ordered pulls up outside the Four Seasons Hotel. Days ahead, I reserve the entire Colina restaurant inside for only our closest friends and family on this special night. It's a sleek, modern place with award-winning food. The exact kind of place a hotshot like Desirae would believably choose to formally celebrate the announcement of our engagement. Pyramid displays of filled champagne glasses and gold and brass ice buckets heaped with cracked lobster and jumbo shrimp. Start the evening off to a mouth-watering bang, so that everyone in attendance is already in a festive mood well before we arrive. I get the hotel concierge to sneak Desirae and I into the kitchen as I want to check in with the chef. I know details will guide the night to a stellar success. Chef Laurent, there you are. Is everything folding out as I ordered? Bien sûr, but of course. Starters are already a supreme hit. And it's rack of lamb, beef Wellington, and filet mignon for the mains. Strawberry Jubilee for the dessert. Perfect. Simply perfect. The place smells fantastic. Thank you, Chef Laurent. They don't call you a culinary genius for nothing. I shake the chef's hand and flash him a grateful smile. I put my hand on Desiree's back and look down with a wry smile. Okay, Miss Lovely, you ready to do this? I believe our curtain call is next. I'm born ready, Mr. Tall, dark and handsome. Lead the way. Desirae flashes an ebullient smile and gives me a playful wink. The concierge leads us back out, and this time, he opens the main doors to the fine dining space. We're not 3 feet in when we're spotted. Our invited guests either twirl around or jump to their feet, giving us a rousing standing ovation. I look at Desirae and she looks at me. We are bowled over by the response. There's no need to mix and mingle or play at part. We are a couple in everyone's eyes. It's amazing to see the warmth and acceptance as if they had known all along this day would come. I see tears well in Desiree's eyes. I laugh and give her a light hug, and I swallow hard, pushing down my own thick emotions. Game or no, it's obvious we are both deeply affected by this public reaction. It's almost as if the surprise is on us and not on our guests. Within seconds, people swarm up to us, eager to give us their personal best. The concierge offers a bouquet of 24 long-stemmed roses as the hotel's way of wishing us well. Sarah, Desiree's best friend, is the first to greet us. She gives us both loving hugs and kisses. Oh, Desire, you look every bit the soon-to-be bride. Congratulations to you both on your engagement. When I got the invitation for tonight's soirée, I was so shocked and so excited all at the same time. Oh, dear Sarah, thank you so much. I'm so sorry to have to let you know about our engagement this way. There's been no time to meet up with you, even for a coffee and a quick chat. Our romance has been such a whirlwind from beginning to end. Once we moved from friends, it just came together like it was meant to be. There's no apology needed, I know. Your schedule is insane. I'm just thrilled to be here to witness this happy moment. More than that, girlfriend, will you be my matron of honor? Hey! Sarah squeals, hugging Desirae like there's no tomorrow. Desirae laughs. I'll take that as a yes, then. Yeah. We three howl with delight. Desirae and I wanted to keep all this secret, even from you, until we knew we were taking the right step. Set it up like it's a big a moment for everyone. Sarah recovers from her screaming and wipes tears from her eyes. Totally, I get it. And what a tremendous surprise. I've known you both for quite some time now. I can't think of a better union than the two of you. Best friends becoming lovers. What better ending in the entire world? Desiree's manager, Dan Sayers, is the next to greet us. Dan gives Desirae a sweet kiss and slaps me on the back. Wow, guys, your invite. You could have knocked me over with a feather. We've heard the hints and rumors going around, but I had no idea it would be coming together this fast. I have to say, Des, you sure can keep a secret. No hint at all. Girl, you should play professional poker with a no-tell face like that. Desirae laughs, a natural actress. I laugh too, wondering if he's really as surprised as he claims to be. He's too good as a manager to not be keeping eyes on her. And Eric, your marriage to Des is going to take her career and rocket it to new heights. The best singer with the best record producer. The industry will flip. I couldn't have written a better love song myself. Guest after guest come up to us with hugs and kisses and well wishes. It takes us forever to enter the restaurant proper. We look at each other in speechless awe. To me, it's like a wedding reception lineup without the actual wedding. I smile. Everything is going to plan. Eventually, we take our seats at the head table. The place is decorated in lilac and lavender displays, Desiree's favorites. I leave nothing to chance, and my micromanaging is paying off even with the stunned smiles from my fake bride-to-be. As the evening wears on and the 5-course meal comes and goes, everyone takes to the dance floor to swing the night away. I offer my hand and take Desirae on the dance floor, too. I swing her around the floor. We talk and laugh, enjoying every minute of the wondrous night. Desirae and I are giddy on the champagne and on the groundswell of emotions filling our minds. Love is definitely in the air, and we don't question it for a bit. As I take Desirae in my arms and guide the small of her back, our bodies touch, and we radiate heat, physical and chemical. A mutual realization hits, and for a moment we stiffen as the sexual tension mounts. We sense the same yearning and feel the same vibe. I'm hesitant to look down at her for fear I'll get lost in her eyes and say or do something out of line. Desirae senses my apprehension. She takes her hand and guides my chin downwards, forcing me to fall into her gaze. I see she's breathing hard. I am too. She exudes carnal hunger and a willingness to surrender to it. It's all I can do to resist. The he-man in me wants to scoop her up and take her for my own. The gentleman in me reigns in the need. The music, the conversation, all the merriment of the night fades in the background, and all I can see is her. I forget she's a superstar. I see her as the girl and woman she is, kind, gentle, loving, and funny as hell. The perfect partner for me in every way. This weren't a part we were playing in a make-believe way. My expression waffles between sheer joy and sorrow for whom I have in my arms and who, at the same time, really isn't mine. Can I? Should I? Oh God, I want to. I need to. Does she really feel the same way? I lower my head and I let my lips touch hers. We hesitate for a second, luxuriating in each other's lip heat, moisture, and body scent. I can't take it anymore. I suck her into me. She succumbs. It's our first hungry, oh so hungry kiss. And the first one only demands more. When our embrace comes to a fiery end, we're both surprised at ourselves and at our onlooking guests. They raucously hoot and holler and cheer us on like we are some kind of love match game. Embarrassed, we let go, and our embarrassed faces make the guests roar with laughter. I turn to her. Did you expect... Nope. Did you plan? Not even close. But we did, didn't we? Is... Looks like it. What do we do now?
Chapter 14. Desirae. What the hell am I doing? I force myself to not pull immediately away from Eric's lips. People are watching. My manager is present and calculating everything that I do. I gently let my lips leave his and smile. Inside, though, is a whole other level of lecturing. How could I have let my emotions get away from me like that? Didn't I just tell myself that I didn't want to get things complicated between us? Oh my God, though. That kiss was straight passion. I feel my cheeks starting to burn. I need to excuse myself from the dance area. I think I need a refresher. I smile and walk to the table, holding my great escape, drinks. I order something just to distract myself. I look back over at Eric, and I feel the blood rush to my face again. What the actual hell? What is happening to me? My mind wants me to just keep calm, but my heart, and more loudly, my hormones, keep telling me to go out there and keep kissing that man. I can't seem to resist him. Miss Scott, are you all right? The bartender asks, handing me my drink. Yes. Fine, just peachy. I flash a smile and shove a tip into the jar. I know I have been enjoying being with Eric lately, even seeing things differently with him, but I can't afford to jeopardize our friendship. That's what made both of us hesitant about this whole arrangement in the first place. I throw my drink back and hand my glass to the bartender. Would you like another one? Not right now. Yeah, like I need more reasons to get hot and heavy over my best friend. I can't even control myself sober. I walk back over to Eric. I know it will look weird if I don't hang on my fiance's arm at our own engagement party. Ah, there you are, Eric exclaims, putting his arm around my waist. I can't stop smiling even if my life depended on it. Here I am. I offer a weak smile. Does he feel awkward after our kiss? That was definitely not my intention. I've probably jeopardized everything. I stare at him while he visits. I'm trying to see if there's any indication of being uncomfortable. He gives me a side glance. You doing okay? I get awkward all over again from being caught staring. Oh yeah, I'm great. Being here with you? Celebrating us? It can't be more perfect. Nope. No awkwardness at all for him. Just me acting like a damn psycho. He shoots me a curious look. I give my best smile. I promise. I'm fine. Darling, you put all of us older couples to shame with that kiss you two shared. My mother makes her way over to us. Such passion. Eric hugs me tighter, and I childishly pat his chest. Oh yes, we can't seem to keep our hands off of each other. I feel his pecs and get dizzy. How much blood do I have left to keep rushing to my face? Hopefully, people will just think I'm red-faced from the alcohol. That wouldn't be too far of a stretch. Yes, I'm quite the lucky guy to have my best friend be my future wife. My mother beams at Eric's words. To seal the deal, he leans and kisses me tenderly. It seems to hold all the love in the world, and yet none of it is real. I don't think there's any blood left in my legs to keep me standing. I'm filled with lust as well as embarrassment. I don't know if I've ever had to endure such a mix of emotions since, well, ever. What do you think? What? Your mother asked us about coming to visit her soon before the honeymoon. What do you think? Eric asks. My mother is giving me a strange look. Oh, yeah. That sounds doable. I feel myself floating away. Des, where are you going? What? I look back and see Eric standing there alone. When did I walk away? I thought it just felt like I was floating. I'm losing my mind. I glance around and people are staring at me here and there. Ugh! I can't believe how flustered I am. I was going to get you a drink. Good recovery. Honey, the bar's the other way. Oh, Mom, Can you just not right now? Yes, I know. I just thought I saw someone, that's all. I turn on my heel and smile apologetically at the group. You know, I might change it up. Let me go with you. Eric strolls over to me and takes my hand. Eric leans into my ear and whispers, "How about a quick breather alone?" I feel hot all over again, but not from embarrassment. Sure. It's all I'm able to get out. I feel so completely unhinged right now. We step away from the party. Eric keeps his hands on me so it looks as if we just need a moment alone. I look back. Some are smiling at us. That's better than the scene I caused moments before. Once out of sight, he releases me. Fresh air never felt so good on my heated face. What's going on? Are you all right? Eric looks concerned. I wave him off. Oh, I'm fine. I really just need to apologize about that kiss more than anything. Des, it's... No, let me explain. I have been alone for far too long, and I got caught up in the moment. I know we are acting and all, but no need to go that far. It's just biology at work, I guess. Is he buying this? Because I'm not. I really have no other explanation, though. I need things to go back to being uncomplicated and quick. It's okay. It's not like it didn't help our case, that's for sure. He smiles at me. I start to calm down. The worry is ebbing away, but not so much the desire of need. You're just really good looking, in case you didn't know. Okay, now that that's slipped out, I need to counter with sarcasm. Not to give you a big head or anything, just pointing out the obvious. I just let myself get swept away in our little act, that's all. Thankfully, he laughs at my remark. Well, you aren't too bad yourself, but you know that. Being in commercials, magazines, and all that jazz. There's the heat rising again. God damn it. I laugh off his comment. I didn't mean to get weird in there. I just don't want you to think that I am taking this too far. You're a great friend, Eric, and I know we worried about this affecting our friendship, but it won't. I need you to know that. The kiss was impulsive and nothing else. That's good to know. It is, and that's why I got weird. I didn't want you to think it was anything else. Honestly, I wasn't going to go there. Good. I'm not any normal guy that's going to blow this whole thing out of proportion. We made this decision together, and frankly, I'm getting a pretty good deal out of it. He winks at me. You mean the record deal, right? Yeah, and having a good arm candy as well doesn't hurt. I smile at him. He makes me feel better about all of this. I know I am overthinking something I didn't even want to think about. I need to stop paying attention to the way he makes me feel around him lately. That has to be ignored, though. I don't need another display of star gone cuckoo tonight, or any other time. Thank you for saying that. I mean, I didn't figure you would, but one never can be too careful. I can't afford to lose you. You won't, I promise. Good. Because this already is a course full of waves. We don't need to rock the boat any more than it already is going to be. I get it, Des. But we are doing this for you not to worry, remember? So, stop thinking about how this affects me. We are both adults. I'm here for you, and we are in this together. An agreement is an agreement, and I'm not backing out. I'd rather have you tied to this contract than the one you previously were. Eric seems adamant and content. He agrees with me, and it shows I am worrying about nothing at all. I let out a breath. I didn't even realize I was holding it. Sounds amazing to me. Thank you. I don't know why I get so wound up about this. It's not like we haven't kissed in public before and whatnot. We both laugh, easing the tension that I had apparently made up in my mind. Now, what do you say we go back in there and enjoy this party for us? I glance at my watch. Yeah, it's been enough time. I'm sure they think we did the nasty in a closet or something. Here. I adjust his tie into a disheveled manner and tousle his hair a little. I then flip my hair forward and back, giving it extra volume with a messy mane demeanor. Oh, I like it. Now all we have to do is go in there looking satisfied. His eyes twinkle. Eric holds his elbow out for me. I link my arm through his and give my best seductive smile. I'm thoroughly satisfied. 2 years of art making and peace, here we come. I can safely say that I am set back at ease. Only Eric can do that for me. We strut back into the party with glamorous smiles. I love not having to fake that.
Chapter 15. Eric. A few weeks pass between the engagement party and the wedding. We seem to both have moved past the awkward moment of that night, but it feels like it creeps back into our regular lives every so often. Not in a particularly troubling way, but it's like everything is going along perfectly until one of us brings it to mind. Still, I like to think it's mostly a crisis averted. But I have to start to wonder all over again when the drive over to the Waldorf Astoria Hotel before the wedding is silent and tense. Every so often, I glance over at Desirae. Her eyes are wide and focused straight out the windshield. Her posture is erect, and her body is too taut. When she catches me looking, she smiles, but I know her. It's forced. I pull up to the valet station. The man in attendance waits. I wait too. So, Des, we're here. Have you brought everything you need? Are there any last-minute things you need? I can always go back out and get them. She looks over the garment bags. Yep, it's all here. There's nothing more I need. Sarah is ready and waiting to help. She looks over at me with sheepish eyes. Is this where we go our separate ways until we, well, don't? I smile. It's weak. I know it. I can't help it. My heart is breaking for us both. All the many weeks of planning, scheming, it's all come down to this moment. It's happening. The minutes are ticking by. Neither of us can stop it now. Yeah. This is the part where we do the things couples do, I guess. Listen, I'll head in first. Then you can text Sarah to help you with all your stuff. I know I'm not supposed to see you getting ready. Bad luck and all, just so you know. Our dressing rooms are across the hall from one another, and directly down from the ceremony room, so easy access. Great, because that's what any bride wants on her special day. Easy access. I know I'm making it worse. I decide to stop digging. I guess this is where I say, break a leg. See you inside. Oh, and Desirae? Yeah, it'll be fine. You mean it? I can tell she is desperate for reassurance. I lie to give her that. You betcha. I smile, but don't offer a kiss. This isn't the right time. The joke is no longer funny. Our lives have become more than a game. After some major research on my end, I decided the Waldorf Astoria in Beverly Hills is the perfect wedding venue. A well-appointed ceremony room off the main ballroom makes the entire event effortless for us. The place is decorated in white and lavender hues, and the floral displays are wondrous to behold. Their scent fills the air and puts everyone in the romantic mood as soon as they enter. I take the elevator and reach my room. It's solely a one-garment bag deal for me. Powder gray morning dress. I'm already showered and shaved. I hear murmurings in the room across the way, so I know Desirae and Sarah made it up to the floor okay. Once dressed, I look at myself in the full-length mirror. Pep talk time. Settle. Stop looking like it's the end of the world. You're marrying your best friend, not Godzilla. Paste a smile on those lips and act natural already. You have to make this day look believable. I listen to myself, and I paste on the smile, but doubts and fears linger. I know if there's any crack in our facade, if leaks get out saying this is anything but an actual marriage, it could be devastating to Desirae's career, not to mention mine. Desire and I haven't told a soul in our orbits. This relationship is not true love, not a true union, and we have to keep it this way. There's a knock on my door. Hey, man. Just wanted to stop by and wish you guys well. It's Desirae's manager, Dan Sayers. I let him in. Hey, Dan. Nice of you to drop by. So lucky dog you, huh? How did a record producer nab the nation's most desirable pop-rock songstress anyway? Oh, well, Desirae and I have been friends for years, and... Right, but marriage? Quite the jump, right? Am I right? And nobody saw this coming, not even me. And I know everything about debt. Well, obviously not everything. We laugh, but each expression is overdone, stilted. As I look at the nosy man, I can't decide if I'm upset or not by his query. Yes, regardless, to have you in Desirae's court will be a win-win for her career. Her songs will get the best treatment this way. Excellent for sales off tour, right? Dan stares at me. I fear he's looking for cracks in my facade. By now I can tell he's trying to trip me up. I decide this guy is not on the up and up. I'm not even sure he has Desiree's needs in hand. I see his game and fiercely stick to the plan. Oh, completely a win-win. Hey, listen, it's getting close to the hour. I better get going. I feign looking at my watch. Yes, of course. See you out there. Best of luck. I close the door and take a couple of deep breaths. I adjust my tie once more in the mirror and open the door and head for the room. The ceremony room is filled with soft light. The chairs are all draped in white satin with lavender adornments. All along the white rug heading to the nondescript altar are indigo and lavender flower petals. The space is magical. I take my place at the altar and wait for Desirae to appear. I overhear whispered conversations from some of the seated guests. Some are well-meaning, others not so much. An elderly lady who I don't know and assume is on Desiree's side shuffles up to me with her cane and whispers, "Now, Sonny, are you sure about this? Your courtship has been so swift. Are you jumping the gun?" I smile. "Yes, ma'am. I'm completely sure. Desirae and I are both. This wedding has not been rushed and is wanted by us both. Have no fear." I mumble under my breath. "Hold it together, man. Just a little while longer." I see Sidney Collins, my colleague at the studio, come up and take the mic. Thank God, a diversion. "Ladies and gentlemen, just a few words before we begin. Desirae and Eric wanted me to welcome you all here today. The ceremony from where I'm standing should have happened years ago. I can't think of two people more aligned to one another than these two. At least Desirae and Eric finally saw the light and are here with us today. Let's get on with the show." I smile. Some guests laugh or clap. Geez, even Sidney thought Desirae and I should be together. Wow. I guess my feelings for her are stronger than I thought if coworkers see the affection I have for her. I blink my eyes several times to help digest the revelation. Could I be in love with Desirae for real and not consciously realize it? All those years we were just friends. Had it always been more? I swallow hard. Sweat beads burst on my brow. I quickly wipe them away with my handkerchief. Just nerves, that's all. Calm down. The game is almost over. The intro music begins. I look down the aisle, and there she is in all her wonder, wearing a magnificent form-fitting gown bedecked in lace and pearls. She's holding a train which goes on forever. Through the sheer veil, she looks like an angel coming to save me. All the guests stand. As they turn to face Desirae, all I hear are gasps of joy. They see what I see in her. Beauty personified. Women put their hands to their cheeks, and I catch several people drying their tears. Looks flip from her to me and back again, and all I hear are satisfied sighs, like our union is the most natural thing in the world. Tears in my eyes prick without warning. Desirae is the most beautiful thing I have ever seen, and knowing the beauty inside her soul, she makes a perfect picture of womanhood. For a moment, I forget this is all a ruse and thank my lucky stars for her becoming my wife. Then reality hits me in the heart like a deadly arrow, and my elation turns to stone. I smile as my thoughts reel. This isn't fair. My feelings for her are real. I know it now. And here she comes joining me in this ceremony, and afterwards she still won't be mine. I want to scream to the world this is not right or just. Look at her serene smile, her luscious lips. Can she not feel the same? I swallow hard again and fight my feelings. It's a game. You know, this is just a damn game, Eric. Get over yourself. The stringed quartet strains, the swishing of her gown, the essence, the scent of her. Desiree's smiling face is mere feet from me now, and I'm transported. I reach out my hand and take her and guide her alongside me as we face the priest, who is smiling too. I'm present through it all, yet the words, the gestures, it all becomes a blur. All my senses are wrapped up in her vision. And when we say I do, it sounds like we mean those words. I want to jump for joy and take her in my arms and race her down the aisle, but I fight the urge. I remind myself this is a game. Love can't enter our hearts. The smile I ignite on my face as she and I become one holds back quivering lips and tears of sadness and regret. Games, as it turns out, can be anything but fun.
Chapter 16. Desirae. I thought I would be more nervous than this. Holding Eric's hands at the altar has my heart racing, but I'm not feeling as if this is a giant mistake. Maybe because it's not real. Once the priest is done with his introduction, it's time for the vows. We are smiling at each other while everyone is silent, waiting. The priest clears his throat. Desirae, will you please repeat these vows to Eric, saying after me, I, Desirae. This is it. I, Desirae. Take you, Eric, to be my husband. Take you, Eric, to be my husband. To have and to hold from this day forward. I grip his hands tighter and repeat. For better or for worse, for richer or for poorer, in sickness and in health until death do us part. The words catch in my throat before I can repeat them. These last lines feel like the heaviest. I'm promising to all of these people here and in front of God that I will love this man until I die. The weight of this lie is settling heavy on my shoulders suddenly. Eric gives my hands an encouraging squeeze. I smile with reassurance and repeat the rest. Eric goes next. He pauses for a moment at the same part. It seems like the pressure is getting to us both. I keep eye contact with him. I want to tell him this is good for us. Everything will be all right. We do love each other as friends, and that's better than most marriages. I know he can't read my mind, but I try. As we continue with the ceremony, I take in how handsome he looks in his suit. He cleans up very nicely. He has stronger facial features than I noticed, all while having a softness to them as well. He'd make any girl feel like the luckiest person. I try not to be sad, thinking that I'm taking that away from someone he truly loves, and all for my own reasons. I shake off the resounding guilt and finish the ceremony. Yet, standing here in a wedding gown I picked out, in front of a man who has been with me through it all, gets to me. It's romantic that Eric is doing this for me. I hope he sees me as a beautiful bride, as much as I see him as the handsome, kind groom he is. Maybe for a moment we can look past our friendship, the lie. Maybe we can simply enjoy this day as man and wife. Control yourself, woman. It's the romance of it all, plain and simple. It has gone to my head. I laugh at myself thinking this could be anything but that. Finally, we are allowed to exchange rings and kiss. I slip his on his hand. He slips mine on me. We smile and hold each other's stare. Allow yourself to enjoy the reality of this moment, Desirae. Embrace it. I now pronounce you man and wife. You may kiss the bride. Eric's grin grows as he takes me in his arms and dips me in a deep kiss. This man definitely knows how to sell it. The crowd cheers and whistles. Eric and I grab hands and walk back down the aisle, smiling for the flashing cameras. Well, fake or not, we are officially married. The reception is absolutely a dream. It's simple, yet glamorous. If I was to ever get married again, this is exactly how I would picture it. The morbid thought makes me laugh. We're led to the head table that's facing all of the other ones. There aren't too many, so it's not crowded by any means. One thing we made sure of was to keep it small enough for family and friends so we can notice if any outsiders try to crash it. Do you really think someone is going to try and crash our wedding? Eric asks as he spots a security guard making his way to the exit. He pulls out a chair for me to sit. Oh, absolutely. I fix my dress. Although you may not be used to celebrity status yourself, Mr. Porter, you will have to start. Celebrity weddings get crashed all of the time. And not by fawning fans either. It's usually the damn paparazzi that does it. Don't we want to have our pictures in the magazines, though? Well, yeah, and they will be. We just don't want the nuisance of the paps being here. Plenty of pictures will be leaked anyway. Remember, my manager is all about publicity. We shoot a glance over at Dan, who's watching us intently. Well, Mrs. Porter, I guess I will just have to take your word for it. He flashes a smirk as he takes his own seat. I chuckle. That's the first time I have heard that out loud. It has a nice ring to it. Damn straight. The Porter name is one that will be known in all households soon. Yeah, because you're married to me, I tease. Actually, thinking about it, you may start getting referred to as Mr. Scott. Eric acts absolutely shocked. I don't think so. I mean, if I'm going to marry the star, I get to at least pass on my name, he teases. If it really means that much to you, I'll try and correct the tabloids. But I can't promise anything. Always the people pleaser. Tell that to my manager. Speak of the devil. Eric nods over my shoulder. I turn and see Dan heading straight for us. Ah, Mr. and Mrs. Porter, how does it feel to be newly married? Surreal. Just trying to take it all in, I reply. I have to be cordial. I just don't feel like Dan is as sincere as he's trying to appear. I guess I can't blame him. His #1 cash cow just took a rain check for 2 years. Well, let me know if there is anything I can do for you guys. Enjoy this day. As he walks away, I lean into Eric. You know, Mr. and Mrs. Porter doesn't sound as good when he says it. Nothing does, in my opinion. They announce that dinner is ready and ask everyone to be seated so that the servers can begin. The volume of the room seems to quickly go down as people become more interested in their meals than the conversation. Everything seems to go by so quickly once we're done eating. They have us cut the cake. It's a beautiful tower of deliciousness. I've been actually looking forward to tasting this more than dinner. Don't shove that in my face. It's so cliché. I whisper to Eric. He smiles but nods in agreement. We each cut a slice. I go to hand him his piece. I don't know what comes over me, but there's just too much temptation with his face close to my cake-filled hand. His eyes are even closed, so I do it. I push the cake in his face. His eyes open in surprise. I can't stop laughing, partly because of how he looks, but also because I can't believe I just did that. He goes to do the same, but I move my face. All I end up doing is making it go down my dress instead. Fish it out, Eric, someone yells from the laughing crowd. I see Eric blush for a moment. I laugh as I scoop it out myself and add it to his cake face. One of the guests hands us a wet rag as my maid of honor cuts the rest of the cake. We'll freeze the top for your guys' 1-year anniversary. Just don't forget it when you leave. It should last from this freezer to yours, she says nonchalantly. I go stiff for a moment. Our 1-year anniversary? I forgot about all of these little traditions like that. It also forces me to realize how serious everyone is taking this. Hey, don't go there. I saw that look in your eyes, Eric says. He wipes the rest of the cake off of his face. You're right, I won't. I smile as I dab the cake from my chest. Want help with that? I hit him with the rag. No, thank you, but I've got it covered. Don't get too ahead of yourself. He laughs, tossing the rag to a back table. After a while, The DJ announces that it's time for the bride and groom to have their first dance. Eric takes my hand and leads me to the floor. You can dance when you aren't performing, right? Better, actually. The music starts, and one of our favorite songs starts to play. A light romantic ballad serenades the floor as we sway together to the beautiful melody. It's so easy and peaceful here in his arms. The song makes me feel like there's no one else here but us. As the song comes to a close, Eric spins me once, twice, 3 times, and dips me as it ends. Our guests clap. He gives me a quick kiss before helping me stand back up. Then, just as quick, the DJ starts playing some upbeat dance music, and the floor floods with people. It's an amazing day. I don't really ever leave the dance floor. The energy is high, and I'm just happy. I take a break from jumping around to the latest number and catch my breath. My face hurts from smiling so much. It's the best pain. I take a swig of champagne and notice Dan watching me. My spine starts to get prickly. He's the only one here that's causing me stress. No one else doubts us, so why can't he just forget about it? I turn back and see Eric dancing like a madman with his friends. I can't help but laugh at his goofiness. Eric makes everything so easy. I'm unbelievably happy I chose to do this with him. Is this how happy a real couple is on their wedding day? A couple who is truly in love? My spine tingles again as a nervous pit forms. I'm this happy because I'm in love with my husband.
Chapter 17, Eric. It's the day after the wedding ceremony and reception, and Desirae and I recover by lounging in the living room. The sunset steams head-on through the window panes, the sun's amber rays casting warm glows on our weary faces. Play acting is more exhausting than I thought it would be. Desirae snuggles up to me and lays her head on my shoulder, sipping her after-dinner drink. Preaching to the choir there, wife. I smiled so much yesterday I thought my face would crack. And how about the carpal tunnel pain? Oh, you mean the reception line? Oh my God, the handshakes! I thought it would never end. And why do elderly people stand and talk so much? You'd swear they'd get tired from all that standing, but nope, not even close. My feet were killing me. We laugh, and it hurts our wrecked bodies to even laugh. At least it was quick and painless for the ceremony. And the spread in the ballroom was incredible. I think everyone had a fantastic time. Yup. That room got silent when everyone started to chow down. The food was too good to resist. Do you think the 7-course deal was over the top? Desirae turns to look up at me. Heck no. I say if you're going to do something, do it all the way, right? She winks. Hey, now that we're hitched, does that mean you'll have dinner on the table by 6 o'clock every night? I smirk. You betcha. As soon as it's delivered and paid by you, I'll have it on the table in no time. Desirae sticks out her tongue goofily. I look over at the dining room table and see a new flower arrangement. Hey, where did that come from, anyway? Desirae looks over. Oh, that's a special delivery. It's from Honey with her best wishes. She couldn't be with us yesterday. Anything from Kelly? I'm afraid to ask, but do. I believe there's a telegram somewhere in that pile over there. Looks like a form letter sent by her PA or something. Oh, Des, I'm sorry. Hey, no need to be sorry, it's the way it is. I know, but you guys used to be so tight. I remember dealing with you 3 in the recording sessions. You girls practically read each other's minds, and where one went, the other 2 would follow. To the tech guys, I called you 3 Charlie's Angels. Desirae laughs and jokingly slaps me on my arm. You didn't? I chuckle. I sure did. Desirae gets up, sighs, and finishes the last of her drink. She walks over to the bar for a refill. You know, you're right. We were thick as thieves. Now look at us. It's an effort to just be civil. I mean, flowers, a telegram. What the hell is that? That's what you do when someone you barely know gets married. Kelly probably didn't even know her PA sent a message. It was probably authorized by someone else just to avoid scandal. Kelly won't even talk to me these days. Des, what exactly happened to the Daughters of Fortune anyway? I mean, I remember the breakup and all that. I guess I just never fully understood. One minute you girls are buddy-buddy and on top of the world, and the next... Desirae turns from the bar and sits back down, her arms resting on her knees, her eyes gazing out the windows, focusing on nothing but the past. Eric, I've been holding it all in for so long now. I knew no one cared. Or rather, no one in the industry did. Once the band was done, it was done. The money dried up. The management teams went away. We three were left to pick up the emotional pieces. But of course we never did. We let them lie for so long. There was no coming back. No meeting up again. No words. What was the straw that broke the camel's back then? I suppose it was me and my need to feel financially secure. I had the offer to go solo on a big project, and I took it. Doing that hurt, honey, but especially Kelly. But listen, they didn't have my childhood. I came from a hand-to-mouth world. I didn't want to go back to that poverty ever again, so I jumped out of desperation. We knew the future of the band was limited, and I wasn't going to go down on a sinking ship. I couldn't explain, and they couldn't forgive. It was as simple as that. Do you wish? Wish. Eric, if wishes were horses. No, I refuse to have regrets. That money I made got my mother into decent housing, and with good caregivers, I had a roof over my head. While Honey enjoyed the ride and Kelly swam in the artistry, I fought for the almighty buck because I had to. I thought we three were close enough, you know. I was sure at least Kelly would get my reasoning. Nope. My needs killed our friendship as sure as I'm sitting here. It sounds like your childhood was traumatic. Desirae smiles. Not all of it, of course. Even in our poverty, we had good times. But there would be horrendous moments, and those moments shuddered through me like earthquakes. I remember watching the movie Mary Poppins as a kid. There's that scene where the Whitechapel beggar woman sings for tuppence. God, while my friends watched it without a care in the world, that scene scarred me. I was positive I'd become that beggar woman. My eyes grew wide. I began to shake. I had nightmares for years after that. Oh, God, I'm so very sorry. You know, you should have confided in Honey and Kelly. They probably... Nah. They came from the middle-class world. I knew we breathed different air that way. I mean, don't get me wrong. The guilt I still feel of how it all ended. Hell, we didn't even get the last concert like the Beatles on top of their music studio. All we got were hurt looks and silence as we walked away from one another. I imagine I'll go to my deathbed wishing things had gone differently. I sit up and put my arm around her. Hey, now? You're acting like you're 80 years old and your deathbed is waiting for you. Your life has just begun. Tomorrow is another day, you know? And what's the saying? It ain't over till the fat lady sings. Well, from where I'm sitting, there are no full-figured chicks around here, so nobody is singing. Desirae turns and smiles at me, the kind which says thanks for trying. But you can stop trying now. I'm hoping for a laugh, at least to lighten her mood. There's no laugh. I get up and refill my glass. I look at Desirae through the bar mirror and wonder how things went so wrong so fast with the three. Then my mind races to the obvious. Haven't I witnessed this kind of band ending 1,000 times before? If I could have a nickel for every outburst, or worse, every fistfight which happened in my studio, to end things with groups, hell, it's more common than people think. The problem is Desirae isn't any typical singer, and the Daughters weren't any typical band. They were unique. Their look, their presentation, and the songs. Yes, especially the songs. Bringing the rockabilly and jazz motifs together with today's hip-hop beat. It's a style which has never been and probably never will be again. Looking at Desirae through the mirror, I voice a simple thought. This is what I hate about this business. Desirae keeps her eyes focused on the sunset outside. I'm guessing she's trying not to look straight at me, as tears might flow. What do you hate? The coldness. Fans think musicians are all about the music and the fun. Experiences normal people never have, but it's not like that. Okay, yes, bands have their moments, but behind closed doors it's all about ego or image or money. Listen, Day, I'm not dissing you. Your case is completely unique. I guess what I'm saying is that for an industry which relies on words and music to evoke feelings, very few words are ever offered to soothe their bandmates' souls, you know? I hear her sigh. Yeah, you're right. We're supposed to be lyricists. That's funny as hell. We'll slap words down on paper like there's no tomorrow. But a few things said to friends to make people feel better. True transparency is like pulling teeth. Well, the one thing I've learned in this biz is that the most self-conscious souls end up becoming entertainers. They need the adoration. Maybe that's harsh, but it's true. I'm afraid to hurt Desirae's feelings, but fake husband or not, a friend doesn't snow a friend. No, you're right. I know you're right. We need those fans. We love the music, but we need the fans, which makes it even more pathetic when bands break up. They end up alone. Sure, maybe with newer music and newer friends. But the original experience, those close co-performers, you never get that feeling back. You'll spend the rest of your life trying to, of course. But you never do. Money, fame. Those bandages never mend the wound. I take a seat beside her once again, and we both watch as the big orange ball kisses the horizon goodnight. I flick on the electronic fireplace to restore the amber glow. I turn to Des with a curious look. How did we get so far down in this funk? Desirae smiles for real this time and genuinely laughs. Hell if I know. Exhaustion brings out the moodiness in me. Maybe in you too. I think we're supposed to be on our honeymoon, not wandering down a mournful memory lane, crying in our tumblers. Right. That's right. Our honeymoon. I put my arm around her waist and give her a long, slow kiss.
Chapter 18. Desirae. Eric's kiss took me by surprise. The look in his eyes said he was going to, but I didn't really think he would. My eyes closed, enjoying the slow kiss. Bringing up all of these memories sent me down a hole. I have never felt like sharing any of this, mainly because I knew it was my fault. Eric just made it so easy to share this with him. He knew us in the beginning, and I know that he actually cares. It's not for an article in a magazine or something shallow, but because he simply wants to know. And this kiss makes me feel more loved than I have in a long, long time. Eric pulls away slowly. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done. I put my hand to his face and smile. My fingers wrap around the nape of his neck, and I pull him back in, pushing my lips against his, softly at first. Are you sure? He mumbles between kisses. Yes. Now just kiss me. He responds eagerly but gently. Eric opens his mouth, using his tongue to coax mine open as well. Our tongues dance around slowly, taking in everything. His hands move to my neck, then my back. One slowly makes its way down to my hips as the other stays entangled in my hair. If you want to know where this spicy scene is headed, you won't be able to hear it now due to this platform's guidelines and restrictions. But we want to make it up to you by offering the unabridged version of any Vixa audiobook, including this one, for 40% off. All you need to do is go to vixavonromance.com and use code VIXA40 at checkout. Are you enjoying the story so far? Let's get back into it.
I hope you're enjoying this audiobook by Vixavon. If you want to keep hearing more audiobooks, then please hit that subscribe button and like the video. It may seem insignificant, but the more people that subscribe, the easier it is to produce more audiobooks in the future. So please, help us out and subscribe to our channel. Thank you for listening, and now back to your book.
Chapter 19. Eric. Last night was incredible. I stare at the ceiling, replaying everything over in my mind. I look at Desirae. Her back is to me, but I can tell by her breathing that she is still fast asleep. Her slender dark arms are draped over her. Long black hair cascades down her back, catching perfectly on her shoulder blades. Her silhouette is illuminated by the thin sheet wrapped around her. I smile. Kissing her shoulder softly, I slide out of bed. I want to make her breakfast and continue what we started. I feel more connected to her than ever. It's amazing to me how two people can be so intimate with each other without making love. Then add that in, especially last night's. She shared so much with me. Letting herself not only be vulnerable, but then to show it through sheer passion is mind-blowing to me. I don't want her to think I'm taking anything for granted. I want her to know that this is more than just a publicity stunt. To me, this is becoming real, and I've decided I'm not the least bit scared. I slide on my slippers to escape the cold linoleum. Shuffling quietly to the kitchen, I turn on the coffee maker. I open the fridge and grab eggs, bacon, and jam. Breakfast can be simple today. Plus, I can always quickly make more. I smirk to myself, thinking about how ravenous she may be after last night. I know I am. As the bacon sizzles, I hear her start moving around. I pour us both a cup of coffee. Good morning. She yawns and slowly makes her way to the kitchen. Good morning, my beautiful wife. I smile, pushing the warm cup towards her. Thank you. This is exactly what I need. She sips it slowly. I smile, watching her. I can't help it. She's beautiful, even with bedhead and sleep in her eyes. I don't know how I've ignored these things for so long. What are you making? She asks, leaning over the counter to peek. Just the breakfast basics. I figured you would be as hungry as I am after. You know. She smiles. Yes, I am, as a matter of fact. Is that real bacon or turkey? Have you learned nothing from me? It's real bacon, fat and all. Can't you hear it sizzling? She chuckles and playfully palms her forehead. Of course, because not all bacon sizzles. Touché, I remark. It makes me feel good that we're still bantering like this. That hopefully means she doesn't regret last night. The growing chemistry between us was once awkward, but now it just feels natural, and I think she feels the same. Let me know if you need any more food. It'd only take a few minutes. I slide a plate to her. Here's jam, too, if you want it for your toast. Thanks. I top off our coffee cups. Anything else? A fork would be good, unless you want this to get real messy. I snicker. Yeah, no. Forks are a good idea. I open the drawer and grab 2 out. Here. I dish my own plate as she digs in. I was right. We are both starving. So now that you have some freedom, what would you like to do today? I don't really know. It's odd not having someone tell me what to do. I may need to get used to it for a minute. Well, if you want, I can take the lead today. I promise it won't be meet and greets, but something to your liking. That way you can experience things without having a plan. That sounds great. I trust you to make good choices, she teases. Just don't be afraid to tell me if something isn't to your liking. She laughs pretty hard at that. What? I'm serious. I know you are, but that may take more getting used to than making my own agenda. She continues laughing, but her remark makes me sad for her. She's not wrong. Desirae isn't really allowed to be open about things that don't sit right with her. I feel a protective instinct come over me. I want to not shield her from the world, but to protect her from the ugliness. Things that dim her fire. I've always felt that way, but since she opened up to me, I feel it even more. Like a strong, nurturing feeling. Is that what real love is? I want to make today special. Something she will enjoy and can relax a bit. I know she likes spending time with me, but I want to show her what it will actually be like to be officially together. I let out a chuckle. What's so funny? Oh, nothing. Just a random thought. Never thought I would be courting a woman after I married her. We clear our plates and get ready for our day out. As I lace my shoes, I think about how I'm going to go about this. I already know that I'm not going to just come out and tell her that I love her. No, that could scare her off on top of adding too much pressure to this. That's the last thing I want to do. To me, doing this type of thing for Desirae doesn't seem like work or me going out of my way. It actually really motivates me. "Can you hand me my toiletry bag?" she calls from the bathroom. "I forgot I took it out of the bathroom the other day when I was cleaning it out." I see it sitting by her suitcase. It hits me that she's not really moved in. Well, not in an official kind of way. She still lives out of suitcases and toiletry bags. She still acts like she's just staying at my place for the time being. I grab it for her. "Here you go!" Her arm reaches from behind the door. "Thank you." I stare at the suitcase. I want her to move in. Like, really move in. I don't want to play house anymore. I want it to be real. "Okay, I'm ready for our adventure day," she announces. I'm sitting on the couch reading the latest issue of Rolling Stone when she comes out. She's dressed casually chic and looks like a goddess the way she can float while walking. I smile and toss the magazine down. "Perfect. Shall we?" "We shall." She grabs her purse and out the door we go. Once in the car, I tell her to grab my bag in the back seat. "What am I looking for?" "Sunscreen. You'll need it." "What do you have planned?" "Well, while you were getting ready, I called in a favor. You and I are going on a private kayak tour on the LA River to kick off the day." "Really? I've always heard people talk about that, but never had the time to do it myself." "Well, that's why I'm here. To help you do all the things you want to do." I look at her nervously as she applies the sunscreen. "So, it wasn't a bad idea?" She flashes me a winning smile. "Not a bad start, in my opinion." I feel more relieved knowing she will enjoy it. "But really, Eric, you don't have to call in favors for me. I'd be happy doing anything." "I know, but I want to do these things for you." We arrive at the drop-off location for our tour. "Are you Mr. Porter?" the guide asks. "Yes, and this is my wife, Mrs. Porter." Desirae smiles and shakes the man's hand. I can tell in his eyes that he recognizes who she is, but thankfully, he stays very professional. "Welcome. My name is Tate, and I'll be your guide this afternoon. Thankfully, we are getting an early start, so it should be a cool journey. Once we get a bit further on our trip, there will be some spots where it will be nice and shaded." "Perfect!" Tate hands us our life jackets and helmets. He runs us through the basics of operating our kayaks, and then we are set. It's a beautiful, peaceful venture through the Elysian Valley. I keep looking over at Desirae to make sure she's enjoying herself. She seems to be. It makes my heart happy to see her so content finally. We continue on our way while our guide explains why the area is called Frogtown. These days there don't seem to be as many frogs around as when the nickname stuck, but it's still a surprisingly beautiful and scenic journey. Our guide shouts back facts here and there, but I am in awe of the sights we are witnessing. Nature's beauty surmounts any man-made beauty, even in LA. "This is simply majestic," Desirae whispers. I whisper back. "Why are you talking so quietly?" She looks stunned for a moment. "I didn't realize I was. Why are you?" I shrug. "'Cause you were. I think it's this place." She looks around at the scenery and then stares into the water. It's so calming. I feel like whispering is all you should do here. Now that she said it, I agree with her. I look back at her joy in just looking at the water. The colors are bouncing off of her skin, almost as if the water is stained glass when the sun comes through. Once we make it back from the river, I thank Tate for the private tour. "No problem, sir. It was my pleasure." We shake and head to the car. "That exceeded my expectations completely. Job well done." Desirae smiles, showing all her pearls, a beautiful true smile. "And that's not all." "What do you mean?" "I have a special lunch booked for us." "Eric, really? This was more than enough. You don't have to do this." "Nonsense. This is like our honeymoon, right? Let me treat my wife." "Honestly, our honeymoon can be relaxing by a poolside. You don't have to do this for me. Daz, let me take you out for a nice lunch. Once we do that, you pick whatever it is you want to do. And don't be shy about it, okay? She nods. Okay. I promise, if I didn't want to do these things with or for you, I wouldn't. Let me cater to you for once.
Chapter 20. Desirae. Lunch is perfect. He even made sure we had our own private table overlooking the pools. That isn't the problem. It's Eric. I don't know what is going on with him, but I have never seen this side before. He's always been kind and caring, but this is to an extreme. He told me on the way to lunch that I can pick whatever we do next, to treat this day as if it were our honeymoon. I don't know what that means. The morning together and the kayak trip was more than enough, and now lunch being so high-end makes me feel like we should be done for the day, but that's not an acceptable answer for Eric. He rushes to open my door for me. That's great and all, very gentlemanly of him, but it also isn't like him. I don't really understand what has suddenly changed. I know last night I bared my soul to him, but I didn't want that to change us. Not in this way. I feel as if he is doing this out of pity for what I confessed to him, and the sex. That was something I intentionally agreed to. Does he feel like he took advantage of me and has to make up for it? I don't want this obligation from him. I want Eric to just be Eric, the man who is my best friend. I love him for that. I don't like feeling like he thinks he has to do all of this for me. It makes me uncomfortable. He doesn't owe me anything. What would you like to do now? Maybe if I suggest something simple, he'll realize that all of this isn't necessary, that he doesn't have to be the perfect husband just for me. Maybe we can just relax? I was thinking about enjoying somewhere poolside and just lounging, soaking in the sun. He shoots me a smile. You've got it. Pick the resort, and I'll take you there. Why is he being so perfect right now? I show him all of my flaws and fears, and he seems to want to make up for that. Andaz has good pools and lounge areas. I just need my swimsuit. Don't worry about it. It's on me. You can get one from one of the stores on the strip near there. Again with the overly nice gestures. It's really okay. I have a perfectly good one at the house. He waves me off. It's fine. Let me do this for you. I know he's trying to be extra nice to me, but I don't need all of this catering. I decide to just go with it, though. He's pretty adamant that I just lay back and unwind. It's not working, but I can try. Once we both get a set of swimming attire, we check in and head to the rooftop pool. I reach in my bag and grab out the sunscreen. Here, let me help you with that. Eric holds out his hands for the bottle. Sure, thanks. I turn and he lathers my back. Now, this is something he would normally do, but right now it makes me feel self-conscious. Part of me knows it is because I have growing feelings for him. That was evident even before last night. That makes it even harder for me to imagine that I'm not going to lose him at any moment. There, you're all set. I smile and finish covering the rest of my body. Eric jumps in the pool and starts doing laps. It's a weekday in the off-season, so we have the place decently to ourselves. That's one of the reasons I chose to go here. I find a lounge chair and lay my towel down. Leaning back, I drop my designer shades and try to shut my mind off. It doesn't work. I watch Eric swim back and forth, enjoying his time in the water. I think about everything I told him last night. About Honey, Kelly, and just the whole scenario of how things played out. I can't lose another friend like this. Hell, Eric's my only true friend anymore. If I lose him, I'll have nothing. I take a deep, mediated breath. Thinking like this is not what this break was intended for. But here I am, now worrying about how not to lose my best friend. I wasn't even concerned about it until all the past was brought up last night, and my guilt resurfaced. Then we connected in a way that I can no longer ignore, which makes everything that much more complicated. Adding Eric going out of his way to be friendly and perfect has me nervous to the bone. I feel like at any moment this will all fall apart. Oh my God, I didn't even think about when things go back to normal. This industry is brutal. He knows that. What happens when we actually start working again? When we start collaborating on our album together? Will he decide that this is too much and there are too many differences to continue? Will he be disappointed in the end product I provide him? Will it end just like it did with Kelly? My mind is pinballing all over the place on what will happen to us, to our future. I let out a sarcastic laugh and flip over on my stomach. I bury my face in my arms, forcing myself to not cry over this delusional nonsense. Like we have a future together. What am I even thinking? There's a reason I haven't been married until my best friend decided to do it with me for a loophole. Now it has me thinking I can have an actual life with no consequences. Like it's as simple as just being happy I found the perfect man. No insane ramifications because of the utterly insane life I choose to live. Get a grip, Des. Hey, why don't you come in and cool off? Eric shouts. Maybe that will help distract me. I don't answer. I just stand and dive into the deep end. The cold water feels refreshing. I let myself float there on my back. Letting all of my air out, I sink slowly beneath the surface until I can't hold it anymore. Popping back up, Eric is right there smiling. Helps, doesn't it? I smile and throw water in his face. He retaliates, and we have a small water fight. For a moment, I forget my fears of losing my friend to reality. I swim some laps with him and enjoy feeling weightless. I need some water. I pull myself up out of the pool. You're surrounded by it. Oh, ha ha. Very funny. I mean some that I can drink. Eric laughs as he submerges himself back into the pool. I walk to my chair and open my water bottle. Closing the lid, I notice how pruny my hands are. I grab my phone to check the time. We have been here for quite a while. I smile, happy that my mind was able to let go for so long. It's about dinner time. You hungry? I ask Eric. Sure. Sounds good to me. He climbs out and towels off. Let's go get changed. We can eat out tonight. I think we have done enough of that today. We can just go home and cook. I'm not going to end the day with an at-home meal. I want to end it like we started it. It started with an at-home meal. I sass back. You know what I mean. Eric, I don't see why you are doing all of these things for me still. What do you mean? I told you that I wanted to. My mind goes back to the defensive. I don't want it to, but it goes there. This situation makes me think more and more about how Kelly and I were. I pursued my career and ended up being a sellout in my own eyes. I don't want to stop what I'm doing, but I can't have Eric think I am leaving him behind or would do the same thing to him. I need my career to come first. I hated the person I ended up being in that whole situation. I let down my best friend because of my ambition, and she still hates me for it. At the same time, I know it'll end up the same way with Eric. The day will come where I go back to touring, to fans, to pressure. I won't have the time to play house with him, and he'll resent me for it. A part of me almost wishes I could, that I could just drop all of this and be his happy wife. But that isn't a future I left possible for myself. I closed the door on that years ago. Stop it. Just stop. Desirae? Sorry, I just got lost in thought. I'm going to go change, and I'll meet you downstairs. Sounds good. We part, and I mull over what to do. I need to make it clear that we are only friends and there is no future between us. No matter what I want, it has to be this way. It's for our friendship's best interest and longevity. It's in Eric's too, even if he doesn't know it yet. I brainstorm ideas as I shower off the chlorine. I need to make some kind of comment that reaches to the point without just flat out saying it. If I just say it, I could look even more foolish if it's something that wasn't even on Eric's mind to begin with. There's a high possibility I've let my paranoia run away with me. I pull on my wedges and take a final look in the mirror. You've got this. You will not lose another best friend. Hey, so what are you thinking for dinner? Eric asks, greeting me with his dazzling smile. Nothing specific. Okay, why don't we just walk the strip and see what smell appeals to us while we enjoy the night air? I force a smile as he takes my hand. It's not that I don't want his hand in mine. I'm just at a loss for the right move to make right now. I see a family walking past us. One kid is screaming. Another is dragging on her mother's hand. Eric sees the couple struggling to remain calm in public and laughs lightly. Here's my chance. They look exhausted, I say, nodding to the pair. Glad we won't ever have to worry about that being us. Nice knowing what's exactly in our future. Our only baby is a record, and our love is based on music. That's exhausting enough without the complications of a real marriage and family. Don't you think so? I look to see his face. I hope that made the point I needed it to.
Chapter 21, Eric. Wow. Seriously? Friends forever and a joking punch on the arm? This isn't how it's supposed to go. What was the other night? How did she realize it was just us becoming friends with benefits and I didn't? Eric, man, stop thinking about it. Don't let on that her reaction to you is a kick in the gut. I try to sound light and casual as we chat on the drive home. It isn't easy. We wind up just getting takeout for dinner. She said she didn't want to go out anyway, and now I'm definitely not in the mood. I don't let her know that, though. When we get home, she looks at me with expectant eyes when I open the door. I clear my throat, suddenly uncomfortable with the attention. She spent all day brushing off my interest in her, and I didn't want to listen. Guess this is what I get. I smile uncomfortably as we enter the house. Hey, if it's all the same with you, I have some work to catch up on, prep for our upcoming sessions, so I think I'll head back to my office and dig in. Desirae blinks her eyes. Oh, gosh, sure, Eric, no time like the present, right? She smiles, but less so. I see her rub her hands together. The only time she does that is when she's nervous or upset. I want to grab her and force her to explain her nonchalant way with me. But I know now's not the right time for that. I smile, clear my throat, and walk past her. I smell her scent. It hurts my heart. No time is right. See you later. I move down the hall. With every step, my heart hurts more, and it has a fight with the confusion in my head. There's something not right here. It's like she purposely distancing herself from me. Right after we made love, she was fine. Now she's standoffish again. I open the door and close it right behind me. Then I lay my little container of food on the desk. The bed I put in here when Desirae and I were sleeping separately is still made. I didn't think I'd be back here today, and especially tonight. Not after what we did last night. I sit down and get out her production file. So I open the folder. All there is in it are the production sheets from Desirae's time in The Daughters of Fortune. There's nothing to do. It's all a lie I gave to get some time to think. I lean back in the chair, sip my coffee, and whisper to myself, I'm determined to figure this out. Whatever this is. In a hushed tone, I assess the situation. Everything was going so well until last night, when it went perfectly. Maybe perfect for me, but obviously not her. I thought it was a step in the right direction, right? I was closer to her than ever, so how can that be a bad thing? But I guess it is, because she's throwing clear warning signs all over the place to back off. My mistake, I guess. I softly rock in the office chair, chew my food, and ponder the thought. I don't think she realizes how much I care for her. That has to be it. But being more aggressive, forcing something on her she's not ready for emotionally, it could have a negative effect, right? I gulp the last of my drink, close the folder, and flop on the bed. Sleep is the only escape, as the brain isn't giving answers. I wake up after a short nap to find a note. Gone out shopping. I breathe a little easier, not because I don't want to be with her, because I don't yet know what to say when she is with me. I rummage around the kitchen. I feel like I should make myself a snack, as my little takeout dinner isn't quite enough. But I don't really have any appetite, and nothing ends up looking appealing. I see my potted hydrangea on the windowsill, and I think the plant is as good a listener as anyone else. The switch was too fast. She was so close to me last night, so vulnerable, so trusting. And then it ends with an accent on the friends deal. But how do we go back to what we were? You can't go back after a night like that. I can't look at her like I used to, and how could she? With me. The front door opens. Desirae walks in with shopping bags. I turn and face Desirae as I casually pour myself a drink. Have a nice time? Oh, mostly window shopping. I just needed to get some air, but I stopped at Vaughn's and got some groceries we needed too. Let me put these away and we can watch a little TV before bed. Sounds good. I hope my voice doesn't sound as stiff as it feels. In a short while, we sit down in front of the TV. A show is on, but I'm not convinced either of us is really watching. It feels like we're both locked in a stalemate, waiting for the one to speak. We do occasionally, but it's distant and brisk. Most of the time, my eyes are focused on the screen, pretending I don't notice her watching me. We're acting like idiots, but neither I nor Desirae is willing to fess up. Eventually, I can't resist the urge to face her when I realize she hasn't looked at me in a while. I glance out of the corner of one eye to see her gaze is now on show, but I'm sure she's not talking it in just like I'm not. I have an urge to flick off the remote and get into it with her. I almost do. But if I do, what do I say? How do I open up the topic without hurting us both? Maybe she admits it was just some fun last night. Nothing more. God, if she does that. And so, I stare at the screen like her, and wait out the end of the picture and flick off the TV once the credits roll. That was good, huh? I say. It's a lie. I have no idea what happened. Yeah, totally. Eric, I'm beat. Is it okay if I... Oh yeah, completely. You head off to bed, I'll clean up here. Desirae smiles and walks off down the hall, and my heart sinks the moment she does. I don't stop her, and she doesn't hesitate. We're acting as if we are barely roommates. Forget friends. I shut the living room lights and head into the kitchen. We hardly touched our drinks or the popcorn I made. I pour the liquor down the sink and garbage the popcorn. I tidy up and turn out the kitchen lights and prepare to head back to my guest bed. I can't believe I'm heading there at all. In the hall, I'm about to turn off the outside lights when I see a piece of paper on the foyer table. It's a confirmation. Desirae is making a commercial for the next couple of days. Man, she didn't even mention it. I can't decide if I'm relieved or heartbroken that she'll be gone. At least it'll be 2 days where maybe I can sort out my own mind. And she can, too. I pass her door. I see light escaping from the bottom. I know she's still awake. It's the last time before she takes off to talk with her about all of this. How can I let her go when we're in this funk? I hesitate. I face the door. I touch the knob. I turn it not even an inch. I hold it steady. I sigh and turn it back, slowly, quietly. And I go on my way. If she doesn't want to talk about it, neither do I. I hit the hay, basically giving up. There's nothing I can say or do to make this better, and I know it. I lean up against 2 pillows and talk out the next couple of days to myself. Controlling something is better than controlling nothing. Okay, Eric, put your game face on. You guys did this prank so she could have time off, and you and her could produce a record. So, do that. Take the time she's away and start planning a recording plan like you do with all your other groups. There are no answers to the relationship now. There's no relationship. So stop looking for some. I punch both pillows until they make the right shape. I turn off the bedside lamp and bid goodnight to the day. It's a cool evening, so I keep the air conditioning off and the window screen open, allowing the outside sounds to lull me to sleep. The palm fronds hiss. I hear the various nighttime bugs hum. Even the far-off thrumming of traffic invades my ears. All the sounds which usually put me to sleep aggravate me more tonight. Throughout the night, I toss and turn. The moment I wake up, I see her smiling image in my mind. It makes me want to run to her, to kiss her all over, to make us okay, more than okay. Instead, I punch my pillows, harder this time. One can't take the abuse, and it splits open. Down feather puff, flit, and float all over the room. "Oh, for the love of Pete," I hiss. "Can anything more go wrong?" I throw the empty pillowcase. It lands on the nightstand lamp and the lamp falls over, making a god-awful thump onto the carpet below. I hiss again. "Sure, God, you answer then, like that? That's what you show up for? Man, you really have a weird sense of humor." I get up, scoop up the feather into the pillowcase, and return the lamp to the table. I look down at the feathers and ponder making a joke. I could run to her room and throw the entire lot on her bed, and we could make love amid the downy sensation. It makes me smile for a time, almost laugh. Then I realize there's nothing funny about any of this situation. A lie begets a lie, and lies hurt. I plunk the case on the settee and I plop back into bed. I throw the duvet over my body and hide my head until another pillow. Escape. That's the only way. For now, for tonight, and at least for 2 whole days.
Chapter 22. Desirae. Filming the commercial seems like an endless affair with rewrites and retakes. I smile through it all and exude endless patience, but it's all a lie. I want it done. I want not to be here while my relationship with Eric is so tenuous. Well, guys, that's a wrap. We have it in the can. Thank you, Desirae. You were a peach through it all, the director says as he breaks the set. Hey, I'm glad we finally got it. I never realized how hard filming commercials can be. Well, doll, you're free. You headed back home? Today, this minute, as soon as I can pack and get a flight. I run from the set, and within the hour, I'm boarding a flight directly to LA. These last 2 days have felt like 2 months. When they call for boarding, my heart soars before the plane does. A few hours later, looking out the plane window, I see the desert on the horizon, and it makes me smile. I'm home. The entire time away, and even on the plane, I'm greeted by fans congratulating me on my wedding to Eric. And to the fans and to the paparazzi, I offer a pat reply. Yeah, being away from home is hard. I can't wait to be back with my husband. The funny thing is, my canned reply never feels like a lie. I don't have to force a smile or paste on a fake grin. I genuinely want to be back home with Eric. I didn't know I'd miss him so much. I know in my heart, I screwed up the last night we had together. We could have had another intimate night. Instead, I shut him out of my bed and out of my life. Doubts pervade my consciousness about whether I did the right thing for me and Eric by pushing him away. We were opening up, talking about such intimate things. And what do I do but push him away in the end? Why? Why did I do that? I know, of course, I don't want to be hurt ever again. Rejection, abandonment, my fears of both. Whether it's from the daughters of fortune or in my personal life, I never want to feel those feelings again. The doubts I carry on board and fly with me across the country lift from my mind as the plane lands. I'll be different this time. I'll welcome him into my world, not shut him out. I curse myself for pushing away the one man who gets me the most. In all my life, no one has ever got me as well as Eric. My highs, my lows, my hopes and fears. He gets it all. He listens, and he wants to be with me through everything. I'm excited to be back and can't wait to talk with Eric. It takes forever, it seems, to empty the plane. Once free, I practically run to the baggage claim area, intent on grabbing a taxi for home. As I watch bag after bag drop in the carousel, my mind reels. This time, it'll be different. I know it will. I'll find him there and I'll tell him what an idiot I've been to push him away. He has to know I mean it. He knows me so well. I'll lay everything on the table, and we'll get back on track with our life together and with the album. Please, let this work out. Let me have this second chance. I head outside. The sun is glaringly bright. I put a hand over my eyes to find the taxi area, and instead I am pleasantly surprised to see Eric looking at me, leaning against his car, waiting for me to return. I smile and wave and run to him. "You're here. I didn't expect this welcome." I smile brightly and give him a big hug. He smiles but doesn't hug me back. His demeanor is closed off and his words are so clipped, nothing like his usual behavior at all. I say nothing, but my heart falls into my stomach. I fear the ride home. Eric loads my luggage and hits the road. His eyes stay on the road and both his hands remain on the wheel. I know something is seriously wrong as he always holds my hand in the car. I throw on my sunglasses. Not because my eyes need them in the tinted window expanse, but because I don't want Eric to see the fear and sorrow in my expression. I grip the armrest, trying to prepare my psyche for the worst. The car hums along the interstate. The silence inside is deafening. I'm about to blurt out emotion-filled words when Eric finally speaks. "Listen, Desirae. I've had these 2 days to do some serious thinking. You and I got off the rails somehow, and I'm course correcting." Course correcting? That sounds ominous. No, it's not. I'm just being realistic for us both. I'm taking you back to the house, but, Desirae, you'll be living there alone. While you were away, I moved out most of my essentials and moved back into the bachelor suite above the studio. The place I had before I became successful. I've decided it's for the best, at least until this fake marriage ends. I'm stunned. I blink over and over, trying my best to digest what Eric just said. I hear the words, but there is no sense to them. I turn to him with a look of dismay. "You did what? You moved out? Of your house? Why would you do that? Especially when I was away?" Finally, Eric turns to me, yet his expression is still deadpan, almost cold. "Hey, it's no big deal, right? I mean, it's not like I'm not calling off our marriage or anything. The plan is still a go. Your secret is safe with me. And you'll have the rest you need from touring, like we said." "What do you mean, like we said? Before I left for the commercial, we were living in the house together. Eric, what has happened? You're acting like we're not even friends anymore." "No, that's not true at all. Of course, you and I are still friends. But Des, you and I have been not only lying to the world, but to ourselves. And I'm tired of playing house. It's demoralizing. And let's face it, we're doing more than we need to do to pull off this prank." He sighs. "Now that people know you're living with me, you can't just get up and leave. But I can be seen at the studio, because who is going to question that? We don't have to spend every waking moment together, right? If we're seen in a few places here and there, that's sufficient to keep the ruse going. The paparazzi got enough of us from the engagement and the wedding. I don't think we have to drum the relationship home any more than that. Do you?" "Yeah, no, I mean, I guess you're right. We did all we had to do." I drop my gaze from Eric and look out the windshield, fighting back tears I know are threatening to come. I don't argue with Eric. I don't tell him I'm upset and disappointed by his decision. A decision he made by himself for us both. What's the point? He's already made up his mind. He assumes he knows mine or doesn't care anymore about what I think. The rest of the ride home remains silent. Neither one of us has an urge to break it. Eric pulls up to the house and helps me in with my luggage. He drops it in the foyer and returns to the car without so much as a goodbye. I watch him drive away and, in that instant, I feel as I felt when Honey, Kelly, and I walked out of our old manager's office for the last time, afraid, hurt, and alone. I close the door, then turn around and face the dead quiet space. I call out in the foyer, and my voice echoes. I swear the place never sounded so cavernous when Eric lived here. I look down at all my bags. I have no drive to even put them into my bedroom. My soul and the house feel like abandoned ruins, not fit for habitation. Our relationship, or what I thought it was, dissolved in the time it takes to film a TV commercial. Maybe this is what a lie is, a flimsy fantasy which is never meant to last. I kick off my shoes, walk into the living room, and look around at the place. I still see remnants of Eric. He didn't move all his things out, of course. It's weird now, being stuck in someone else's space that leaves me feeling like a stranger. But I'm living with a memory now and not the man. I stare out at the nearby city skyline and talk to myself, as God knows there's no one else to confide in. I was so careful to micromanage everything. I made sure all the T's were crossed and all the I's were dotted, so nothing blew up. And look where I am now, in a relationship which has exploded, and there's nothing I can do to repair the damage. I walk over to the bar and pour myself a drink, thinking Eric always pours for me. Not now. Not today. And maybe never again. I take the tumbler and fall onto the couch, absent-mindedly surveying the western sky. How did it get to this? How did we go from such close friends to two people who can't stand the sight of one another well enough to share a home? I worked so hard to take care of us. How we felt, how we acted going forward. Somehow, my being careful ruined everything. A voice in my head replies with an answer that makes me shiver. Obviously, you didn't take care of everything. You forgot Eric's feelings in your petty little game.
Chapter 23. Eric, I spend most of my time in the studio these days. It keeps me busy and keeps my mind occupied. If I sit still long enough, all I think of is her. Desirae, the one I loved and lost. And how my decision to leave our home we share together is the catalyst. I wanted some time to think, and boy did I get it. Great session, man. Thanks, Eric. That's a wrap, all right. Hey, anytime, man. You know where I am. Have a great tour. I wave goodbye at the last band of the night. I'm tired as the hours are long, but I'm keyed up too. I shift papers and rewire some electronics in the production booth. Not because I need to do either, but because I have nothing more to do. It's one thing when groups are recording. My mind is buzzing with activity. But when the studio clears out, and it's only me left to my own devices, I panic. It's loud and dark in my head, and I prefer to avoid it. I can't believe it's already been a week since I moved out of the home I shared with Desirae. Every minute of those days has crawled by. I'm a slave to watching the clock, and those hands never seem to move. My life isn't the same since I picked her up from the airport and dropped the bombshell on her about me moving out. But I know there's no use crying over spilled milk. I said what I said and did what I did. Changing my mind, going back to her, it's pressure Desirae doesn't need. After how I left things, it wouldn't be fair. My mind whispers to me. Unfair to whom, her or you? Damn my thinking mind. Hey, Mr. Porter. You sure seem down in the dumps these days. As soon as the groups clear out, you just sit there staring at the walls. Usually you got opinions and thoughts on everything. More talkative for sure, being silent. This isn't like you at all. It's Harry, my cleaning man. I wave him in as I welcome the distraction. I know I must be upset if even my studio janitor can discern my dour mood. Yeah, I guess you're right. I haven't been myself lately. Things haven't been going as I hoped they would, I guess. You mean to do with the business? That can't be right. The studio has been booked every day all week long. I even called in more staff to get these booths cleaned up. You've had so many sessions. No, you're right about that. The business is going well. Ever since my marriage to Desirae, the place has been completely booked. It's more personal things on my mind. Harry leans his broom against the wall and with an all-knowing grin says, You mean lady troubles? Has the honeymoon effect already worn off? You know, it happens eventually. I chuckle and wonder how Harry can be so astute. Yeah, I guess you could say that. We come off the high of the engagement and the wedding, and there's a deflation, a mood shift, I guess. I want one thing, She wants another, you know. Harry walks up to me and takes a seat next to the equalizer board. He's never done that before. Come into my space. His forward demeanor and sober look shock me. The power position of employer and employee shift, and it feels like I'm about to have a talking to by an elder. Now, listen, Mr. Porter. Being newly married isn't all it's cracked up to be. Sure, the engagement and wedding fly by, as does the honeymoon. That's the exciting part. But coming back down to earth requires a huge adjustment. You have to get used to another person sharing your life, day in and day out. And if you've been single for a long time, the harder the change is for both parties. You can say that again, Harry. And the stuff which isn't spoken can be the worst. Oh boy, you're preaching to the choir on that subject. It can be the little things which drive you nuts the most. Where the coffee cups are kept. Who has what shelf in the medicine cabinet? What programs do you watch on TV? The list goes on, and with every step you're walking on eggshells, trying not to offend her. Once the honeymoon is over, the work of the marriage really begins. I laugh. How did you get so smart, Harry? Is there a marriage manual I didn't get? Harry chuckles. Oh, no. No manual, kid. I guess it's from people watching over the years. Everyone thinks all janitors do is clean. Heck no. We watch. We listen. Our employers see us as invisible. We're not, you know. That. And I've been on this mortal coil for more years than I care to admit. With age, as they say, comes wisdom, and it's true. I mean, there has to be compensation for joint and back pain, which comes with age, right? So here's me thinking you're just cleaning the joint, and all the while you're taking mental notes. Okay, wise guy, you got any wife and relationship advice for me? I'm all ears. I lean forward in my chair and weave my fingers together. Well, now that you ask, yes, I do. Don't take yourself too seriously. Life is meant to be lived, not controlled. And if you only remember one thing out of our little talk today, remember this. A person's perception isn't always right, and it can always change. Harry pats me on my knee, smiles, and walks back to his broom. I lean back. Life is meant to be lived, not controlled. Damn, I like that saying. Who said that? I did. Did you not just hear me speak? I howl with laughter. Okay, man, I surrender. You're right about everything. Oh, Mr. Porter, I know I'm right. That's never been in question. You have yourself a better day. Harry grabs his broom and ambles off to clean Studio A, whistling a cheerful tune. I gaze out the interior window and watch the old man trundle around the vast space, readying the equipment for the next session. My thoughts return to Desirae. Always Desirae. But maybe with more insight than I had before. Did I screw things up, saying and doing what I did when she arrived back? After that last night together, when she distanced herself from me, I thought I was doing the right thing for her. Did I read Desirae wrong? Did I make everything worse? I chastise myself. Heck no! You didn't screw things up. Remember what she said? What Desirae originally wanted. She was truthful, right from the start as to what she needed and what we'd do. Why are you twisting her words? Why are you making it out to be more than it is? You knew her wishes. You have to respect them and her. Some things I can't say out loud, not even to myself. No fooling, Eric. You knew the game all along. You're a fool to try to change the rules. I glance at the studio clock. It's almost time for my meeting with an unknown performer who calls herself Diana Smith. Likely some rich kid who fancies herself a singer and had the money to book a session. In other words, torture for the artist in me and good news for the practical, money-grubbing realist. I get out her file and prep the boards. I curse my PA for the last-minute booking, but a part of me is curious too, as I haven't dealt with this person before. A few minutes later, in walks Desirae. What are you doing here? I'm here for my recording session. You're Diana Smith? Yep. Thought I should be incognito, at least on paper. I don't know about this, Desirae. What don't you know? You and I planned this, remember? I used my time off to record songs in your studio. Yes, but considering how things have gone between us. Eric, nothing has changed. The plan is still going. If anything has changed, it's you and your plans for us. Why would you renege on this part of the deal now? You know how I'm dying to record some songs. I shrug my shoulders. I know she's right. It's been the plan all along. We would spend this time to produce and record songs for her next album. I can't go back on my word, and I assured her we were still friends after all. I mean it. Or at least I'm really trying to mean it. For her, I'm willing to do my best. But when she shows up looking this beautiful, it suddenly gets really hard to remember how I just vowed not to pressure her. God damn it. Yes, I agree. Let's try one song and see how it goes, okay? Okay. I have something already written. You want to hear it? She asks. Sure. Head into the voice booth. Desirae heads into the booth. We both don headphones, and I light up the mic and the equalizer boards. She begins to sing. It's a light pop song about love and life, and how people can get it all so wrong, and how love has to be great enough to try again. I do my usual adjustments. At first, I'm not really noticing, too busy hearing the sounds more than the actual words. Then it dawns on me the words she's singing. I stop what I'm doing to just listen and watch her sing. I realize she's made up this song as a sort of apology for how things have gone on between us, her regrets at how it's all turned out. It's pointed and deliberate, just a buttery smooth way to force a message into my ears and make me listen. The last line pierces my heart. I want you back, she croons. Did I hear her right? Did she just sing that? She did. At the end of the love song, Desirae removes her headphones and sits in the booth with her head down. Not moving, not saying another word. I rip off the headphones, rush into the studio, and open the booth door. Des, I love you. I've been in love with you for such a long time, longer than I first realized. I screwed up. I want you back in my life. Please forgive me and come back into my world.
Chapter 24. Desirae. All I can hear is my heart drumming loudly in my chest, vibrating my whole body. Did Eric just say what I think, or is my imagination willing it to be true? I mean it, Desirae. You're all I could ever hope for. I'm irreversibly in love with you. I've just denied it for so long because I didn't even realize it until this whole marriage ploy. It made me realize everything I have ever felt for you is love. I forced myself to take a deep breath. This is real. Eric just confessed his love for me. I feel a face-warping smile consume my countenance as his words sink in. Really? You're not just saying that because of the magical lyrics of my song? I know it's not the time, but my awkwardness is only countered with sarcasm and bad jokes. His grin becomes a true smile. Really? Even though your lyrics definitely helped? Eric's rebuttal joke puts me at ease. I relax slightly, but now it's my turn for a confession. If he can just come out and say it, so can I. I'm in love with you too, Eric. I have been for quite a while. I didn't want to admit it at first, but then it just became too loud for me to ignore. It's scary, isn't it? He teases. Terrifying. I didn't want to ruin anything between us. You know everything that I went through with Kelly and Honey. I couldn't risk losing you too. I didn't want to drive you away or prove that this was a mistake. I couldn't have you hate me. Eric put his hand lovingly to my face. I could never hate you, Des. I grab his hand and hold it there. I'm sorry I put you through this. It seems childish now. I forced you to think I wanted nothing to do with us romantically because I thought it would save us. In the end, it almost ruined everything, all because I was too scared to be honest. Eric drops our hands and pulls me close. Hey, don't be too hard on yourself. We both did basically the same thing. I could have come out too, just said how I was starting to feel. But like you said, our friendship hung in the balance. The thought of losing that, or you, was something I didn't want to face, so I just pretended it wasn't there. I couldn't either. I didn't realize how much loss drove me to do certain things just to not have it happen again. It made me paranoid and thinking that at any moment I was going to do something to cause you to leave. That explains why you over-explained any time you thought we had a tender moment. I let out a dry laugh. Exactly. If I would have known that this marriage would lead me to this kind of mental instability and therapeutic outbreaks, I don't think I would have signed off on it. Then you would be a mess and fall apart from being overworked. The bright side is this, though. Right now, Eric kisses my forehead, his lips lingering. I press against him and close my eyes. If we never did this, then this moment would not have happened. We would spend the rest of our lives circling the fact that we're meant to be together, but never having it shoved in our face. It would be just out of reach enough to ignore. I'm sorry I pushed you away. Don't be. I get it. After all you've been through, it was a natural defense for you to protect yourself and our friendship. I can't believe I tried friend-zoning you. Oh, you definitely didn't just try. You succeeded. I was putting my A game out there and you shot me down. I look into his eyes. I never wanted to hurt him. I guess the words hit deeper than I thought they would. I didn't mean what I said that night. I was just trying to, I know. He laughs lightly. I get it now. Try not to let that bog you down. You came here, sang a beautiful song. I laugh at his sarcasm. And told me your feelings in your own way before anything drastic happened. Now, we're adults who can easily say that we love each other without fear of what will happen next. I tilt my head and kiss him. You make it all sound so simple. Because it is. He gives me another kiss. It always has been with you. I love you. It feels so good to say that and not be afraid. It's wonderfully freeing. I love you too. And please believe me when I say this. I will never leave you high and dry. I will be the person you can always come to and count on. No more fear of how I will react or anything. Come to me for and with anything, and I will be here. I won't abandon you, Des. I'm in this with you and for you. You can't get rid of me that easily. I know everything he says, he means. I also know it's meant to be romantic and reassuring, which it is. But it makes me start to cry. He wipes away a tear. That's not what I intended to make you do. He apologizes. It's not that. I love everything you just said. It means a lot, more than you'll ever know. Just hearing you say those things to me, I believe you. It just hits right in the heart. It's all I've ever wanted. He leans in and kisses my tears away. I move my head to meet where his lips are going. It's a deep, passion-filled kiss. He wraps his arms in a strong embrace around my body. I let myself go. Eric finds the strength to pull away for a moment. Shall we go home and call it a day? I nuzzle his neck. I like the sound of that. We grab our bags. Eric shuts down the studio and reaches for my hand. Let's go home. I smile. The simplest sentence makes me the happiest person. I know we are driving to the same destination, but having to go in separate cars right now feels wrong. I give Eric a dramatic goodbye kiss before I walk to my car. That should last you until we get home. I wink at him as I climb in the driver's seat. He smiles at me dazedly before getting into his own vehicle. When we get to the house, I barely let him shut the door before I'm all over him. He turns around, and I press myself against him, lips first. Eric drops his keys to the floor as he wraps his arms around my waist. I run my fingers through his hair, pulling gently. I want him so bad. I've been wet since our kiss at the studio. I bite his lip gently before darting my tongue into his mouth. Well, things are heating up again. You know what to do. Go to vixavonromance.com to get the dirty details that this platform won't put on the air. I know it sucks. but at least you can get a 40% discount with code VIXA40 to make up for it. Use it while it lasts and apply it to every digital product in your cart. Back to the story.
Chapter 25. Eric. I blink my eyes slowly open. The bright sun is glinting through the windows. I apparently forgot to close the shades last night. I smile, thinking about what distracted me. Rolling over, I see Desirae stretching herself awake. Good morning. I kiss her forehead. She smiles back. Morning. She tries to untangle herself from the chaos of sheets that seem to have her trapped. Would you like some coffee? I offer. I try not to laugh as she fights the covers off. That sounds great. How about you get it started? I think I need to take a shower after last night. I feel sticky from sweat. Is that all you're sticky from? She hits me playfully. Stop, yes. Or at least I think so. I laugh even harder as I get up to go start a pot of the black life juice that we both need. I hear the shower turn on. I think it's better if I join her than just wait for the coffee to be done. A familiar tune starts being hummed from the bathroom as I make my way to the closed door. Need any help in there? She slides the glass fully open, exposing her glorious, wet, naked body. I mean, I could always use another set of hands. Plus, it saves water to shower together, right? Her smile is inviting and seductive. I can't get my clothes off fast enough. She leaves the door open for me as she returns to the downpour of water cascading over her dark, beautiful body. Desirae submerges her head to get it soaked completely through. Her back is to me. I place my hands on her shoulders and start kissing her back lightly. Her head rolls back. I grab her jaw gently, turning it so I can kiss her. My manhood starts to grow, touching her slick buttocks slightly as it gets bigger. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from vixavonromance.com. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story. I'm going to have to leave one hell of a review for the guy who installed the water heater system, I say, pouring a robed Desirae a fresh cup of coffee. No kidding. I wonder how much longer we could have gone in there. Maybe we will have to test that out one day. I pour myself one and join her on the couch. I like the sound of that. On that note, what would you say to me possibly moving back in? It's a bit of an awkward topic as I don't want to seem pushy. She's a little nervous about things moving too fast, so I don't want to overwhelm her. But I'm not exactly eager to stay holed up in my studio either. Absolutely, Eric. I didn't even want you to move out in the first place. I know, I just thought it was better. But then again, that was all a lovely miscommunication on our part. Yeah, how about we don't have that happen again? I smile. Deal. We clink our coffee mugs together to seal it. But yeah, I would love for you to move in. I think the sooner the better. I mean, we are man and wife after all. She shoots me a wink. True. Okay. Well, I don't have that much. I can get it all back here this week. Perfect. I'll help. No, you won't. I want you to enjoy the time and start working on your music like you have been wanting to. This is a perfect time for it. There's no stress, distractions, just your ideas. She nods and accepts my plea. Okay, I can do that. But since you are helping me, can we talk about a few things for the record? Absolutely. I grab a notepad and pen that are sitting on the coffee table and face her. What are you thinking? I don't want to be forced into any love songs. I don't care how good they can sell. If I'm not feeling the lyrics from the heart, then I don't want to write or record it. I want to give my best to this album. I start making notes. Also, I want honest feedback on my lyrics and sound. I know you're good at your job, and I want your input. Not saying I'll always take it if my gut says something else, but if I ask, please give it to me. Deal. I also want to make this unique. The sound, the lyrics, the songs. I don't want it to be mainstream. I have a lot of ideas about that we can go over in the studio, and once things are written so it's easier for me to explain. Desirae continues with her wants and don'ts for the album as I make a detailed record of it all. I want this album to be everything she dreams it can be and more. Once she is done listing items, she curls up to me. I throw a blanket over us and hold her close. Thank you for doing this for me. Thank you for letting me. I'd do anything for you, Des. I love you. I can't seem to tell her that enough. She closes her eyes and nuzzles closer to my chest. And I love you. My heart is full.
I hope you're enjoying this audiobook by vixavon. If you want to keep hearing more audiobooks, then please hit that subscribe button and like the video. It may seem insignificant, but the more people that subscribe, the easier it is to produce more audiobooks in the future. So please help us out and subscribe to our channel. Thank you for listening, and now back to your book.
Chapter 26. Desirae. A movie I've seen 1,000,000 times is playing on the television. I'm glad I've seen it before, because I can't seem to really focus on anything else but Eric. I can't believe that just a month ago, I was so close to losing him. We have just eaten dinner and made our way straight to the couch to cuddle up with each other. It's become our routine once a meal is finished. It has actually become one of my favorite things to do since we reconciled. Tonight is different, though. I can't put my finger exactly on why that is. All I know is we could have been doing this longer if I hadn't been so scared of losing him. Eric catches me looking at him. He smiles at me as he brings my hands to his lips for a light kiss. My face beams as he turns his attention back to the movie. No matter what, Eric always is doing little gestures to reassure me and show his attentiveness. I've never had anything like this before. Hell, I've never had anything at all like this. This last month has been more than I could have ever dreamed any relationship would be like. I know it's cliche to think that life can be like the movies, but Eric has shown me that it can be. How real love is ongoing and supportive, no matter the situation. I already know that I'll never get bored or tired of this type of treatment. It's not annoying to me in the least. It just pushes me to make him feel just as loved as I do. I start to twirl Eric's hair with my finger. I'm not even pretending to watch the TV anymore. My mind is too busy replaying the lust-filled month I have had with my husband. My fingers catch in his hair as a thought enters. Does Eric still plan on getting divorced after the 2 years are up? Is it weird that we're 1 month into our relationship, really? And I've already tricked him into a marriage? What happens when I do finally go back on tour? What if he's not ready for that level of commitment by then, and there's no way out of it? My brow furrows. Eric glances at me again. He must notice my disgruntled look because he pauses the movie and turns to face me. What are you thinking about? I can tell he genuinely wants to know and cares. It's the influx of his voice and look of concern. I don't want to bother him with my intrusive thoughts. Everything's going so well. It's just me being paranoid. Nothing. Des, don't be like that. Talk to me. We made a promise. What's up? I bite my lip, hesitant. It bit me in the face before not saying my thoughts. I can't let it happen again. Do you ever think about getting a divorce? Surprise slaps itself on his face. What? You know, about getting a divorce from me, once this whole thing runs its course. There's no course to run, not anymore. Well, I mean, since we got married on false pretenses. I wouldn't blame you if you did. I was just curious, that's all. No. Maybe he doesn't understand what I mean. So you're saying you don't feel trapped? I mean, we just started officially dating, but we are already married. Doesn't that complicate things for you? Or make you feel pressured, like this has to work out? Like I said, I don't blame you if you want to get a divorce and start fresh. No strings attached, no prior commitments. Eric starts laughing. Okay. I didn't think anything I said was funny, but no, it's not that. I can tell this is an actual concern for you. I promise you that you don't have to worry. I need you to be honest with me, Eric. His face turned serious. I am. Do you have these feelings or doubts? No, I didn't. The thought just kind of sprung in my head. I want you to be happy, not feel like there's no way out. And if I went on tour, I wouldn't blame you for wanting one. I've realized that most of my problems in life are due to the fact that I can be selfish in doing what I want to make myself happy. Just like asking you to give up everything to marry me so I didn't have to tour. You're giving, I'm taking. Is that okay? I don't care if you go on tour. My mind won't change about you or about us. This is what I want. I know the business and I'm all about supporting you. I feel a lump start in my throat. This man has a way with words. Maybe he should be the songwriter. I am happy. I am with the woman I love more than anything. We are doing the things we love together, as well as giving life one hell of a go. This is the least trapped I have ever felt. Eric pulls me in close to him. I lay my head on his chest. This is exactly where I want to be. So, no second guessing? I promise any thought I have about us, I will be completely open with you, just like I expect you to be with me. Okay? I breathe through my nose, pushing back the tears. I pull back to look at him. He's being sincere, as always. Okay? As long as we are being open with each other, there's something I need you to know. What's that? Eric takes my hands and kneels onto the ground. What are you doing? Desirae, I will marry you as many times as necessary to prove to you how much I love you. I see no divorce in our future, nor do I want one to be. Marrying you the first time wasn't a mistake, and no time after would be either. I declare my love to you for the world to hear on a daily basis, if that would help you realize how I truly feel. I'm committed to you. I can no longer hold back my tears. They start flowing. I've never felt this kind of love before. I keep thinking that it can't get any more sincere than it is. Then Eric goes ahead and finds a way to prove me wrong. I haven't cried this much in a long time, but these are tears I can live with. These are tears of love, security, and happiness. You don't have to do that for me. I believe you. I just wanted to lay it all out there. I smile and pull him back onto the couch with me. I would do it for you, in a heartbeat. And thank you. I appreciate you telling me what was on your mind instead of causing yourself unnecessary grief. But I'm good. No divorces. Just endless days with you and countless memories in the making. Eric pulls me into his arms, his hand cradling my head. I cry silently against his chest. I am completely surrendering myself to him, to love. He strokes my hair and murmurs, I will always be here for you. No matter what. We will always find a way to overcome any obstacle thrown at us. Anything that affects our relationship, we will face it together, as a team. You are my wife, and that means more to me now than it ever did. There's no one else I would ever want to walk this path with. I love you. I sniffle, pulling away from his now soaked shirt. I love you too. I feel like I can't say it enough, even though it's been my daily mantra to him for over a month. Now that I have you, I don't know how I would do this life without you. I couldn't before when you were just my friend. Now, though, without your love, I know I would feel lost. You'll never have to worry about that. And for the record, you could never be lost. Your light shines too bright. You'd find a way. But I won't ever make you figure out how to do that on your own. Like I said, I'm here for the long run. Thought you couldn't get rid of me before? Now you're locked in for life. You good with that? I'm absolutely perfect with it. We smile at each other. Eric pulls my face gently towards his. You are my everything, Des. Forever. In that moment, I know without doubt that he is my end game. This is what I have been missing my whole life. Someone who shows me what it's like to put others first and to be completely supported. And you're mine, Eric. His lips already close to mine makes for an easy transition into a kiss. I can't stop smiling as he kisses away any lingering doubts I have had. I feel his own smile against mine. I want this forever. I have this forever. I'm the luckiest girl in the world. Passion fades my smile as I release myself to him. I push myself deeper into the kiss and lose myself in the entanglement of our love and bodies.
Chapter 27. Eric, everything is set. I know she thought I wasn't serious about proposing to her for real, but I am. I have it all planned out, and today is the day. After our talk about what we wanted and expected from this, it made me realize even more than before how much I love her. I want the proposal to be real and memorable, as well as the ring. There was no real proposal for our fake marriage. The ring from the pawn shop is beautiful, but I want something that will be only ever hers. Something that's just as beautiful and unique as Day herself. I pull out the ring I've recently purchased and open the box. I know it's still in there, but I want to make sure. I smile as the light hits the diamonds. Just a week ago, I found the perfect thing for her. It's the classic diamond shape she likes, but it's simple and elegant. It comes with a diamond-studded wedding band that the engagement ring fits inside of to make one gorgeous ring once we have a real ceremony. Or renewal of vows. Whatever she wants to do to celebrate our real love instead of a contract breakage. Are you ready? I hear her call from the hallway. Not wanting to get caught, I quickly slam the lid shut and shove the jewelry box into my pants pocket. Des comes into the room. What are you doing? Nothing, just thinking about how far we've come, I reply. She smiles at me, and I feel like the luckiest guy. Not only am I married to a talented songstress, but the most beautiful, caring person I have known, especially in the industry, let alone out of it. I know she always thinks she has made selfish decisions, but I don't see it that way. The industry is cruel and pushy. Des has such a kind heart that doing the right thing for her always seemed like the morally wrong thing. She doesn't understand that she's entitled, even, to put herself first sometimes, and it isn't selfish to put her needs ahead of her manager's wants. It's self-preservation. It's nice to see her start to forgive herself and allow time to really look inside and see what she wants and needs. I'm just happy I can be a part of that journey. So, are we still on for today? Yes, absolutely. Let me just grab some things. Are you going to tell me where we are going yet? Nope. All you need to know is that food is involved, and the requirement is to relax and enjoy the day. That sounds easy enough. I kiss her cheek and head into the kitchen. Let me just grab this. I reach underneath the cabinets and pull out a giant picnic basket that's already set to go. When did you do that? This morning. I wanted it already. All I need you to do is grab your notepad for any lyrical inspiration that comes to mind today, and a bottle of wine. What, no wine glasses? She teases. They're already packed tightly in here. Like I said, I'm prepared. I can see that, she laughs. Once we get to the car, I load everything in the back seat. Okay, I think that's everything. Ready for our date? She nods. I slide into the driver's seat and off we go. I want today to be perfect just for her. I have the best sport with privacy and nature all wrapped into one. Sometimes it's hard to find those areas, living where we do. I turn the radio on and she immediately starts humming the tunes coming out. Her hand rests out of the window as it floats outside, riding the currents of wind that whip her hair around. Smiling seems to come so easy now, especially when I am watching her enjoy life. We get to a little park on the edge of the city, and I pull into a hidden grove off of the beaten path. Where are we? Somewhere no one else will be. I put the car in park. You know, if I didn't know you as well as I do, that could have come across as completely terrifying. I offer her an apologetic smile. I meant it in the best way. Just that you and I have lots of privacy out here. I know you don't get that much. She gets out and helps me gather the things in the back. I appreciate it. So, where to? Just follow me. It's a little bit of a walk, but the view is worth it, I promise. We cut through some of the grass and trees until you can't see the car anymore. I look behind me and smile. Just up here. The thickness suddenly breaks, and there's a clearing with a small pond. One oversized tree sits near it, creating shade all around. There are some ducks enjoying the water, as well as a couple turtles sunbathing on a log. I turn to look at her. So, what do you think? Des is staring at the view. There's nothing to see but untouched nature. Birds are chirping, and the water gives off coolness. It's an oasis away from the pavement desert of home. It's wonderful, Eric. Absolutely perfect. Where did you find a place like this? I used to come here to relax when I first came to LA. I wasn't used to the urban vibes, you know? I kinda quit coming here once work took over my life. I was trying to think about a good getaway, and this suddenly sprang back up in my head. Desirae walks over and grabs my hand. I'm so glad it did. Good, now, where would you like to set up our picnic? How about the tree right near the water? I was hoping you'd say that. I make my way to the shade and pull a blanket out of the basket. Wow, you weren't kidding when you said you had today covered. Damn straight. This picnic basket might as well be Mary Poppins' bag. She laughs as I whip the blanket flat. I grab the basket and set it in the middle. As we get situated, I start to lay out our meal. Now here's the real question, Miss Poppins. Hit me, I say as I set up our wine glasses. Did you bring a bottle opener for the wine? I stare at her blankly for a minute. You forgot the wine opener? What happened to being Mr. Prepared? I can tell she's enjoying taunting me. My face switches from worried to smug as I reach in and throw the cork opener at her. You brat! I was so ready to give you hell! Oh, I know. Sorry I disappointed you in that area. She giggles as she opens up the bottle. This is quite the spread you have here. There's cheese, different kinds of meats, olives, and fruit. Everything a picnic should entail. Hopefully the army of ants stays at bay, though. We enjoy the food and serene landscape. There's chit-chat here and there, but overall the quietness is intoxicating. Once we have our fill, Des adjusts herself to lay her head on my lap. I could stay here forever, she mumbles sleepily. We can make this our spot. Oh, what do you say? Yes, let's. She closes her eyes with a peaceful smile spread over her lips. I turn my hips slightly so I can reach the ring in my pocket. I pull it out, and my heart starts beating faster. I know we are already married. I have a pretty solid idea of what she will say, but still, this is a real proposal to the woman I love. I want it to be perfect because she will remember it forever. I take a deep breath. I open the box and hold my arm in front of her. The sun is hitting the diamond in such a way that rainbows are dancing over the blanket. When she opens her eyes, she'll see it. Hey, Des, I want to ask you something. She opens her eyes slightly. Once she takes in what she sees, she shoves herself quickly up on her arm and faces me. Will you marry me? For real this time. For love. She stares at me, and then the ring. Tears are starting to form. Of course I will, Eric. She throws her arms around me, tackling me onto the ground. I laugh and hug her back. She finally lets go of me. I bring the box to her. This is for you. Her hands go to her mouth. Eric, you didn't have to do this. I have a ring. I know you do, but I wanted a ring specifically for you for a real marriage from a loving husband. That way, it has your own story tied to it instead of someone else's. I pull the ring from the box. I take off her pawnshop ring and slide on the new engagement band. I love it. It's so perfect. Thank you. I kiss her. I'm glad you like it. You can keep the other one for sentimental purposes if you'd like. It's up to you. She smiles and slides the pawnshop ring on her other hand. She then looks back at her new one, flashing it back and forth in the sunlight. I want you to know there's no rush or anything. I mean, we are already married after all. But maybe for our anniversary we can plan a vow renewal or something. A meaningful ceremony that means something to both of us. Enjoy and plan it the way we want to do it. But it doesn't have to be then either. Whenever you're ready. I just wanted to show you that I am serious about my commitment to you, and how happy I am being with you. Desirae remains silent. I'm not worried because she has the sincerest smile on her face. Finally, she breaks the quiet. I love it. I don't feel pressured at all. We can plan something simple with the people we love, and that's all that matters. I lean in and kiss her deeply. I love this woman so much, and right now, we are completely alone. We can plan out the details later, I whisper, pulling her on my lap as I press my lips against hers.
Chapter 28. Desirae. Multitasking is a myth. I'm dead busy getting nothing done. I look down at the dining room table. It's covered in music sheets for my recording sessions and several to-do binders of what's needed to orchestrate our real wedding. I'm coming up with terrific lines and musical riffs, which are perfect for the songs on my album, but getting nothing down on paper for the ceremony to come. On one hand, the creativity stream of consciousness is exhilarating. I haven't had such a mind rush since the heydays with the Daughters of Fortune and the start of my solo career. Words, phrases, pent-up feelings all flow out of me like blessed water. I'm creating like Kelly used to do. I never thought I had it in me. I get up from the table mess and grab another coffee. As I pour a double heaping of sugar and an extra dollop of cream into the rich brown drink, my mind wanders back to the start with Eric. I know it's because of him I'm feeling this way. I spy the potted hydrangea on the windowsill, better talking to a flower than myself. Everyone has always been up in my craw about producing more love songs, but I never had it in me. I'd sing the ones managers bought for me, but my heart wasn't in it. And I'd try to create my own, and it was a complete writer's block. Who originally said, "Write what you know"? No kidding. Then I didn't know. Now I do, and my pencil can't keep up with my words. I head back to the table. Its status is a metaphor for my mind. My thoughts are everywhere, working on everything. I spill drops of coffee on the wedding planner sheets. I jot down color choices and ceremony words. And then my mind shifts those hues to emotions and those words to music. And I'm off the wedding and onto the art in the time it takes for me to sing the words. I do. But after another hour of frenzied activity, I know I'm getting nowhere fast. In desperation, I pick up my phone and call Honey. I know the call could go either two ways, welcoming or being told to bug off. But I began my career with her, and she and I managed to stay civil, unlike Kelly and me. I figure reaching out to my former pal is worth a shot. The phone rings. I hold my breath. Honey, hi, how are you doing? Hi, Des. I'm good. What's up? I can tell her tone is too calm. She's on guard with me. I guess I deserve that, seeing how we all fell out all those years ago. Our intermittent calls have always been cordial but awkward, to say the least. On this call, I'm hoping we can make the music the priority and not rehash old events and devastating emotions. I'm working on new songs, and I wondered if you'd lend me your ear. I hear silence, and then what sounds like a quick exhale, the kind Honey used to give back in the day when we three were on to something good. Sure, fire away. And so, I go through one stanza after another and hum the accompanying tunes. I discuss the theme to each piece and ask if my words are lining up or scanning okay. Honey and I soon forget our differences, and it's like we're back together again. She eagerly offers me word choices and shifting musical keys. Hours later, we are still on the line. And we end up singing the new songs together in the harmony our girl band was famous for. We laugh and excitedly chat through it all, like the years haven't flown by at all. Wow, that was cool, us collaborating like that. You know, it's been over 9 years since I took pencil to paper like this. I'm out of the business, you know. I never knew I still had it in me to create with you, Des. But gosh, does it feel good? You're not kidding. It feels like no time has gone by at all, huh? Like we still have it. And our voices, they still work together well. Well, they are magical, honey. Just like before. Honey laughs. Remember the old days when you and I would climb into my parents' shower to harmonize? Oh, God. Yeah, that was a hoot. We thought we were the female equivalent of the Jackson 5. Well, it kinda turned out we were, you know. There's a meek chuckle over the phone line, then an uncomfortable silence. I know without asking we're both wandering down memory lane, reviewing how it all turned out. Honey finally breaks the silence. You know, Des, some of those pieces are like what Brian Wilson put down on the Pet Sounds album, or at least they have that same vibe. Experimental but emotional too. I smile. You think so? 'Cause, yeah, that was what I was going for. A more introspective way. Deeper odes to the heart. Maybe this kind of music comes after time in the biz, or just more time lived on earth. Maybe a musician can't make his best works out of the gate. I think you're right. Time and tides and all that. What can a songwriter write if they haven't lived a life yet? Warts and all. I echo. Warts and all. Hey, honey, there were more happy than sad times, right? Absolutely. It was mostly happy till the end, or at least that's how I saw things. Do you think all good things eventually have to come to an end? That's what wise men say, but who are they anyway? Probably bald-headed white dudes behind computer screens. What do they know? We laugh. I feel the tension in my shoulders slowly melt away. I'm hoping it's the same for Honey. I love to hear her voice. It feels like home. Well, I'd say they know nothing when it comes to songwriters. In a couple hours, we hashed out some great stuff here. Like those 9 years never existed. Des, I have to confess, on the phone, I forgot about those 9 years. As you and I were working through, using our old process of song creation, I felt young again, like a teen with big dreams without a worry in the world. Me too, honey. Me too. I was... No, Des, you had it right the first time. We were dumb. Dumb as posts, all arrogance, ego, and attitude. If I could go back to the past, I'd kick us all in the butt. I offer a meek smile, but I don't laugh. I know she's right. Do you ever wish I had spoken up more? You bet. But Des, I was meek and mindless back then. I had a voice, and I loved to help you guys create, but I wasn't strong enough as a person. I run from conflict. I guess my name made sense back in the day. All honey, all the time. No room for vinegar at all. And today, who are you today? Wiser? Less prone to go along. I have a voice now, Des. I don't look for conflict, of course, but if it rears its ugly head, my voice is heard. Good for you, honey. Honey laughs. Why are you laughing? Oh, it's my name, I guess. Honey. Then I laugh, still not really getting the joke. Another funny silence. I can tell neither of us wants to hang up. I head back to the kitchen and pour a fresh coffee. The old one got cold. Hey, am I hearing a teaspoon? Let me guess. Your coffee went cold while we were creating. I smile and giggle. How did you know? You haven't changed one bit, Desirae Scott. You could never do 2 things well at a time. You could write songs or drink coffee. Never both at the same time. It would have been okay if you were one to enjoy drinking cold coffee. But if I remember rightly, you hated the stuff. I feel my face heat up. Thankfully, honey can't see my face. Some things never change, huh? Some things don't. People change, though. Or people can change if they want to. You know what, honey? I always suspected you were the secret sage of the bunch. Wise beyond your years. Honey sighs. I know. I think I was. Too much thinking, not enough talking back then, I guess. Does your adage apply to everyone? You mean Kelly? A third awkward silence. Pregnant, piercing. I gulp down the emotion and force tears not to come. I cough. Yeah. Do you want a polite answer or a realistic one? Honey, I'm not sure. Of all three of us, Kelly was the genuine artist. Do artists change? Can they change? How many artists, after decades of fame, end up becoming a parody of themselves because they can't or won't change? You see her like that? Like I said, I don't know. Honey? Yeah, babe. Can you and I talk more? Maybe one day meet up? Would we? Could we? Do that? No hesitation this time. You know, I think we can. Maybe in creating songs today, we accidentally work things out. Honey, I love and miss you. I love and miss you too. And without another word, we both quietly hang up the line. I sit back in my chair and survey the completed songs, and the heartwarming satisfaction I sense isn't from the work alone. It's from the coming together of our two souls. Honey and I are one again. The healing has begun. But the scars are still there around Kelly. We are still not whole.
Chapter 29. Eric. You ready? I ask her. She nods at me. As ready as I'll ever be. You realize if these suck... Desirae? Yeah, okay. Me shut up now. Hit play. I guess. Oh my god, I'm going to barf. Desirae sits on a stool in the studio, head down, ears in headphones. Her nervousness is turning her face a queasy, sallow, ashen color. I roll my eyes. Artists. Can't live with them. Can't shoot them. I put on my headphone set and hit the play button on her rough cuts she recorded earlier on her own. For days, she's been hashing things out. Words, lyrics. I'd hear muffled sounds coming from her bedroom late at night. Whenever I'd try to listen in, she'd stop singing or shoo me away by shoving me outside the house or slamming a door. I took it all in stride. I've been in the business long enough to know artists and their belligerent muses. I assumed she was working on songs for her album, and I let her do her work. There would be time enough later to produce what she came up with. The day now has come. As we both listen to her songs together for the very first time, they're beyond good. They're art. With every stanza, I fight against any subjective thinking and keep my professional hat securely in place. But there's no doubt. Song after song, each is incredible. Lyrical beauty at hand. I shouldn't be shocked. I know Desirae is talented. You don't get to her level of stardom and not be. But this is an artistic awakening. As if all the highs and lows from her life have finally mingled to create living, breathing things of joy and inspiration. I was right. Desirae has created her own record-setting album. And it's good. Boy, it's so good. The only thing lacking from this scene is Natalie Cole in the booth, giving her own artistic nod. Silent air finally fills the space. We both remove our headsets and stare at one another. Desirae's look desperate. Mine must reveal my utter shock. Oh my god, you hated them, didn't you? I knew it. It was so dumb thinking. Desirae, take a chill pill. I'm just gobsmacked, that's all. She drops her headset and runs into the production booth. Gobsmacked. Now does that mean... I take hold of both her arms and shake her silly. Des, my god, these are not mere songs. Each one is a work of art, even in the rough. I knew. What you were trying to do, they're incredible. This album, it's going to be huge. I mean, stratospherically huge, your best work yet. That's what I mean by gobsmacked. I let her arms go. I feel her body go limp. I hope she won't faint. Say something silly. Right. Really erudite for a songwriter. Did you hear me? You have this year's, maybe this decade's best album on your hands. Desirae finally closes her gaping mouth and spits out words. How hard, how tough will it be to produce? Des, you've done all the hard work already. I get a band crew in and backup singers. You go over the vibe. The music is down. You've got the right key for each piece. All the instruments are here. My professional guess is 2 days maybe if we work 12-hour days. And it's done. Maybe less if your voice holds up. We get into a groove and work through the night. Know what? What? I called Honey. I was creating wildly, but I couldn't sort out my thoughts. I asked Honey for help, and she more than helped. We stayed on the phone for hours getting these pieces down. We harmonized. We laughed. It was like old times. Wow, you patched things up between you two? Yeah, honestly, I think we did. And what about... Yeah, Kelly. Well, there's something I didn't tell you. I guess I was avoiding the conversation. I flew out to Vegas. She was getting married, and well, I thought maybe it was the right time to bury the hatchet. I could attend her wedding. I don't know what I was thinking, really. Kelly refused to even see me. I met her husband, and he told me not to even think about it. That's how mad she still is. Since then, I still haven't heard one word. Gosh, Des, I'm so sorry. Hey, it was probably my fault anyway. She probably thought I was homing in on her moment in the limelight. It wasn't like that, though. The twisted rose we hoe with assumptions, right? Yeah, but at least Honey and I are back strong. We ended the call thinking we'd meet up sometime soon. I think the worst is over between us now. I see Desirae's face, and her expression is not matching her words. But Honey, these songs, us, none of it is perfect without Kelly, huh? Desirae says nothing. I can tell she's at the point of tears. I give her a second hug, less bear-like, more soft and loving. I whisper in her ear, Kitten, things will all work out in the end. They usually do. I've seen so many bands break up in this studio. Sure, years go by. But not one of those band members didn't find a way to at least become friends again. Maybe when this album comes out, all the promo associated with its release. Maybe that'll be the right time. But Eric, you know how this game unfolds. Next will be the tour. It'll happen, you know? I mean, if what you're saying about the quality of the album is right, the concert execs will have me jump on the tour bus ASAP. Forget about personal concerns or words left unsaid. Yeah, I know, babe, but that's okay. You'll be well rested by then, and nobody can predict the future. Kelly could hear the album and have a change of heart, and you know how the music machine will pump out the singles and promote the hell out of your comeback tour before you ever leave the ground. Time is on your side this time, personally and professionally. Personally. Okay, so Kelly maybe has to go on the back burner. But what about us? You. Me. We just got our thing together, and then I go on some incredibly extensive world tour and have to be gone for months. Long-distance relationships bite the dust. We're still honeymooners, for heaven's sake. Even if the real wedding hasn't happened yet. Des, listen. Those outcomes are far out into the future. And there's no way I'm leaving your side just when we finally got together for real. Schedules can be rearranged. I can run the studio 24/7 if I have to. Bring in a second crew. All my scheduled sessions could be in the can before your tour start date. I chuckle. Hell, if it means I set up house in Japan while you tour Asia Pacific or in Germany when you hit the continent, so be it. It could be fun, you know? You and me on the road. I've never been on a tour. I produce all these songs for the bands, but never see the fan reaction. You'd do that for me? You'd close down the studio and fly away with me? Des, You are my world now. And besides, the studio practically runs itself even when I'm gone. Sydney has a solid grasp of the place. And this time I'd make darn sure no manager works you to the bone. Touring isn't supposed to be slave labor. I don't care what the concert managers say. You'll have a humane schedule with personal time penciled in. What's the point of touring if you can't actually meet the people in the countries you visit? This will be a mutually beneficial tour. Desirae laughs. I think you just coined a new segment of the industry. Mutually beneficial touring. I belly laugh. Hey, I think you're right. Maybe my forte is being your business manager. I mean, Des. Neither one of us are newbies anymore. What are they going to do? Threaten to not tour you when this album takes all the music awards? I squeeze her hand, trying to reassure her. You will be calling the shots from now on. Not them. And besides, think of all the promo shots they can get with you meeting your fans. It'll be a bigger win-win than how you suffered before. Mark my words, babe. You will be riding high on your own terms. Hey, maybe you're right. Maybe I'm in the driver's seat for once. Wow. I wonder what that'll feel like. No, scratch that. We are in the driver's seat. There is no I in team. Desirae falls into my arms, and I swing her back and forth in another mighty bear hug. We look down at the track. A single tape is holding pure pop rock gold. I see satisfaction in Desirae's face, and she sees pride in mine. Babe, what we have here is a glittering future. After a time, she looks up at me. And Kelly? Chin up, girl. You know good luck almost always begets more good luck. Yes, you're right. And even if you're wrong, I'll always have you. Desirae, if there is one thing you can take to the bank, it's that. Yes, you will always have me by your side, rain or shine, Grammy Awards or not. Desirae hugs me. Then she jolts from my chest. Oh my God, the to-do list. I never got it done. What to-do list? Everything is on this track. No, dummy, the to-do list of our real wedding. Hell's bells, let's go! I shove the track into the safe. Desirae and I race out of the studio and towards our future as man and wife and the happily ever after we deserve. Just like the storybooks say.
Chapter 30. Desirae. Everything seems perfect. The day has gone off without a hitch so far. In only a short while, I'll be remarried to my husband for a completely different reason than the first time. I smile at my reflection in the full-length mirror. It's not another wedding dress, but something more simplistic, just like the theme of the ceremony. I spin to see all angles of me in the white dress. It almost looks like a sundress, which it is. I just added a few ribbons here and there to have it a little more form-fitting and found perfection. As I clip back one stray hair that escaped, I think about this last year that's passed since being married. So much has happened that I wasn't expecting. Yet it's everything I could have dreamed of. I'm renewing my vows with my amazing husband, who just happens to be my best friend. I have reconciled with Honey, and it's made a world of difference. I also have written enough new songs to create my very own album. That part is the only thing that was really planned since the very beginning. I have all the songs done and recorded. All I have to do is be patient for Eric's part. I know he's a genius, so I am not worried at all, just eager to hear it. I've already heard a couple finished tracks, and it's better than I could have dreamed. I know without a doubt that the record will come out amazing. But today is about the ceremony, and that's all I want to focus on. A knock on my door interrupts my thoughts. We're all set to go, dear. It's my mother. Come in, Mom. My mother walks in and gives me a big hug. I know you already got married, but this is so sweet that you two are doing this and invited all of us here again to enjoy it. You look absolutely stunning. Thank you, Mom. I give her a squeeze. She's another relationship that I have mended, in a way. Though she's always been part of my life, I never made much time for her. I tended to assuage my guilt at being a derelict daughter by sending gifts and money, but never prioritizing our relationship. Now we're closer than ever. A real mother-daughter team. A lot of good has come from taking this year off. She pats my hand, and we head to the altar. This time we made the ceremony much smaller. Only close friends and family. There's no need for publicity and the who's who to be here. We have it outside in a garden at a very nice estate, from some people Eric knows. And that's about as high-end as we let it go. Flowers and lights are decorating everything. It is very similar to our first wedding, but much more intimate and much less bougie. This is my dream wedding, and my last one. Walking down the small aisle of guests, I see Honey sitting in one of the seats. I can't believe she came. I make it a point to stop and tell her hello. I lean over and give her a big hug. Thank you so much for being here. Absolutely. I'm so happy for you too. Now get up there. We can visit after you're done. Smiling, I nod and continue towards my destination. I approach the flowered arch, where Eric is already standing. He smiles at me. I'm not nervous, but excited. This is for us. To everyone else, we are just renewing our vows, but to us, we are officially getting married. We even wrote our own vows this time to add to the intimacy. I have already asked Eric if I can go first. I wasn't sure if I would be able to make it through mine if he went. He's such a craftsman with wording his feelings that I didn't want to be put to shame. Or worse, I could be forced to attempt to read mine through a stuffy nose and tears. I pull out my vows that are tucked away between my bosom and give Eric a wink. He laughs quietly and listens. Eric, from the first time I walked down this aisle, I knew that everything was going to be different. I had no idea in what way, but the unknown has proven to be the most exciting part. I have come to love you more and more as each day passes. I no longer know what my life would be like without you, nor do I ever want to. You are my best friend. You have held my hand in the darkest of times, and it has gotten us through that much stronger. You've entertained my doubts, but have always made sure to put me back at ease. You have shown me what it's like to be truly happy and have allowed me to explore my true passion. With you, I have been able to find myself again, and that's more than I could have ever asked for. I will love you forever. From the day that I acknowledged my true feelings until my dying breath, you are the person who holds my heart. I hope I can show you every day just how much you mean to me. I see Eric's eyes grow misty as I finish my vows. It makes me happy to know that everything I mean has touched him in this way. He clears his throat. Now we see why she's the songwriter. The guests laugh, and he continues. I'll try and do my best, but I won't be topping that. I laugh lightly and stroke his hand. He reaches into his pocket and pulls his own words out. Desirae, from the moment we met, I knew there was something different about you. You have this gift and spark that I have not seen in anyone else. The drive to please your fans and push yourself is inspiring. If I had paid a little more attention to my own heart, instead of chasing the dollar, I may have noticed how I have felt for you much earlier in life, but I think that all happened for a reason. If I had come to you any sooner than when we began, I don't think it would have worked. You were work-driven, and that's one of the many things I admire about you. I know you have experienced a lot of heartache in the past, but I want you to know that I will never be the reason for that. I have always hurt when I saw you in pain. Now that I am your husband, I can swear that I'll protect you in every way that I know how. I will be your rock and light whenever you need either. I didn't know I could love someone as much as I love you. Yet here we are. I know our vows originally said, until death do us part. But I don't think that's enough. I will love you always, in this life and the next. You are my reason to wake up every day, and I know I'll find you no matter what lifetime we are in. I keep breathing slowly and deeply through my nose. It helps to control the tears, I've found out. Once he finishes, I smile so widely at him that the push of my cheeks forces my filling eyes to release the tears I have been holding back. This may not be PG, fair warning, Eric announces. He pulls me into his arms and dips me low as he kisses me. It's one of the most passionate kisses we have ever shared. In all fairness, it's a makeout session. I hear Honey whistling and our family woo-hooing as others tell us to save it for the bedroom. We part, and I can't help but laugh. Now, this is the best day ever. This is what it feels like to get married to your best friend and be truly in love. Now I know. And the fact that I don't have to worry about my manager and what's leaked or who's watching, that makes it all that much better. Hell, I don't think I've worried about one thing for this wedding. That's how it should be, in my opinion. We have a buffet style of food set up, and this time we just have everyone help themselves. No special order. If you're hungry, eat. We even have our topper from our cake for Eric and I to share. Everyone else gets cupcakes. With it being so intimate and exactly as we wanted, everything just feels complete. There's no special table for Eric and I, so I grab some food and sit by Honey as we catch up. Eric eventually makes his way to us. They say their overdue hellos while I look around. This is absolute perfection. The sun is setting, everything seems to be glowing, and the conversation is vibrating. I feel surrounded by love being with all of these people that actually matter to me. I was right. I needed the time off. But more importantly, I needed Eric to teach me how to think of other people so I can have normal relationships, not just transactional ones. I look over and see my mother visiting with more family and friends. I turn and see Honey talking with Eric. These people that mean so much to me almost got away because I was so focused on my career. Eric catches my eye and I blow a kiss at him. Without him, I wouldn't have the bonds I have made over the last year with the people that mean the most to me. I was put first by Eric, and that allowed me to mend my life with others who I needed to put right alongside me. I wouldn't be the person I knew I could be, or that I wanted to be if I didn't have Eric.
Chapter 31. Eric. The day went by faster than I could have imagined. The ceremony and reception were absolute perfection. Desirae got everything she wanted, and she was stunning. She still is. She was even back when we got married the first time, but the reality of this one made everything that much sharper and more meaningful. Most people have already left. Much to my surprise, Honey is one of the last ones to leave. I watch as her and Desirae say their goodbyes. It makes me so happy to see that she was able to make it. I know that it means more than Des will ever admit for Honey to be here. I'll keep you posted about the album, I hear Des tell Honey. That sounds good. Just keep in touch anyway about anything. They embrace and say goodbye. Desirae makes her way ever to me. I see that her eyes are water-filled. Is everything okay? She wraps her arms around me. Yes, it's perfect. I'm just so surprised Honey came to this. I smile, kissing her cheek. I think it's great. You two seem to have a good time. I really did. It was nice to catch up. What do you say we make our way home since most of our guests have left themselves? As long as we take some champagne back with us. I've been so busy visiting, I've hardly had a full glass. And if we are paying for it, I want to enjoy it. I laugh. Sounds good. We say goodbye to the few stragglers that are gathered around the stone fire pit. All of our family is left, and most friends. But some are enjoying not having their kids for the evening, it appears. I see our hosts among them. My old mentor who taught me everything I know about music production and his wife. Is there anything we need to do before we go? Or a time we need to be here tomorrow? No, not at all. We enjoy just having you two celebrate at our home, Phil answers. We have all of this covered. It was nice to have an excuse to bust out all of our garden decor and have it enjoyed. You two just go and enjoy yourselves. Just be here for brunch tomorrow, and that's perfect. As long as there's mimosas, Des jokes. Oh, of course, that will be the main course. We laugh and wave our final goodbyes. Phil is out of the business these days. He made a healthy salary in the game and retired early. As generous as it was for him to offer to let us hold our wedding here at his gorgeous home, I do think he means it when he says the celebration was its own reward for him. "Don't forget the champagne," Desirae whispers to me as we pass the unattended bar. I reach over and grab 2 unopened bottles before heading to our car. One for each of us. "My hero," she teases. I help her into the car and we head back to our home. I'm looking forward to alone time with my wife. This is our official wedding, and I'm going to treat it and her as such. When we pull in at home, I stop Des before she can get out of the car. She freezes. What's wrong?" I laugh. "Nothing. But you can't get out yourself. There are rules." I go around the side of the car and open the door for her. Thank you, kind sir." She bows sarcastically. I shut the door and put both champagne bottles in her hands. "I need you to carry these." Okay." I scoop her up quickly. She's caught off guard. Once she realizes what I'm doing, she starts laughing. "You're going to carry me over the threshold?" "I told you, there are rules. It's a long jaunt. I'm stronger than I look." "Oh, I know." She squeezes my biceps playfully. "Onward, husband." "Already giving orders. I see you are cut out for this after all." She shrugs. "It's easy to get used to." I make it up to the door, only just starting to breathe a little heavier. She fishes the keys out of my pocket for me and unlocks the door. I turn the knob and open it up. I step through the doorway with her in my arms. She gives a victory shout as I shut the door with my foot. I'm not setting her down yet. I make my way to the bedroom, another long haul considering the size of our house, and plop her onto the bed. "I'll get us some glasses." I make my way to the kitchen and find 2 champagne glasses. I undo my tie, letting it hang around my neck. I make sure to lock the door on my way back to the bedroom. She's no longer on the bed. "Dace? Be right out. I'm freshening up." "Okay, I'll pour you a glass." "Sounds good. Why don't you get yourself comfortable? It's not like we're going anywhere now." I can hear her giggling to herself. I chuckle and do as I'm told. I remove my shoes, vest, and toss my tie to the side. I unbutton a little bit of my shirt and pour us each a glass. I prop myself up on a pillow and sip. What a day. I look out the giant window from the bedroom and reminisce about it all. I want to remember every moment. It's true what they say. Your wedding day goes by in a blur, but it is the best blur ever. Everything was perfect. I'm so lost in my thoughts that I don't even notice the bathroom door open. So, what do you think? I look over and see Desirae standing there in a lacy, sheer white halter-style lingerie piece. She's let her curly hair fall down from the updo that she had earlier at the reception. I know my jaw is on the ground, but I can't help it. She always looks amazing, but I've never had the privilege of seeing her like this. Hell, I don't think anyone has. She is drop-dead gorgeous. Me and my manhood are at full attention. "I think you look amazing. I was not expecting this." She gives me her flirty little giggle as she saunters over to the bed. "That's the point. I like to keep you on your toes every once in a while. It's not fun to always be predictable." She sits on the edge of the bed. I hand her glass of champagne. I set my own down and run my fingers down her back. "Is it easy to take off?" "Yes, I made sure of that." She puts her glass down as well and rolls on top of me. She now straddles me, pinning me down. I'm not going to complain. She slowly starts to rotate her hips over my groin. "You know, in these dress pants, it's much easier for me to feel you." "Oh yeah, and me, you." She bites her lip as she keeps rolling her hips over me. She's enjoying feeling me get harder and harder, I can tell. She leans forward, hair falling over us, and kisses me. I move my hands to her hips, but she takes them and pins them by my head. She starts kissing my neck and then my chest. With one finger, she undoes the rest of my buttons, throwing my shirt open. Sorry to interrupt. I know no one likes missing out on a spicy grand finale, but unfortunately this platform won't allow us to air what's about to happen next. To make up for this, we're offering a 40% discount on the full, unabridged version of this audiobook, when you go to vixavonromance.com and apply code VIXA40 at checkout. Thank you for listening to Vixavon Romance.